Greetings! It's your boy, me! Welcome to my way too long review of Warframe. In this video I'll be talking about what the heck Warframe is, why it may or may not be worth your time, and all the problems I have with it. I'll also be explaining most of the different content systems that dwell within, while providing some hot takes on them. Before we begin, I'm first going to have to lay down some disclaimers. One, I'm a PC player, so everything in here will be viewed from that lens. I don't think there's a ton of relevant difference between the platforms, aside from consoles getting everything a lot later than PC does and being forced to play with a controller, but I'm not sure since I've never played it on console, so just keep that in mind. Two, I'm kinda gonna have to move about the land of spoilers to do my thing here. Now, normally I hate getting spoiled with a passion, so I would understand being wary to view this without having played the game yet, but honestly I feel pretty strongly that the spoilers in this game are quite inconsequential, and there's not a lot of them anyway. Despite the length of this video, I'm not really going to talk much about the story and lore in general, because in my eyes they're basically just background noise, but there is an integral game mechanic that's inherently something of a spoiler, and some of the footage I'll display will probably function as a minor interface spoiler as well, so I can't really get around that. Just know that even if you had the entire game's plot laid out for you, it probably wouldn't negatively affect your experience since none of it hinges on that. 3, as a live service kind of game, Warframe constantly receives updates and changes over time, meaning the longer this video has been in existence, the less effective it will be at reflecting reality. I'm sure plenty of what I'm going to talk about will receive drastic changes in due time, so the snapshot view of the game will inevitably deteriorate in value as time passes. 4, I'm just one guy that is in no way reflective of the player base at large, so this whole thing is going to be laden with my own personal biases that may or may not sync up well with your own. A good example would be how I barely engage with any cosmetic or personalization systems, because that doesn't really interest me, but from what I've observed it seems that angle is actually the #1 priority for a lot of other players. 5, mostly because this thing is too damn long to re-record in its entirety, my voiceover work is going to noticeably fluctuate in tone and quality over the course of this vid, so sorry about that. And finally, this is my first time attempting some shit like this, I'm doing it all solo, and I'm a talentless hack, so this is gonna suck. Alright, I've broken this video up into a bunch of different segments, mostly just because it was way too difficult for me to try and make it one long flowing script transitioning topics using natural language, but I figure it probably also helps to make this more digestible anyway. Now that I think of it, maybe that's why books have chapters. In any case, I figure now would be a good time to hit y'all up with a table of contents. Oh my God! Yeah, I might have gone a bit overboard here. Oh well, what's done is done. Let's get to it!
But wait! There's more!
While I was in the process of making this vid, the devs dropped a big content update, so I had to add that in too. I couldn't really fit it into the table of contents here, so this is how I'm telling you. I put it after the Steel Path section. Well, in one sentence, Warframe is a free-to-play online multiplayer third-person action game where you and up to 3 other people mostly just mow down hordes of mooks and follow waypoints, and by doing so continually accumulate more of the video game version of power and wealth. Some would call it a looter shooter, some would call it an MMO, some would just call it cookie clicker with extra steps. None of those quite capture what the game is if you were to ask me though. I would hesitate to call it a looter shooter since neither of those labels seem particularly apt. It's not much of a looter because enemies mostly drop either nothing at all or worthless crap that you have a million of already, with the vast majority of gear being built from rewards you obtain via the myriad surrounding systems rather than being dropped directly. And it's not much of a shooter because while there's plenty of guns to shoot, there's also plenty of melee weapons and abilities to use, and in my experience the shooting takes a back seat compared to those two. Plus this game heavily features a fast and robust movement system, which certainly isn't implied by the word shooter. I wouldn't really call it an MMO either, seeing as the only time you'll ever see more than 4 players in one place at the same time is in a town or relay where they're mostly just uninteractable window dressing. Though that does do a good job of checking off the standard MMO checkbox of tanking your frame rate anytime you have to render swarms of players at once. MMOs, as I understand them, will also generally feature one big persistent shared world with perhaps a few instance areas, whereas Warframe is absolutely nothing of the sort. The lack of the shared world to host everything on also results in Warframe sidestepping the use of in-house dedicated servers wherever possible, instead opting to employ peer-to-peer connections to handle all of its gameplay, which is quite the shame. As far as cookie clicker with extra steps goes, I will admit that the underlying systems evoke the same kind of impetus that you get from those games, but that's obviously quite reductive. The extra steps are what make the game fun and set it apart from the crowd if you ask me. In any case, it's largely a PvE game with a clear separation between gameplay and preparation phases, quite similar to how the Monster Hunter franchise works if you're familiar with that. You generally select what kind of mission you want to do, go in and do it, and then come back out with some new rewards to make use of. Or nothing useful if you got unlucky, since a lot of times it comes down to RNG. Repeat until you've acquired everything you want to acquire and unlocked everything you want to unlock. How much you'll enjoy the game will largely come down to how much you dig the gameplay, how compelling you find the cookie clicker-esque progression system surrounding it, and how much annoying crap you're willing to tolerate. And don't worry, I'm going to go into great detail on all those things. Before I move on though, I gotta mention a couple of those annoying things right off the bat since they're extremely pervasive to the degree I feel warrants mentioning in an overview section, lest I go on effectively committing a lie of omission. First of all, this game does an extremely poor job of actually explaining anything at all to you. By and large, it just presents its systems for you to engage with, then leaves you to figure out everything on your own. There is a tutorial mission of sorts, which does a half-decent job of teaching you the basic controls, but that's about it. You can safely assume that for everything I'm going to talk about in this video, which is basically the whole game in its entirety, at no point will the game make even the slightest of efforts to communicate what the hell is going on or what you're supposed to do or how to access anything. There are a few small exceptions, but for the most part it's a complete shit show. This is quite problematic for new players, as it presents a huge wall of understanding of sorts that you'll need to overcome to really engage with the game, with your only recourse being scouring the internet, asking people, or overhearing hot tips. The devs appear to be all too happy to offload this responsibility of educating its players onto the community at large, which was made all the more obvious recently when they doubled down on this approach by introducing the Q&A chat channel. It's really not a good look if you ask me. And what's more, this issue actually continues to affect even players like myself who have put in hundreds of hours into the game and know plenty about it already, because each time they introduce new content, I rarely have any idea how to start it or what I'm supposed to be doing in it. Plus, I'm sure I failed to notice tons of different things that exist in the game just because I don't know they exist. Every once in a while I learn of something relevant or useful that's been around for a long time and I just never had any idea. So if I wind up complaining about something in this video that actually already has a solution, it's probably because of this issue right here. The other annoying thing I gotta mention here is how goddamn buggy the game is. Perhaps it's to be expected to a degree given the high complexity and fidelity of the system combined with a fairly grueling update schedule that demands a content pipeline that takes priority over a bug fixing pipeline, but the end result is a game that's buggy as shit, and that sucks. Just keep in mind there's a ton of bugs that can and will hamper your enjoyment of the game. If you paid attention to the table of contents earlier, you'd know there's a bug showcase near the end of the video, so if you want me to prove it, stay tuned for that. Or just skip to that if you want to, it's your life. Alright, and with that, let's move on. Okay, I figured I'd get this one out of the way before just about everything else, because it's the most surface level thing and is largely independent of all the other things in this game, yet it's also rather important. On this note, I'm pleased to report that Warframe does a surprisingly excellent job. It's one of the few modern games I can run in 4K resolution and still expect to hold a consistent frame rate above 60. On my rig, most modern games I have to limit to 1440p if I want to achieve the same result. And despite this, the game looks really good. It's got a ton of flashy particle effects, high poly models, great textures and lighting, it's all there. Frankly, I'm actually kind of flabbergasted they managed to achieve this level of performance while looking this good. It's really great. And the game feel of it, or in other words how good it looks and feels when in motion, is quite stellar as well. Slam attacks feel powerful and weighty, swords make satisfying slicing noises, enemies have cathartic death wails, the animations are very high quality, guns have a good punch to them, and so on. This goes a long way to my enjoyment of the game. I've tried many MMOs over the years and wound up hating every single one because in my eyes they're all just boring slogs from top to bottom that seem to rely on socialization and Skinner box mechanics to keep people engaged. Warframe isn't really an MMO as I've said, but it retains the same sort of long-term wealth accumulation mechanics and is often confused for an MMO, so it's a solid comparison I think. Point is, in my eyes they finally married the concept of a long-term grindy game with an actually entertaining base game, and the impactful satisfying combat goes an extremely long way to realizing this for me. Of course, everyone's a different person, and I probably value game feel a lot higher than your average player. That being said, going back to performance for a sec, I found that Earth in particular runs significantly worse than everywhere else in the entire game, and yet it's also the very first planet that new players are tasked with completing missions on. Despite my usually getting a smooth frame rate in 4K, Earth drops my frame rate enough that it really starts to hurt my eyes. And yes, I mean that. For some reason people seem to get mad at me whenever I say frame rates under 60 strain my eyes, but that's just a fact. I genuinely struggle to comfortably view games running under that mark. I'd definitely like to see the Earth frame rate issues fixed, both for the sake of my eyes whenever I happen to do a mission there, and for the sake of not warding off any new players that get hit with the least performant area in the entire game right off the bat. Also, for all the effort they put into animations and particle effects and all that, I'm really surprised how shitty the crosshair is. Like I was expecting a circle indicating the cone of spread for weapons, but it's always just some dumb icon. Like, really devs? You couldn't implement some sort of spread indicator as my crosshair after all these years? Or like, anything at all other than this dumb icon? I found this shocking as a new player, and honestly, it still strikes me as a really fucking strange oversight. Anyway, in many games, the music's also a really important part of the experience, but that is definitely not the case in Warframe. The music certainly isn't bad, it's just kind of generic, forgettable, and repetitive. Which I guess sounds bad, but I mean, it's pretty high quality and evokes the mood pretty well. Just that if you're anything like me, you'll try it out for like a day and then come to the conclusion you'd rather just put on Spotify or whatever instead. So to me, the game effectively is no music at all, but I'm given to believe that's pretty par for the course in these sort of long-form MMO-esque games. However, I will say the We All Lift Together song they put out for the launch of Fortuna is just a straight-up modern classic. It's the song I've been playing in the background throughout this whole section. There was a period of time it served as the launcher music, and I miss that dearly. Before I talk about any of the other stuff, I figure I first gotta get a foundational concept out of the way. Otherwise, when I bring it up later, it's just gonna be confusing as shit. Technically, this is a spoiler, I guess. Some people actually call it spoiler mode out of consideration for newbies, but I gotta address it if I'm gonna do this whole in-depth talky thing proper. And like I said earlier, this is a super low-key spoiler in my book. Plus, you're almost certain to be spoiled through gameplay anyway, just by looking at what other players are doing and being like, oh, what's that? It's not like I'm gonna explain any of the lore or anything behind it for what it's worth. Anyway, once you progress the main questline stuff enough, and this doesn't take very long, mind you, you unlock the ability to switch to and from your operator while playing. The operator generally has piss-poor offensive capabilities, but it still gets a decent amount of use since you can use it to travel very fast with its Void Dash ability, you can use it to make yourself temporarily invincible by toggling on Void mode, and there are a handful of other very useful functions like restoring health or energy or pulling enemies towards you or making allies temporarily invincible, depending on your equipment loadout. Also, despite the operator's poor offensive capabilities, all of its damage has the unique damage type of Void, which is sometimes quite useful and unavailable from any other source, so that has its use as well. You also can't get killed as an operator. If you lose all your health, you're simply forced back into your Warframe and get penalized with a small debuff, and then you can pop right back into operator mode if you want. So yeah, that's a quick primer on what the hell the operator is, so when I bring it up later, now you know. Alright, now to finally get down to the brass tacks of how the game plays at a core level. As mentioned earlier, this game is mission based. That means you start in a non-combat lobby kind of space where you can form a party or set up your build or buy from NPCs or trade with other players or whatever, and from there you can elect to load into a mission where the actual gameplay part lives. They're kept entirely separate, with the only thing connecting the two being a shared ability to control your character through space, sometimes even with a quote-unquote smooth transition from one mode to the other without a load screen in between, as seen with the two double-door loading spaces that connect the open-world gameplay areas to the respective lobby town areas. There usually is a loading screen though. The clear split between the two parts of the game highlights the two separate hooks it relies on to keep you interested. One, the actual gameplay part, and two, the surrounding accumulation of wealth mechanics that feel kinda like those clicker or idle games. Certainly not exactly like them, but it evokes the same kind of feeling, and I'd argue more so than most long-term games of this sort, since it starts throwing time gates at you very early on, seemingly in the hopes that you'll be impatient and spend money to skip the wait. But more on that later. Now, a lot of people look upon such mechanics with disdain, but for me those mechanics just act as an effective hook to keep me interested. Those clicker/idle games are my go-to time wasters if I need to kill some time on the go, and similarly Warframe acts as an excellent game if you really just want to enjoyably kill a lot of time, albeit not on the go. And indeed, I was looking for just such a game before landing on this, so if you're in the same boat, this game might be up your alley. Turns out combining the semi-exploitative Skinner box progression bullshit with some actually really fun gameplay makes for an overall quite engaging experience. Anyway, I guess that was all still kind of talking about meta gameplay systems. So how does the game play when you're on the actual gameplay side of the equation? Well, while you'll spend most of your time zipping around, following waypoints and killing enemies, your playstyle is actually kinda up to you. You can equip any frame with any configuration of weapons you want, and nearly everything you can equip in this game is extensively configurable by virtue of the accompanying mod system. Given the balance is decent enough and all the different frames lend themselves to different playstyles, there's a lot of room for experimenting with how you want to play the game. Personally, I lean towards just exploiting whatever seems the most powerful, which from what I've found turns out to primarily just be abusing melee weapons in particularly strong frames. I don't even use guns much at all actually, but you can use guns all you like and it works just fine. To drill more into what you're actually trying to accomplish while in game, well, I'm gonna go over all the different game modes in depth a bit later too, but for now suffice to say the main things you'll be doing in this game are killing a quota of enemies, defending a thing for a period of time, and of course following waypoints, or objective markers if you want to get technical. I did have someone on Reddit argue with me about this once. I mean, they were right, but still. Sometimes there are boss fights. These objectives often mix and match, like in mobile defense where you go through multiple iterations of following a waypoint and defending a thing for a minute and a half. More recently, they've done an actually good job of mixing and matching in the Disruption game mode, which has you killing enemies to drop keys to deliver to 4 nodes that you have to defend from one specific baddie that spawns somewhere on the map per activated node. That one's mostly brilliant. But honestly, you can expect most of them to be a lot more basic and less interesting than that.
Shout out to Ames.
I didn't mention this in the overview because it's so important it gets its own section. This game has a huge emphasis on mobility, which I really enjoy. Every frame of the game has access to the same foundation of mobility mechanics, and by and large I think they're really great. They add a huge layer of speed and mastery to the game that's fun just to get a hang of. If you press the crouch button while moving, you will start sliding with a large burst of speed to start you out. If you continue to hold crouch or press the jump button, you'll then get a bullet jump that will send you spiraling towards wherever you're pointing the cursor. This is definitely the main way of getting around. You may also wall jump, double jump, and roll, with both a roll and bullet jump also being able to be performed in midair, and you can even refresh the midair bullet jump by performing a wall jump. If you hit the aim button in midair, you'll also glide too. Oh, and using melee will also mess with your midair momentum, the most obvious being the slam attack you can perform by aiming slightly downwards, which sends you careening towards wherever you're aiming, usually. But the slide attack is also very useful for altering your midair momentum should you overshoot or something. A cool thing about the whole system is there's actually a great amount of nuance to it thanks to the variety of different viable movement options and the particulars of how they interact with each other. I will say that puzzlingly, the game also includes a regular old hold to sprint key, but it's so heavily obsoleted by the bullet jump that I almost literally never use it. Anyway, the slide gives you a speed boost on an invisible short cooldown, which also works in midair. The double jump always gives you a speed boost, and the roll will give you a significant speed boost but will lock you into a particular trajectory / animation and interrupt other actions. It actually took me quite a while to really understand the movement system so that I could use it to its fullest, and honestly even now I wouldn't be surprised if I'm still missing some nuance that I could use to optimize my movement. For example, I used to think the aim glide was pretty useless since it seemed slow and unnecessary, but I steadily learned more and more uses for it. A key aspect I didn't grasp at first was that the aim glide function is still usable at basically any point you're in midair, regardless of what you're doing, including not aiming, and if you're busy with another action it will simply change how you move through the air, largely replacing whatever vertical trajectory you had with a slow fall downwards. This is very useful for acting as a brake for vertical ascension, for crossing large gaps without losing height, and generally remaining mobile while using abilities, but it took me a long time to realize this. This actually even ties into the most basic movement loop, which also took me a while to really understand. As I mentioned before, the game explains absolutely nothing to you, so you'll have to figure all of this out yourself, meaning some new players don't even understand they can bullet jump, or if they do, that they can aim it upward to gain height. But once I figured out bullet jumping around plus the occasional double jump to speed up, I felt like I knew how to move around well. It took me a while to realize that I could also roll after double jumping to move even faster, and quite a while after that did I discover it's actually optimal to tap aim glide as you perform the midair roll, as tapping it halts the small amount of vertical momentum you've gained from jumping and returns you to the ground significantly faster, allowing you to iterate on the process more quickly. Ultimately, you mostly just wind up spamming bullet jumps to get around, but I really like how you can exert finer control to eke out some extra speed. I do have some issues with the whole thing though. Chief among them would be how the movement interacts with the terrain. I swear, they might as well call this game Get Stuck on Terrain Frame, cause goddamn if you don't constantly get stuck on terrain trying to move around. I should note I mean like micro stuck, not actually inescapably stuck, though that happens a good deal too. Thankfully there's a /unstuck command to fix that one, though of course they never actually tell you this. Anyway, it often feels like the maps really weren't designed with movement in mind, what with them littering the map with chaotic geometry for you to bonk your head on, making copious use of invisible walls and void out zones, and generally commonly featuring extremely cramped spaces. It seems like they can't help themselves from putting little embellishments around the edges of things you're trying to get past just so it'll stop what you were trying to do. Or make a bunch of precarious catwalks with incomplete railings so that when you inevitably fall off you either get voided out or put in an awkward terrain hole you have to spend 3 seconds shimmying out of. I mean, these things look nice I guess, but I really feel like they should consider their gameplay implications. And it's worth mentioning this terrain issue gets significantly worse when you're moving around via spamming melee weapons and slide attacks, which I do a lot. Maybe a lot of this is just a relic of the past, as I'm pretty sure a lot of these maps come from a time before the movement system got revamped, but time and time again I just feel like this game is screaming for a big usability rework of all the maps. To their credit, on occasion the devs do patch a particularly annoying map feature, or replace an entire tile set with a brand new one, but it's still far from being in a great place if you ask me. Anyway, another issue I have would be the implementation of wall jumps. In my book, wall jumps have 2 problems. First, sometimes they happen when you're trying to double jump to get a speed boost, and as a result you lose a lot of speed instead of gaining some, which is pretty annoying. I really don't know why they trigger while I'm moving just about perpendicular to a wall, but it happens. The second and much bigger issue is the angle of the jump. From having played Warframe for quite a while, I can tell you for certain that aside from using the occasional wall jump just to gain a little height to correct vertical undershoots, the only time I actually want to use a wall jump is to get a mid-air bullet jump refresh. That is a very useful technique, as you can potentially scale infinitely large, completely vertical walls by looping a wall jump into a wall jump over and over, but the game seems to go out of its way to prevent you from getting a useful angle for that. Inscrutably, the devs decided that wall jump shouldn't actually jump away from the wall at a useful angle. If you made the mistake of trying to move left or right while wall jumping, the game will punish you with a completely horizontal wall jump that both hugs the wall and loses height, neither of which are things you ever actually want to do. If you take the most intuitive option of holding towards the wall as you execute the wall jump, you will execute a neutral wall jump and gain a tiny bit of height while still hugging the wall. If you decide to hold no direction or backwards while wall jumping, you'll still execute the neutral wall jump and you might drift slightly away from the wall since you're not holding towards it. This is a good time to remind you that Warframe really enjoys putting terrain embellishments all over the place for you to get stuck on, which applies just as well to scaling walls, which means that you rarely want to hug the wall you're trying to scale as you're just setting yourself up for a head bonk. So ultimately the best wall jump to go for is the backwards one, where you hold away from the wall, so you get a little room to avoid those. But problem with that is it's both unintuitive as fuck to hold away from the wall you're trying to jump off, and it could actually cause you to whiff the jump entirely, as you might drift away from the wall after colliding with it but before executing the wall jump. And of course you can't wall jump if you're not touching a wall, so you just throw out a double jump instead and feel like a moron. As a result, to this day I feel very uncomfortable implementing wall jumps into my movement. I really wish they'd replace the existing wall jump with a simple 45-degree angle wall jump that gains a decent chunk of height and distance from the wall, while still bestowing the bullet jump refresh. And to replace those lateral jumps, why not give us the ability to wall run? That would be dope as hell. You could just replace wall clings with that. Did I mention wall clings are a thing? They are, but they're pretty useless, so yeah. I guess it's cool to have. Anyway, before I move on from talking about movement, I gotta mention the automatic ledge grab mechanic. This is a familiar mechanic included in many games that intends to add a bit of leeway to jumps, so if you just barely miss the platform you're trying to jump to, it'll help you out by grabbing the ledge and pulling you up instead of letting you plummet. However, in Warframe, it doesn't work very well. 9 out of 10 times I get a ledge grab, it's because the devs felt some incomprehensible need to litter my path with little terrain obstacles that I wind up jumping into, and I get punished with even more of a slowdown by getting locked into the ledge grab animation. And conversely, when you actually do just barely fail to clear a jump, it seems to me like 9 out of 10 times you also fail to get a ledge grab. I managed to record exactly one instance of it actually being helpful, which is massively dwarfed by all the times it awkwardly interrupt my movement. Oh, also, one final jab at the movement system. A minor annoyance is that sometimes you'll accidentally slide off the ground just before trying to perform a bullet jump into double jump combo to cross a gap. And since the mid-air version of this bullet jump eats your double jump, so too do you eat shit. Some games will give you a sort of grace area around the ledges where your jump will still count as grounded to prevent this issue, and I wouldn't mind seeing that implemented here. Generally, Warframe seems to aim for more of an overpowered god slaying hundreds of mooks kind of vibe than like an actually challenging content vibe. It mostly tries to deliver a power fantasy where you just use whatever tools you have and or prefer to complete whatever objectives are on your plate, most of which essentially boil down to committing mass genocide of what are ostensibly bad guys. You get to bring along one primary weapon, one secondary weapon, one melee weapon, and one frame of your choosing, with each of them being able to be extensively kitted out with a suite of mods to customize and optimize the power of them. The game also features a rather extensive damage type / status effect system, with quite a number of different types of damage, each potentially giving different status procs that all do different things. Basic physical damage is also split into impact, puncture, and slash types of damage, each with their own status effect procs, and there are 4 different elemental types that have dual combinations, resulting in another 4 combo elements. There's also an armor system in the game that's honestly pretty whack. The basics of how it works, a simple number that indicates damage reduction, effectively granting a linear increase in effective health for each point, is a pretty standard system seen across many games and is not whack. However, Warframe goes a step further and actually assigns types of armor to enemies, and then also specifies the type of health they have underneath that armor. These can matter because certain damage types will actually gain or lose a significant percentage of their damage depending on the type of armor or health they're hitting. This is incredibly unintuitive and hidden information, sadly, with the only in-game indicator that I know of being that enemies with orange health bars have some kind of armor and enemies with red health bar have no armor. The crazy thing about this system is you can use multiple methods to completely shred an enemy's armor so that it goes from an orange health bar to a red one, indicating going from armored to unarmored, and you might actually potentially lose damage instead of gaining it because their armor type might grant a big damage boost for the type of damage you're dishing out. And the moment they go to unarmored, they'll instead use their health type for determining what damage types grant a bonus or penalty. This results in the fairly bizarre meta strat for one particular piece of content being to carefully shred its armor almost all the way, but stop just short, so that you still retain the plus 75% radiation damage boost on that type of armor. Admittedly though, this doesn't come up much, and you can mostly just think of armor strip as a good thing. Especially now that the most common way to entirely strip armor, which was to spam corrosive procs on an enemy until it disappeared, has been removed, now that the devs have given it a maximum armor shred cap. Regardless, in practical use I don't actually give a shit about any damage type bonuses or penalties. They don't really matter for run-of-the-mill content, and constantly micromanaging my loadout to optimize my damage is not something I want to do anyway. What actually determines what elements I use are either the status procs those can dish out, since those can be very impactful, or what the souped up element type for that weapon type is, because for some completely inscrutable reason, the devs decided to give each weapon type one elemental mod that's significantly stronger than every other elemental mod. So that's cool. Anyway, the game actually provides a ton of different gameplay styles, often piecemeal and distributed according to your preferences. While personally I find melee weapons to generally outperform ranged weapons, there's a huge wealth of guns and bows to choose from, and there are plenty of builds that make great use of them too, so if that's your jam, go for it. The frame you choose and the build you put on that frame will likely determine a lot about how you play the game though, to the point you might find yourself not even using your weapons in some frames. Many of the frames have some sort of unique mechanic they base their gameplay around, such as Gauss's speed gauge, Saren's spore spreading, Limbo's rift plane, Octavia's musical instrument, Baruch's restraint gauge, Ember's heat gauge. I guess there's a lot of gauges now that I think of it, but the point is a lot of frames have an interesting synergistic kit that adds more spice to the game than would be there otherwise. Or if that's too much additional crap to wrap your head around while playing, there's also a wealth of frames that just make your life easier, allowing you to focus on the task at hand rather than managing your frame's unique mechanics. Getting a new frames is one of the main hooks of the game really, especially early on when you've been stuck with one of the starter frames for a while. I remember being rather excited to get my hands on Ivara, and once I did it was honestly one of the few times in life the thing I eagerly anticipated actually lived up to the hype. She's fun as fuck to play, letting you toggle on perma-stealth and set up zip lines and put enemies to sleep and kill things with her powerful exalted weapon, the Artemis Bow. Now that I've amassed quite the collection of usable frames though, I tend to just pick whatever's the best at cheesing whatever content I'm about to play. I imagine if you're a different type of player, you could just find a frame that you particularly enjoy, and use that for most everything too though. Especially given most content in the game doesn't really require anything resembling teamwork, but more on that later. Overall, I have two main issues with frame design as it currently stands. One, the abundance of useless abilities, and two, the abundance of abilities that are all basically just apply self-buff for like 30 to 80 seconds. Obviously, useless abilities are just wasted space, which is disappointing, and the gameplay garnered from managing and reapplying self-buffs isn't exactly riveting. It's just real annoying to manage timers in general, and unfortunately many frames get punished pretty hard when they forget to refresh the buff and let it run out. In Octavia's case, for example, letting your invisibility slip is a big whoopsie that will often result in you getting blasted, since you were probably relying on it to avoid taking damage. And it's pretty easy to let it slip because I can't tell what the fuck is going on with my buff bar when I play Octavia. I'm pretty sure that, plus literally all four of her abilities being glorified timers, is what results in her not being played much despite being quite strong. The game is also pretty inconsistent on if it lets you even refresh buffs. Some you just have to wait for it to wear off, some you can disable and re-enable, and others can be directly refreshed. Before I move on from talking about frames to weapons, I have to highlight one gameplay mechanic unique to frames that I find rather questionable, and that's the energy system. As mentioned earlier, each frame has 4 active abilities and a passive ability. As you might imagine, the game needs a way of gating your use of these active abilities so that you don't just constantly spam them without recourse. Now, most games will choose to implement this by giving abilities a cooldown and or have it consume a temporary renewable resource. Warframe by and large chooses to abandon the cooldown model altogether and puts all of its chips in the temporary resource basket, hence the energy system. The part of this system that frankly baffles me, however, is that this energy pool does not regenerate on its own whatsoever, and you don't even load into the game with anywhere near a full pool of energy either. I will note that rather recently they've added a mod that you can put on a frame that does allow you to spawn with up to 100% of your energy already available, so that's good, but still. The game, of course, does provide ways of regenerating your energy, the most basic and universal being that enemies will sometimes drop energy orbs that you can pick up to regain a small chunk, but that alone is far from adequate. The system is most egregious when you're first starting out, since you really haven't got the tools to manage your energy yet. So you're kind of just sitting there being like, why the fuck does this game give me all these abilities but not want me to actually use them? But then the odd adherence to a total lack of cooldowns on your abilities also leads to situations later where once you've got a good energy economy set up on a frame, you are able to constantly spam abilities without recourse as if there were no ability gating system at all. I guess that might not actually be a problem given there's some opportunity cost to having a good energy economy setup, but it does still strike me as odd at the very least. Also, remember how I said your energy doesn't regenerate on its own? Well, it turns out nestled within yet another one of the game's myriad systems is a passive ability that allows you to at will grant up to 30 seconds of quite a lot of energy regeneration to yourself and potentially to your allies as well. Since the only in-game cost to activate this is a small waste of your time, it's basically passive energy regeneration with extra steps. I'll go over the system that grants that ability in more depth later, but suffice to say that this one ability is so useful that it largely pushes all the other choices you have in that system out of viability for general use, especially early on. And getting your hands on this ability will likely be one of your main goals starting out in this game once you learn of its existence. Admittedly, since I first started playing, the choice situation has gotten a lot better, due to the addition of one other very attractive choice and a couple more decent ways of getting energy, but even then it's a hard sell because then you have to plan a good alternate way of maintaining energy or just use a frame that you don't need energy on. And on the topic of that energy regen ability, the implementation of it is pretty whack. To do it, you have to switch to operator mode, execute a void dash of at least some length which should spawn an energy regen bubble, switch back to your warframe, and then make sure your warframe makes contact with that bubble to get the buff. You might think that switching back to your frame right after dashing would just about guarantee you're in the bubble already, given you switch back in the same spot and the bubble is supposed to spawn in a circle around you. The problem with that is that it doesn't spawn around you, it spawns behind you. I'm pretty sure they fucked up the coding of how it spawns because it seems to spawn like a frame or two before you actually arrive at the spot, and with how fast you move in Void Dash, that's enough time to just about leave it in the dust. This issue was exacerbated significantly once I got the passive ability that increases the length and speed of my Void Dashes. Now I have to often literally walk backwards just to make contact with the bubble, and that sucks ass. Oh, and it also loves to just not spawn the bubble for no reason whatsoever. I often had to dash like 2 to 3 times to get the dumb thing to show up. Plus, the default PC controls for this whole process is insanely whack. They expect you to literally press the 5 key followed by Control Space while aiming at an appropriate spot, followed by pressing 5 again. Like what? Imagine the hand contortions that go into that thing you're supposed to do like every 30 seconds. Obviously you can just rebind this, but yeesh, this got me really wishing the energy regen was just a passive and not something I had to micromanage when I was first starting out. Nowadays I have this bubble spawning motion quite heavily reinforced in muscle memory, and I also gained the habit of continually doing it while playing, allowing me to absentmindedly continue to regen energy, so it's not that big of a deal. Although even that is an issue because that habit is useless when I do opt for the other choice and omit having access to the bubble, which inevitably results in me going through the motions to spawn a bubble like a dumbass. But I'm not done bitching. There's even more reason to whine about this bubble dash because it turns out switching to operator mode and back can be super fucking laggy and unresponsive in some cases if you're not the host, even when the ping seems fine. This is more of a problem with the operator mode in general than this, but since this prompts you to constantly be switching modes, it makes what would otherwise be a pretty solid gameplay experience into a real laggy pain sometimes. I got plenty of whack footage showing how the game not infrequently struggles to handle the switch, and I can't say I'm a fan. In the bubble's defense, I will say that it's nice that it applies this energy regen to any player who enters it, and keeps the timer maxed while you're standing in it, so the necessity of having it is mitigated somewhat by technically only really needing one person to have it and just entering their bubbles. It is not uncommon to spot an allied energy bubble and be able to saunter over to it to get free energy, so yeah, that's nice, especially for new players who don't have access to it at all. Anyway, all that being said, there are a number of other good energy management options, such as Arcane Energize, Building for Efficiency, Primed Flow, Entropy Procs, and even a freely craftable consumable item that will plop down an object that instantly restores a large chunk and disperses waves of even more energy in a small AoE. So once you're out of noob territory, you've got a lot of solid tools for handling it, and the energy pads alone may allow you to forsake the bubble dash if you wanted, I guess. But it's a pretty feels bad man to constantly be consuming and crafting limited use consumable items just to be able to play the game with reasonable consistency, which is why I and many others tend to stick to the bubble dash life. Alright, enough bitching about the energy system for now. As for weaponry, there's truly a metric fuckload of different weapons to choose from. Some of them kinda don't count, since much like with the frames, for many weapons there exists a prime version that completely obsoletes the base version, and many more is some sort of side grade version with remixed stats like the Vandal line of weapons. But there's also a lot of weapons with unique mechanics that give it some extra spice, like the Piranha Prime getting a Phantom Extra Gun to dual wield when you get 3 kills in quick succession with it, the Nell getting a powerful stackable buff for 2 seconds whenever you get a headshot kill, or the Legion gaining a temporary attack speed and toxin damage buff whenever you inflict a status effect with it. Some weapons also have unique augment mods that can add some unique property as well, such as dizzying rounds allowing Broncos to open enemies up for finishers at close range, or electromagnetic shielding letting you tank damage your allies are receiving while blocking with the Ack and Brunt weapon. Each new frame release is now also accompanied by a couple of new weapons that gain a special bonus when wielded by that frame too. And a lot of guns also feature secondary fire capabilities, practically making for 2 guns in one. So there's a lot of variety on display here. Personally, I haven't availed myself much of this variety though, since you can only really actively be attacking with one weapon at a time, and there isn't much reason to change what that weapon is once you found one that works for you. So for me, I mainly just find the melee weapon of choice and spam that. As I said, I tend to stray away from the non-melee weapons, though given I see so many people using guns all the time, I have to assume it's a popular and viable option. If you ask me though, if you were to line up all the pros and cons of melee versus range, pretty much the only point I could give in range favor is the actual range. That and not having to manage the combo counter, which melee weapons have to be concerned about. Aside from that, they have to deal with ammo, reloading, usually having very little AoE, generally dealing a lot less damage than melee, and resulting in an overall less mobile playstyle. Although I'll note my appreciation with a recent trend of publishing weapons that have infinite ammo and recharge instead of reload, that's definitely a step in the right direction. But I find the presumptive added risk of having to get close to be almost completely negligible in this game, with the only exception I can think of being Kuva Liches, who like to do an annoying as fuck grapple attack you can't prevent in any other way than playing keep away. Plus, in my experience, the range bonus guns have doesn't actually make for more efficient killing, since the damage tends to be relatively low and lacking in AoE, meaning it's probably faster to just jump in there and carve them up with melee. Although sometimes the devs will print a non-melee weapon that addresses these shortcomings, namely by making a high damage spammy AoE weapon that can actually compete with melee, but then that weapon also completely outclasses every other non-melee weapon in the game, so the devs always just wind up nerfing it into the ground. Most recently this happened with the Kuva Brahma, and before that it happened to the Ketchmoon. Ketchmoon is a kit gun, by the way, which is a modular weapon, or in other words, a Build-A-Bear kind of weapon. Melee weapons have an equivalent in Zaws, but they aren't that great. Well, according to this tier list I always see floating around, they're godlike, but I've never found that to be very useful personally. There's kit guns for both primaries and secondaries, and I can confirm the secondaries are pretty good, though I've never tried any of the primaries since they just got released without me noticing, and I don't have much incentive to try them out anyway. Because honestly, even when the Kuva, Brahma, and Ketchmoon were in full swing, I still don't think they held up to just using a good melee weapon. That being said, this would probably be a good time to unveil the final piece of the puzzle, the PC exclusive spin to win strategy. PC exclusive, you might ask? What? Well, turns out if you're on PC, you can pretty easily set up a macro that will let you spam slide attacks as fast as your character can manage just by holding down a key. And I hate to break it to console players, or people who just feel morally opposed to using a macro, but it also turns out it's the best general purpose strategy for killing mooks in the entire game. It used to be absurdly effective to the point it completely dwarfed all other strategies by several orders of magnitude, but after receiving an extremely heavy nerf, it's been reduced to just still being the best strategy in the game. It doesn't really work on console because in order to execute a slide attack, you have to input a slide plus melee attack button combo, and trying to mash this out just doesn't work very well. And real quick, if you're concerned about the illicit use of a macro, the devs already weighed in that it's fine. They're only against scripts that play the game for you while you AFK. Which apparently includes bots that can play songs on the game's unique musical instrument, which is kinda BM, but whatever. Personally, I really think they should just implement an explicit slide attack button so everyone could just spam it easy peasy, or just simply make all melee inputs convert to slide attacks while holding crouch, but since I've already got a pretty good solution, I don't really mind. The reason I find this tactic to be so effective is because it continually deals extremely heavy damage in a large radius around you while rapidly boosting you forward. That means you stay extremely mobile while killing enemies extremely quickly and you never need to reload or anything. The mobility is actually quite intense, to the point where I feel like even if console players could spam slide attacks just as easily, they'd still have a hard time using it since they would lack the ability to quickly steer their character with mouse aim. For me, I just hold a key and point my camera towards where I want to be, problem solved. Bizarrely, this strategy is actually explicitly pushed forward by the game thanks to the existence of mods that grant a boon to your melee weapon's critical chance, but only during slide attacks, though the Melee 3.0 update made those obsolete to just using regular crit chance mods, so now they're largely pointless. They also nerfed the shit out of the Adorax in that update, which was the premier spin-to-win weapon of choice, so it really seems like they tried to kill the tactic off. Ultimately, the joke wound up being on the devs though, since that same update seems to have also changed the input handling, which eliminated the whiffed inputs my macro was previously giving me, allowing me to crank attack speed and spam slide attacks much faster than I could before. I was able to replace the Adorax with the Orthos Prime, and while comparatively it has a much slower ramp up, a little less range, and needs more support to really shine, it handles a lot better, has an actually useful normal melee attack, and with a solid build it deals more than enough damage. So yeah, the strat is still alive and well, if marginally marginalized. And honestly, the more I look back at old footage of me using the Adorax, the more it just seems like a straight up side grade, since nowadays I'm rolling around at the speed of sound, whereas back then it was just fast enough. Anyway, thankfully the devs keep refining the combat mechanics over time. Recently they dropped a fairly comprehensive patch that addressed a lot of outstanding issues a lot of people have with the combat. They implemented shield gating to prevent you from getting one shot out of nowhere. They fixed the whack shotgun status chance calculation. They made status chance over 100% meaningful. They retouched the effects of all the status procs. They replaced self-damage on the weapons that had it with self-stagger. They made high-level enemies have significantly less armor and aiming skills since those were overtuned. They added an actual grenade indicator. They finally made Excavator's health actually scale with the level of the mission. They made the Infested faction hit harder because they're pussies. They finally scaled the maximum FOV to 90. They gave the squishier frame some extra base armor. And they finally allowed you to equip the same mod on both yourself and your companion. Most of these changes are great, though I'm still not keen on the self-stagger change, since for me all it did was remove the ability to easily amp up Chroma's Vex armor by yourself, and stagger is like the opposite of fun. Also, the shotgun status chance thing made one of my Rivens pretty useless, but whatever. And all these changes came hot on the heels of the Melee 3.0 rework, which I briefly mentioned earlier as being the update that tried to kill Spin to Win but failed. But that's just one of the things it did. Really, it was a pretty comprehensive rework they slowly rolled out over several patches that ultimately took a sledgehammer to the melee mechanics. They made slam attacks easy to aim, they replaced the useless channeling mechanic with the heavy attacks mechanic, they changed the combo counter from a slowly increasing damage multiplier to a more quickly increasing number that you're supposed to spend on heavy attacks. They made attacks cancelable with a roll, they added auto blocking, they changed all the stances so they have 4 different combo chains you can go down, except they neglected to actually do that for all of them, so now a handful of stances have awkward gaps in their moveset compared to every other weapon. They removed the concept of quick melee where you could use your melee weapon while having a gun equipped and just made it so you automatically instantly switch weapons whenever trying to melee or shoot. They significantly rebalanced a bunch of melee mods, and they significantly rebalanced the entire suite of melee weapons, largely buffing the shit out of them to compensate for the combo counter no longer acting as a damage multiplier. This update was a bit more hit or miss for me since they heavily nerfed my go-to strategy. The auto-blocking mechanic they implemented is absolutely asinine, and the input for heavy attacks was poorly thought out. Heavy attacks consume your entire combo counter, which I need to stay high because I run Blood Rush and Gladiator mods and sometimes Weeping Wounds, so I never want to use them outside of a build that focuses on heavy attacks. At first there was no way to avoid accidentally triggering heavy attacks because you could perform them by holding the melee key, and the amount of time you had to hold it scaled with attack speed to the point where it could be difficult to avoid triggering them. They've since patched that out thankfully, but now that means you need to input a separate key to perform a heavy attack, and it turns out that key doesn't work at all when your melee weapon isn't already out. So should you want to actually be using heavy attacks in your playstyle, you have to first either manually hard equip the weapon by holding down the weapon swap key, or you need to swing it at thin air once to equip it before you can perform the heavy attack. This is very awkward. As for auto blocking, 1, I literally just have 0 use for blocking, and 2, if it occurs in midair, the game forces you into an aim glide, halting any vertical momentum you had and replacing it with a slow downward drift. Given I don't want my character randomly aim gliding just because I have a melee weapon equipped, this mechanic is pants on head retarded and causes me to seriously question if the devs even play their own game. Also, the auto weapon swap instead of quick melee nuked my strategy of keeping an entropy weapon equipped while using melee, which used to be handy because it would effectively turn my secondary slot into free energy, but that's quite the nitpick. On the upside, the new slam attacks are great for mobility, the new input handling is great for my spin to win macro, and the spin to win nerfs were only heavy enough to make me adjust my build, not adjust my strategy. Which is probably not what the devs intended, but since I like spinning and winning, I'm glad it wasn't taken away from me. Alright, before we move on from talking about combat mechanics, now seems like a good time as any to touch upon the enemies in this game. There are three main enemy factions in the game: the Grineer, which are high armor dudes who like to shoot you, the Corpus, which are high shield dudes who like to annoy you, and the Infested, which are melee zombie guys that are always a good time since they mostly just like to run straight into your meat grinder. There's also a fourth faction, the Sentients, which are significantly rarer and significantly more powerful than the other factions. They have adaptive armor that makes them take less and less damage from whatever damage type you're hitting them with, only able to be reset by switching to your operator and blasting them, or through use of a couple special weapons. And they like to hover around in awkward positions, so they can be quite tough to kill. On top of that, they also tend to do a lot of damage, so they can be pretty rough to deal with. However, you really don't have to worry about them much because they never spawn outside of certain special circumstances. In recent years, they've been doing more events and adding more content that features this faction though, so it's becoming more relevant as time goes on. In practical gameplay terms, really all the factions mean is high-level Grineer are very tanky if you can't shred their armor somehow, and Corpus have nullifier enemies which you have to plan around and watch out for. But anyway, aside from bosses, there's basically only three types of enemies that exist. By overwhelming majority, most of them fall into the fodder category. These basically amount to little more than a radar icon that explodes in a shower of worthless loot and experience the moment you sneeze on them, provided your gear isn't crap. Works for me. Killing fodder enemies is fun. The only problem I have with these guys is that there usually isn't enough of them. The devs could go ahead and literally triple the amount of these guys in every situation. That would be great, thanks. The second type of enemy is the mild annoyance. These are rather rare, but notable because you notice them when they slightly annoy you. Good examples are Nox, who's just way too tanky and shoots some muck at you that slows you down, Prosecutors, who will stagger you through any CC immunity you might have and are almost completely immune to damage from all but one element, Shield guys, who are annoyingly proficient at avoiding damage, and that one infested drone that lays down a big toxin cloud. That guy's a dick. I'd probably also rope all the Xmas units in this list, which are basically souped up versions of basic enemies that have some sort of special power depending on what type of Xmas they are. Most types are pretty negligible, but one of them drains the energy of everyone around them, and one periodically emits a giant fiery AoE knockdown thing, so they can be fairly annoying too. But nothing too bad. The energy leech enemies do seem really outdated though. The only way to notice they exist is because your energy bar is mysteriously draining with no indication of why or how, which is your cue to either kill everything near you or to get out of the area. You'd think they'd highlight their existence or location somehow, if only just by looking different than other enemies, but they don't, so that's a bummer. The last type of enemy is the serious annoyance, aka the type I really wish would just get deleted from the game, because their sole function is to make me have less fun. Fortunately, only two enemies of this type spring to mind. Unfortunately, they're relatively common. First is the nullifier enemy that I briefly mentioned earlier. He's a dude that walks around with a protective bubble around him that prevents anyone from doing anything to him until the bubble is popped. Except it's not just a protective bubble, it's actually a destructive bubble, since if you touch the bubble you'll immediately lose all your buffs. If the bubble touches any ability you place down, it'll destroy what you placed, and while you're inside the bubble you can't use your abilities. Doesn't all that sound fun? And on top of all that, the bubble is very annoying to pop since it's completely immune to ability damage, it shrinks as you damage it, and it can only lose a quarter of its health at a time. So it'd take 4 shotgun blasts to pop the bubble, for example. Nothing about this enemy is fun, and a very common scenario is you turn the corner and ta-da, you're already standing inside the bubble of a nullifier you didn't know was there. Congrats on losing all your buffs. In the best case scenario, where you have plenty of energy to recast those buffs and you didn't need them to survive, then it's still really fucking annoying. In worse scenarios, it's downright infuriating. The other annoying enemy is the Grineer radar jamming drone. Some Grineer enemies can choose to spawn a radar jammer at will, at which point it will emit a sound cue, float up in the air, and prevent your radar from working until you destroy it or move out of its range. Not only by obfuscating enemy icons, but the whole map and your own player icon gets jammed as well. Spoiler alert, abruptly losing access to your radar isn't fucking fun. Maybe the devs think seeking out the sound cue or playing hot and cold with the radar jamming to find the stupid piece of shit is fun, but it's not. It's a frustrating chore. And since it floats well above the ground, this also notably puts it out of reach of my spin to win strategy, so the only time I can ignore it is if I move on from the area entirely. And finally, what about the boss fights? Well, these depend on the boss's unique mechanics of course, but a consistent pattern you can expect from the bosses is selective invulnerability. The devs like to waste your time by forcing you to go through several phases of the fight where the boss is completely immune to damage. A very common pattern with older bosses is you deal a set amount of damage, they become invincible, they do some horseshit you have to wait out, then you repeat until they're dead. And traditionally, bosses are just straight up immune to status effects too, which is pretty lame. More recently, they figured out that making the player wait around until the invulnerable phase is over isn't very fun, so they've implemented some more interesting mechanics to block damage, like how Prophet Taker is only vulnerable to one element at a time and switches elements after enough damage has been done, and then other times in the fight will go invincible until you can destroy all the pylons it shoots out. Destroying pylons isn't exactly riveting gameplay, but it's a lot better than just standing around waiting. Though Prophet Taker in particular loses points for spamming knockdowns and staggers at the player, which is rather irritating. That being said, they recently revamped the Jackal boss so that it has more invulnerability periods you have to wait out, so maybe I'm giving the devs too much credit. Anyway, there also exist roaming bosses who spontaneously spawn while you're going about your business on an unrelated mission. Unlike the bosses you explicitly take on a mission to kill, these guys can be entirely ignored if you want since they don't prevent you from completing the mission. In fact, when one of them spawns, for some reason your mission control lady panics and tells you to get the fuck out, which you actually can do and skip the rest of the mission, which is really cool. Although they do tend to like to lock you into whatever room you're in and force you to kill them or hack a door to escape, so there's that. I don't have a ton of insight on these bosses' combat mechanics other than spin to win still works just fine on them, so hooray. Well, except for the Wolf of Saturn 6, but we don't talk about the Wolf. Alright, whew, that was a long spiel. Now I can finally start talking in depth about all the meta systems that govern your gameplay experience. And first but certainly not least is the concept of Platinum. As you may or may not have surmised from the name of it, it's the premium currency of Warframe. You pay real money and you get Platinum in return. This process is the only way Platinum ever enters the economy, as there are exactly 0 in-game Platinum generating sources. And of course, Platinum is used to acquire or speed up acquisition of just about anything you could possibly want in the game, and given the main goal of the game is kinda just to accumulate stuff you want, it is quite valuable. However, a very key difference between this premium currency and others of its ilk is that while there is no way to straight up generate Platinum in-game, it is actually a tradable resource, so you can effectively generate it through trading. Players will give you Platinum for items you found through entirely in-game means if you can set up a trade with them. This definitely gives it a leg up over others in my mind. I usually hate when games or services convert your money to special in-house money, since usually all that does is just obfuscate the value of things you could spend it on, while also limiting you to only acquire in inconveniently sized bundles rather than allowing you to pay the exact amount you want for the thing you want to purchase. And don't get me wrong, Platinum still has all these problems, but being able to actually acquire it, and a lot of it, through in-game means makes that almost a non-issue. Anyway, there's a lot to talk about revolving around Platinum and how it affects the whole free-to-play paradigm, but I'll save that for later. I just wanted to get everyone up to speed with the concept first. The Foundry is basically the crafting station. It's a pretty simple concept. You just acquire the blueprint for the item you want, throw down whatever resources it asks of you at the Foundry, and wait for it to finish. The resources are of course consumed when you build the item. Sadly, as mentioned, the item doesn't instantly appear in your inventory upon submitting the requisite resources, but instead the Foundry just begins to build it, making you wait a predetermined amount of real time before actually granting you the item. And even then it's technically not yours yet, since you still have to manually claim it from the Foundry, and the game limits your actual inventory space very heavily, largely as an incentive to get you to drop money into the game for more inventory capacity. The only details about this system I've left out are that a select few blueprints are actually infinite use instead of being consumed on use, and of course you can pay Platinum to completely skip the waiting period. Build times can range anywhere from 1 minute to 3 days, with the juice use rewards taking the longest naturally. The Foundry is particularly important to the gameplay loop of this game, since unlike most sort of looty games, this game rarely directly rewards you with a new goodie, instead opting to reward you with blueprints for goodies or the resources required to craft them, or something even further from the end rewards, like Relics, which are their own rewards which need to be opened through gameplay to reveal additional blueprints. But we'll get to that. Until you reach the endgame of Warframe, your Foundry will likely be filled to the brim at most times, with tons of different items being under construction while you eagerly await their arrival, though once that time has passed, it's largely just relegated to being a Forma factory. Overall, I think the system in use here is okay. I'm not really a fan of time-gating rewards, especially to such a drastic degree, but as an incentive to pay money, I guess it's fairly inoffensive. There have only been a handful of times I really felt the sting of having to wait 3 days for a frame I wanted to play, and the option to skip it is there if you're willing. I do still have a couple of criticisms with the Foundry, however. For one, you can't queue multiple crafts of the same item. There are many situations where you want to build several copies of a single item, but the game forces you to manually claim the item and start a new build if you want to make another. This is obviously irritating. Also, do we really need to have a minimum 1 minute build time? More often than not, it just wastes my time for a minute as I wait for it to complete. Other times it's for an item I want to craft a ton of, and this combined with the lack of a queuing feature makes it quite a pain to do. There are technically some quest items that take less time and have a rush cost of 0 Platinum, but those don't really count. Other than those two issues though, I'm pretty happy with the Foundry system. Just getting another foundational concept out of the way here again so we're all on the same page. Mastery rank is this game's closest analog to overall player level. It's commonly shortened to simply MR, so keep that in mind going forward, because I'll be using that abbreviation at times. Also, the terminology for all of this stuff is technically rank, but if I slip up and say level instead of rank, I'll trust you'll know what I mean. And similarly, you basically just gain experience points in this game, but the terminology for it is always affinity, so if you ever hear me say affinity, just know that I mean experience points, aight? Anyway, you increase your MR by successfully completing mastery tests, which are themselves unlocked through acquiring equipment and ranking them up to max. Each unique piece of equipment in the game confers at least 3,000 mastery points when fully ranked, usually giving 100 points per rank. So even if you weren't much of a completionist, the game heavily incentivizes becoming one just so you can crank your MR up. Notably, you can only attempt one mastery test per 24-hour period, regardless of whether or not you pass or fail. So even if you're going as hard as humanly possible, it would still take at least 2 weeks to make MR 14, for example. And this is one of the very few things that actually can't be skipped with Plat. You're always subject to the 24-hour time gate. Mercifully, you are allowed to practice mastery tests as many times as you want before committing to your one attempt for the day, and the tests also tend to err on the side of piss easy, so I never actually failed any of them when I committed to undergoing the test proper. The time gate mostly serves as an impediment to new players who might otherwise progress through the early ranks much faster than that, and I guess a fuck you to anyone who fails the test. Well, I shouldn't say that, because if there's one thing I've learned from playing video games, it's that the larger the consequence for failure, the more tense the challenge, and it definitely holds true here. Due to that, a lot of the tests that are actually quite easy feel quite tense anyway, because you really don't want to eat a 24-hour penalty for failure, which makes them a lot more engaging than they would be otherwise. So what does your MR actually do? Well, a bunch of different things. As you can see from my spinny friend here, you gain an increased daily standing limit for the various factions in the game, a higher capacity for storing void traces, and your minimum capacity for mods increases by 1 on all your equipment. Plus, every other rank up you get a free loadout slot. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. MR also increases the daily focus cap by 5,000, it increases the maximum enemy level you can spawn in the testing sandbox area by 5, it increases the maximum daily trades you can do by 1, a lot of the gear in the game cannot be acquired without being a high enough MR, and much of the game's content is straight up off limits to you until you can rank up a bit. It's always desirable to increase, since early on it cordons off a lot of what you're allowed to do or acquire, and later on the increased caps and minimum capacity on equipment is really handy. MR definitely has a pretty sharp curve. At first, almost everything in the game is ripe for gaining mastery points, and the amount you need to rank up is very low, so you'll be hitting that mastery test each day like clockwork. As you rank up more and more, however, the available pool of equipment you haven't yet acquired and ranked shrinks smaller and smaller, while the amount you need per rank increases. So once you get into the highest MRs, the only equipment left to level is whatever is the most difficult to acquire or annoying to level, and you need a ton of it, so it starts morphing into more of a long-term goal. It is a pretty good goal though. It definitely served as the main carrot on the stick that I chased throughout my playtime. Without it, I'm pretty sure I never would have bothered to acquire most of the gear in the game, and I probably would have stopped playing a lot earlier, so I reached a point where I'm happy with my overall power level and versatility long ago. And while I enjoy playing the game, I don't see much point in playing if I'm not progressing somehow. Amusingly, the maximum MR is just based off the maximum amount of acquirable stuff in the game, so every time they add new content, the maximum amount of mastery points you can acquire goes up. When I started playing almost 2 years ago, the maximum MR was 26, and now it's 29. Although since some equipment is no longer obtainable but still confers mastery points, only old school players can be the first to hit the new ranks. Also, one thing to note about MR is there's a handful of equips in this game that are modular, so the game basically just chooses one part to count as the identity of the weapon. This is all fine and dandy. The annoying part about the system is for some reason you don't actually gain any mastery points from those equips until you first level them to full and then guild them, which prompts you to rename the equip and then usually gives it actually decent stats. I really don't have any clue why the devs want you to level modular equips once with a generic name and shitty stats before you can actually start leveling it proper, but that's how it works. So yeah, there's your overview of MR. The new player experience starts off looking great. You pick one of 3 frames to play as, you get some fancy intro cutscenes, and you're thrust into some fun, cool looking gameplay that serves as a tutorial sequence. Sadly, this doesn't last. Once you leave the tutorial, you're on your own, bud. Soon after, you'll run smack dab into the 2 impediments that define the new player experience: confusion and poverty. First off, confusion. Remember how I mentioned how the game explains absolutely fucking nothing to you way at the start? Well, there's no worse time for this to be the case than right at the start when you don't understand shit. The initial tutorial mission is okay, but once you complete that, the game throws its hands up and tells you to figure it out yourself. Actually, I wish the game did that. In reality, it just stops feeding you any useful info with no fanfare. I acutely remember my first excavation mission, wherein you have to, among other things, power extraction machines by delivering power cells to them. Cue me going into the game mode solo without knowing anything about it, getting yelled at by Radio Bitch to deliver power cells to the excavators, and me being like, okay great, mind explaining to me what the fuck a power cell is, what it looks like, how I obtain it, any of that? I literally had to quit out of the mission and Google it. Turns out the game mode has special enemies that drop canisters on the ground you have to manually pick up. When I first tried going in blind, I couldn't distinguish the random ammo drops from power cells, and I had no idea you could manually pick up items in this game anyway. They also make no effort to explain to you how you actually obtain new gear, so the player's first encounter of the arsenal screen is just filled with unobtained weapons sporting a platinum price tag, which can give off a rather poor impression. This game has a lot of intricate and complex systems that demand your understanding, and the fact that this game goes seemingly out of its way to provide you with roughly zero fucking information is a huge slap in the face that mars the experience for everyone, especially new players, although as mentioned, this is not limited to new players since this pervades the entire game's content. I mean, just look at the ability description for Oberon's Hallowed Ground. At first I was like, okay, cool shitty AoE you got there. But it turns out every ally standing in this AoE gets fucking status proc immunity, and if they're under the effect of his renewal ability, they also gain bonus armor. It does list the armor amount in Renewal's ability description,
Smoke weed.
but never bothers to explain what the hell that means. And this is not a cherry-picked example. Almost literally all of the ability descriptions in this game leave something to be desired and force you to go to the wiki instead. These days they've included a tips tab in the ability screen that makes some effort to explain the intricacies of a frame's kit, but this is a pretty slapdash solution. Also, remember how I mentioned those Eximus enemies that have special abilities? Well, the game of course never bothers to explain that they exist or what they do, so before I looked them up, I often found myself very confused as to why I was losing energy or where the hell these wall of fire knockdowns were coming from. So yeah, expect to have to constantly scour the wiki or ask other players questions to have any semblance of understanding this game. Even if you watch this whole vid and try to digest all the info I'm dishing out before ever playing, I can almost guarantee you there's still going to be plenty of important gaps in your knowledge. This frankly baffles the shit out of me because I remember watching the NoClip documentary on Warframe and they talked about how they tried a bunch of different onboarding systems to try and retain new players, but they were all unsuccessful because players have a good idea of what they're getting into and whether or not they're down for that, so they stopped iterating on it. I truly cannot fathom how they reached this conclusion, because it seems glaringly obvious to me that the main issue with their onboarding efforts is how it makes almost zero effort to explain anything to you. Admittedly, I never tried any of their previous onboarding iterations, but I can't imagine they ever had one that did a good job of informing players and then they just scrapped it for a system that doesn't at all. Second off, poverty. By and large, the whole overall goal of Warframe is to progress and get stronger and more versatile by acquiring gear and powering it up. Well, guess what you start the game with? A whopping goose egg. Nada. You don't have any resources, you have the lowest amount of inventory slots possible, your gear is all dog shit, you're at mastery rank 0, you have no standing with any organizations, etc, etc. You'll never be more impoverished in game than you are at the very beginning. Mercifully, the devs balance the first couple of planets so that you can still progress through them easily, even with awful gear. But the moment you progress to the point where you need actually decent gear, you run into a big problem, because you don't have decent gear. At this point, you'll be forced to do one of three things. Get other players to carry you, find a way to dig yourself out of the new player gear hole by yourself, or skip over the gear hole altogether by spending money. Or I guess 4 things, because you could also just stop playing the game here, I suppose. The self-sufficient path sounds enticing, and it is viable, but the game really goes out of its way to make it as rough as possible. The first order of business is to increase your master rank by acquiring a bunch of new gear and leveling it up. Except the game heavily limits the amount of equipment you can hold thanks to weapons, frames, companions, companion weapons, and Archwings all having their own restrictive slot limit. And slots are quite hard to come by. The only good way to get more is to spend platinum on them. You can also get a paltry few slot handouts from Nightwave, which is another thing we'll go over later, but that's pretty negligible, and new players can only really do a fraction of the Nightwave content anyway. You could, in theory, simply sell off any equipment that you level to max to make room for new equipment, but that sucks ass, especially when you're new and don't know what you might regret selling off. Notably, some weapons require specific other fully built weapons as crafting materials, so if you sell those off, you'll have to reacquire them later if you want to build the new weapon. The game, of course, never bothers to indicate that they might be useful as crafting materials later, so you either have to deal with the hassle of keeping track of all of them yourself, or just never sell off any weapons until you've crafted all the weapons that require other weapons to craft. But that itself is something you have to keep track of yourself too, so cool beans, game. Anyway, it's pretty clear here that the devs are using every tool in the box outside of directly selling power to try to monetize your participation in the game at this point. They rope you in with the first few days of being a fun, free-to-play game, but then you get hit with a huge progress wall that kind of just screams, buy platinum or toil in poverty for the foreseeable future. Now, as mentioned, you can acquire platinum in-game through trading, but your ability to trade as a new player is piss poor. Since you have nothing valuable to trade away, when you do acquire something valuable, you'll probably want to keep it. It's hard to acquire valuable things when you're very weak. The 50 starting platinum they hand new players is untradeable. You can't trade until MR2. You only get a small handful of daily trades until you can increase your MR more. And trading is just kind of a confusing clusterfuck that it just about requires a clan dojo to perform the trade in, which new players may not have. I found that gaining platinum through in-game means instead of spending money is extremely valuable, but only once you're already over the new player hump when all those obstacles I just described dissipate. Now, to be fair, this isn't all to say that you're going to need to spend money to get over that new player hump, only that if you don't, it's probably going to take you a hot minute to work your way up to a really competent power level. I recently started a new account so that I could get some new player footage for this video and also to refresh my memory on the new player experience, and I was kind of surprised to find that I didn't really ever get walled out of progressing at any point, despite just trying to power through the objectives as quickly as possible. 2 of the junctions gave me some trouble, and on one particular solo mission I was one death short of dying so many times that I'd fail the mission, but I managed to press on anyway. And then I unlocked Rhino, which makes the game way easier. I largely stopped playing that account just because progressing past where I'd already gotten was going to take a ton of time that I didn't want to waste, not because I felt like I was being overwhelmed by the poverty to difficulty ratio. Even if I got to that point, I imagine I'd have unlocked enough stuff to just run some basic platforms, which would allow me to power up and continue on. On my main account, after I played for something like 7 to 10 days, I decided that I was probably going to be in for the long haul, and I wanted to free myself from the suffocating lack of inventory slots, so I opted to go the cash money route and just dropped $80 on the mid-tier Prime Access bundle thing, which gave me like 2,500 plat and a handful of powerful equipment. For the record, I don't regret that purchase at all, since it did an excellent job of getting me over that new player hump, and it's the only money I've ever spent on the game for all the hundreds of hours I've gotten out of it, but it's really not necessary to progress. The trade-off is that you'll have to toil in poverty for a much longer time if you want to refrain from ever spending a penny on this game. In any case, the last option of getting carried only really seems viable if you have some legit friends to help you out, because if you try to rely on matchmaking with randoms, you'll soon find that nobody fucking plays the missions you're trying to complete. Turns out, most of the time, the missions you're taking on to progress in the early game are only ever joined by other players in the same boat as you, and it also turns out the odds that you and even one other new player queue up for the same mission at around the same time is quite low. I remember early on being uncertain if I had even enabled multiplayer because everywhere I looked was a fucking ghost town. And one other new player probably won't be that helpful anyway. You'll probably need someone with some degree of competence to assist you. So yeah, that's how it goes. Also, on the same note of new player poverty, this is where the credit system is at its ugliest. Credits are the primary in-game currency, not counting the premium platinum currency. They're untradeable, and in fact trading in general requires that you spend credits to complete the trade as a sort of tax. They're required for just about everything you want to acquire that isn't dropped directly, whether it be a build in the Foundry, a blueprint from the market, or a trade from another player. There are a couple of good ways of earning massive piles of credits to the degree you'll never have to worry about them again, namely the index and profit taker runs, but new players don't have access to either of these things. Profit taker is hard, and the index requires you to bet large amounts of credits up front. When I first played the game, there were regular alert missions I could go on that would reward me with several thousand credits, which significantly alleviated the problem, but alerts have since been deleted from the game, and its successor Nightwave does not really address this problem. That kinda just leaves you with just random basic credit drops and rewards for all the content you can actually complete, which amounts to a paltry trickle of funds, not nearly enough to satisfy all the requirements thrown at you. As such, one of your other main goals as a new player is probably just getting to a state where you can actually do the index or profit taker, so you can effectively grind your credits up to a decent spot. Another big new player bummer is that, despite the wealth of different warframes that exist in the game, new players are likely going to be stuck playing their starter frame for a while. This is because without spending large amounts of plat, or straight up money, the fastest you could theoretically acquire a single new frame is 3.5 days due to Foundry build time. But even that is likely not going to happen, because you first have to acquire all 4 component parts for a frame to build it, and then acquire all the resources you need to craft all 4 components. Given you start off with no resources, very few areas that will actually drop Warframe components, and no access to areas that drop certain different kinds of resources, it's probably going to be a while before you can get your hands on another frame to work with. You might be able to sidestep this a bit with some Twitch Prime loot or something, as I did to get Trinity Prime in my early days, but this isn't exactly a reliable solution. I would like to offer one significant upside a new player has over veterans though, and that's all the cinematic quest content the game inundates you with fairly early on in the game. There's a glut of special quests in this game that often completely break from the regular gameplay experience, and they're filled with cinematics and unique voiceovers and storylines and stuff. It's actually pretty dope, and I was really impressed and entertained going through them as a newbie. Sadly, after a few days of going through all this flashy content, you'll have completed all of it, and then you'll realize that was all the content of that nature that they ever put in the game throughout its entire runtime, and now there's no more left. If anything, this game is probably worth picking up just so you can plow through all that content. It's pretty fun, you don't have to stay on board for the long-term grindy shit that comprises the actual game. You can go back and replay those quests by accessing them through the codex too, but there really isn't any point beyond nostalgia. Overall, it should be said that the new player experience is vastly different than the veteran experience. As a new player, you're going to be spending all your time doing quests, progressing on the star chart, desperately trying to acquire some decent gear to work with, and being incredibly confused all the time. For a long-form game, Warframe is actually surprisingly finite, so once you've done all that stuff, it's done with for good and you'll never really do it again. At some point, you transition into being an MR hunter, where you're powerful and self-sufficient enough to handle whatever the game throws at you, and you've already completed all the quests and stuff, so the main thing left to do is just acquire and level a bunch of different gear to increase your MR. That and playing new content is all that's really left after a while, and then even MR hunting can die out once you've just basically acquired all the gear in the entire game, pretty much only leaving new content, value trades, and login rewards as an impetus to keep playing. That and the game still being fun, I guess. Point being, if you're feeling the sting of new player poverty, just know that it's temporary and the game really kind of opens up once you got some momentum going behind it. It's just difficult to get that momentum going without spending money, unfortunately. Alright, I've already briefly mentioned both of these things because this game is so interconnected with its various systems that it's basically impossible to talk about one thing in a vacuum. But now to get into the details. First off, mods are by and large the main asset that determines the strength of your equipment. Every single thing that you can equip, not counting gear items, has an accompanying mod page that allows you to slot in mods to upgrade that equipment. To mod something, you just go to its mod page and drop a mod into one of the available slots. Ta-da! That thing will now be under the effect of that mod. And this is the chief way of actually accruing power in this game, by acquiring strong mods and using them. But of course, you can't just slap every mod you have on whatever you want. Equips have a finite number of slots to place mods in, and the overall capacity you have for mods is limited as well. Capacity is a pretty straightforward concept. Mods cost X capacity and you only have a total of Y capacity. If you have less available capacity than the amount a mod demands, you can't place the mod. Your max capacity for an item is dependent on both the rank of the item, which generally goes from 0 to 30, and whether or not you've dropped a rare consumable item on it that doubles the capacity. Your mastery rank also determines the minimum capacity, as mentioned earlier. So this is where polarities and Forma come in. Each mod is assigned one of a handful of different polarities, and the slots you can place mods into can also have a specific polarity, although they're usually just blank. If you place a mod into a slot of a matching polarity, the capacity cost of that mod is cut in half. Or in the case of auras or stances, which for some reason add capacity, a matching polarity will double the capacity gain. Conversely, if you try to place a mod into a slot of a differing polarity, it'll still work, but it'll increase the capacity drain by a quarter. So what a Forma does is allow you to change the polarity of any given mod slot into whatever you want. Except the Umbra polarity, because that one is special and requires a special Umbra Forma to do. Sadly, using a Forma will also reset the rank of the item you used it on back to 0, so you'll have to level it up all over again to actually receive the benefit more often than not. Also, mods have ranks, with higher ranks consuming more capacity but having a more powerful effect. Since you're more limited by total slots than capacity, it's generally wise to max out or near max out each mod you're using. This requires spending Endo to do, with the cost doubling for each rank, and since Endo isn't particularly easy to come by, it's another fairly effective carrot the devs can put on a stick. Okay, now you know how all that works. So, there's really only one inherent flaw I see with that system, and that's the inflexibility of polarities. This applies most heavily to Warframes, as one Warframe is often capable of multiple vastly different builds that exhibit vastly different strengths. So you often encounter a situation where build A will only work with a certain number of slots assigned to certain polarities, and the same goes for build B, but it needs different polarities. You only have a handful of bad solutions to address this. Completely give up on one of the builds, make a half-assed compromise version of both that allow you to use the same polarities, or actually acquire a whole extra redundant copy of the item you're using so that you can give it different polarities to use. The latter might sound workable, but in practice it's really awkward and takes way more resources and time. There used to be a problem with auras and stances only taking one polarity, thus locking your build into one polarity choice for all those types of mods. But in more recent times they've implemented the aura and stance Forma, which when applied will allow you to use any aura or stance mod and have it automatically match polarity, so that's no longer an issue thankfully. But there still doesn't exist such a Forma that you can apply to regular mod slots, so the polarity problem still exists there all the same. Worse still, the Exilis slot continues to exhibit the exact same problem that Aura and Stance mods had, since there doesn't exist an Exilis Forma. Aside from that small issue, I'll also take this time to express my overall disappointment with the mod selection. First off, it's just filled with completely useless dog shit. Only a small minority of mods in existence are actually any good. And often those mods are so good that they're not even really choices at all. For most types of equipment in this game, anywhere from 4 to 6 mod slots are brain-dead non-choices, which leaves you with little wiggle room for customization. Further, I'd like if mods could make more of an attempt at actually providing fun effects instead of simply cranking up the numbers. There are a number of mods like this in existence, but they're often pushed out of viability by the opportunity cost of losing a stat mod. Even the recently released compromise mods, which are meant to replace stat mods with slightly worse stat mods that also provide some extra utility, are pretty useless since the utility offered doesn't really compete with the power lost. I will say that they do a much better job providing customizability to frames, since unlike most equipment where you're just trying to optimize a single metric, namely damage for weapons and survivability for companions, on frames you're trying to balance a bunch of different stats and make a build that emphasizes the one you want. I should also mention the existence of augment mods, which are special mods that either affect one particular weapon or one particular ability of one particular frame. This is a decent idea, I suppose, but ultimately far more often than not the mods are either not worth using or borderline mandatory. So in the former case they might as well not exist, and in the latter case it's like you're playing with only 7 basic mod slots instead of 8 and have to take a capacity penalty. So that could perhaps use a rethink as well. Also, the Exilis slot is a bit odd. When I first started the game, I was like, oh cool, they made a dedicated utility/quality of life slot. That's a smart move. That means I can put on enemy radar or loot detector or something without feeling like I'm gimping my character by not using mods that directly boost my power. It directly addresses the issue I have with how trading power for utility isn't worth it. But then I learned about the drift mods, which are Exilus mods that do provide a direct boost to power. So then I was kind of bummed about the slot, since providing direct stat boost seems to undermine the intent of it. But those mods only provide a marginal boost, and as I've continued to play, I've found that they do seem to be appropriately balanced against the utility mods in the same slot. I often find myself adding additional enemy radar or making my bullet jumps faster instead of adding 15% range or strength, since on many builds those are just more impactful changes to have. The main qualm I still have with the slot is that it starts locked on every frame, and you need to apply an Exilus adapter to that frame to unlock it. Further, the build cost for crafting one in your Foundry is out of whack, so it only really makes sense to pony up 20 plat each time you want to use the Exilus slot on a new frame, which kinda just seems grimy and money grubbing to me, but I guess they gotta monetize somehow. And though I may not be directly spending money, I've effectively made them a bunch of money by taking plat from other players and deleting it. And on that note, I guess that makes for a pretty good segue. So, there's basically only 3 types of items in Warframe. Tradable items, non-tradable items that are nonetheless still purchasable with platinum directly through the official shop, and non-tradable items you have to actually go play the game to acquire. Technically there's a 4th kind, the completely unobtainable kind that is neither tradable nor obtainable, but those are pretty negligible and they tend to be hidden from view. Because platinum can be acquired via trading away items you own to other players, that means all items in the entire game, barring those unobtainable items, can be acquired simply through spending time playing the game. This is, as you might imagine, an excellent paradigm for a player who would like to not spend money on the game, though as mentioned, they try to make this method of obtaining platinum as non-viable as possible for new players. I can certainly confirm that it becomes more than viable once you're set up well enough though. It becomes quite easy and sustainable to go out and acquire valuable items to sell off, and then just use that platinum to acquire everything you want. This also means that if you think about it for a second, the true currency of Warframe is actually time, not platinum. And that means if you're like me and can't help but treat games as an optimization puzzle, then almost every time you want a tradable item, you're going to acquire the requisite platinum and trade for it instead of directly earning it yourself, because it's more time efficient to farm the most valuable tradable items in the game and sell them off to buy the things you want than it is to directly earn the things you want, unless the time it takes to perform the trade makes it comparatively inefficient. This can also hold true for many untradable items offered in the official shop. Often it may take less time to farm up and trade away enough valuable items to buy the thing you want than it does to actually earn the thing you want through doing whatever the game demands of you to receive it as a reward directly. Of course, the math on this is often extremely fuzzy because it can be very unclear how long either of these things would take, so usually in that case you just assess which path would be more fun for you and do that. It's easier to assess this for tradable items because they compete in the same trading space. Only if the wasted time of actually performing the trade bumps the time efficiency below just acquiring the item directly does it make sense to acquire the item directly. I mean, you may be an entirely different kind of player than I am and just not want to play the market at all. I imagine a lot of players would rather just go directly earn most of everything they want. I mention all of this mostly to emphasize just how big of a role trading can have in your experience playing the game. Since the main overarching goal for my playtime has always been to increase my MR and obtain items I want, and since I feel compelled to strive for efficiency and value maximization in all things, trading is kinda half the game for me. Nearly every action I decide to take in the game, aside from just exploring new content and acquiring untradable gear, is predicated on the rate at which that action generates tradable value, which is why it deeply, deeply saddens me to inform you that Warframe's trading system is complete fucking dog shit. Trading in this game is awful. It may just be the worst trading system I've ever seen in any modern game. It reminded me a lot of Path of Exile's trade system, which also sucks ass but to a lesser degree, so if you're familiar with that, you'll be pretty familiar with this. Sadly, Warframe lacks any sort of in-game centralized player marketplace or auction house or whatever you want to call it. The only way to trade with another player is to manually set up a trade. Every exchange of goods between players in Warframe goes through this trade window, which you access by being in the same area as another player that allows trades and then initiating or accepting a trade with them. So how the system works is sellers and buyers will announce somewhere that they are interested in buying or selling X goods at Y prices, and then hope another player will come across that communication and contact them for a trade. The game offers only 2 real in-game avenues for advertising trades you'd like to make, those being the perennial trade chat channel, which is of course a completely unusable clusterfuck, and the space called Maru's Bazaar, where players can set up a shop of up to 6 items in a slightly modified trade window and hope some other player will stumble across them and want to haggle or something. They literally have to stand there in AFK, and the space is instanced, so there's only going to be a handful of player shops accessible, and to top it all off, the trade tax is actually 10% higher in this area than the default. So that whole system seems like a complete waste of time for all involved parties, and I'll not waste further time pretending they're viable options. The only notable thing about those two methods is that other people do actually use them, though I suspect everyone in Maru's Bazaar is actually a bot. But in order to glean some sanity out of this system, the first thing I did was look to see if there were perhaps a player-made online marketplace I could use instead, and thankfully there is. So by using this website, which I guess has to be part of the review even though it's not Warframe because of how incredibly important to the game it winds up being, you can simply list a buy or sell offer for any tradable item, and it will list it alongside every other offer anyone on the site has made, like an actually sensible system. But of course, in the dev's infinite wisdom, the game doesn't have any sort of API the site can hook into, so what's listed on the site may not match up with the reality. Mostly this just means players' online status is a crapshoot since they have to remember to manually toggle it on and off on the website, but it also makes Rivens almost impossible to sell. We'll talk about Rivens later though. I will say the site does a very admirable job of working with what it's given, and I have no complaints to levy at the site itself. It's actually very well made and performant. But as far as the whole trading process goes, we're just getting started, folks. This shit show is just the tip of the iceberg. So, from start to finish, let's go through how you make a trade via use of the site. And this will also largely apply to trades made through Trade Chat as well, but I'll leave that at that. Here are the steps. 1. Find a buyer or seller. 2. Contact that buyer or seller to arrange a meeting. 3. Form a party by having one invite the other. 4. Load into the party host's clan dojo and wait for the other guy to finish loading too. 5. Find the trade machine inside that dojo and use it to initiate the trade once you're both loaded in. And 6. Navigate the UI and complete the trade. That's already quite a pain in the ass just looking at it, even if you assumed everything worked quickly and without issue. But it does not work quickly and without issue. So let's break it down. Thanks to the existence of Warframe.market, this isn't too painful, again barring Rivens, since an actually sensible marketplace system makes it easy to find buyers and sellers at the most competitive prices. The main issue here is that this is completely segregated from the actual game and not a real marketplace, so instead of just pressing a button and purchasing it directly, you have to find someone who is actually online and not AFK to arrange a rendezvous. The only way to know if someone is online or not is essentially the honor system, where a user sets their status on the website to online and that's what it will report. It's very easy to forget to turn this on or off, meaning people will waste their time contacting online/AFK players, and people who are happy to sell will have forgotten to turn it on, blocking otherwise good trade opportunities. Also, I think that's why one time I received a temp ban from the site, since I forgot to set myself as offline for several days. This honor system also applies to the contents of the trade. There's nothing to verify you actually have the goods you're offering, which can and has caused its own issues. But let's say you manage to contact an active online player who is actually buying or selling what they purport to be buying or selling. That leads us to... Even if you've gotten through to someone, you still gotta actually arrange the meeting. Two main issues crop up at this stage. One, you can't trade willy-nilly whenever you want with whoever contacts you, so if whoever gets contacted is busy in a mission or in a party with other players, they might not be able or willing to drop everything to go make a sale. Even if they are, they might have the person who reached out to them wait for several minutes for them to finish what they're doing first, which obviously isn't much fun for anyone. In fact, I'm kinda surprised I haven't seen people trolling with this. I would think it would be pretty easy to just list coveted items at bargain prices and ask people to hold on a couple minutes for the sale with no intention of ever meeting. You can make a ton of people just sit around waiting for you. That's a very high-tier troll. But anyway, the other issue is that it can be pretty hard to tell that anyone contacted you at all. I used to have a big complaint that there was no chat notification audio slider, making it very easy to have the notification sound go unnoticed, and making it somewhat prohibitive to leave running in the background since you'd also have to listen to all the ambient sound effects, but they patched one in, so thank goodness for that. You are going to have to set everything else to a very low value, otherwise it's still liable to fly under the radar during gameplay though. As for the actual visual indicator getting a message, that's still a problem since it's still insanely subtle. Watch this. Yeah. It hides itself after a little while too. Do you think you would notice that while focusing on gameplay? I sure don't. I only notice when the chat box expands to full, which would only either be at the very end of the mission or when someone in the mission says something. I suppose this could be remedied somewhat by moving the chat box to a more obnoxious location on the screen, but I'd really rather not do that. Anyway. Assuming you're actually on the same page as the other party and are ready to make a trade, you still have to actually form a party. Sadly, what with Warframe heavily basing its whole model around peer-to-peer connections, this is all too often easier said than done. There is a very strong chance that players will be unable to join my party, but I can join theirs. Sometimes it'll just fail to deliver the invitation at all, and that's generally when it'll hit you with this goddamn port shit. At least I've been able to fix it via rebooting my router, and it's pretty rare, but fuck is that annoying. Though that's more of a general P2P issue, I guess. Also, Warframe is a pretty crappy party system that struggles to ever keep anyone together, so unless you're just making trades with other people in your party already and the invites are actually working, you'll have to leave any party you may have been in if you want to make a trade. This got very annoying when I was playing with friends, because I either had to keep ditching them to make trades or just miss out on trades. But yeah, there's not a lot to say about the step other than it's annoying and it frequently doesn't work as it should. Yes, only the hosts. If the host enters their dojo, his entire party gets pulled into the dojo with him for whatever reason. I believe how it works is that if you go to your own dojo as a client, nothing will happen to the host, and if you exit any dojo, it kicks you out of the party. Yeah, it's pretty bizarre. So this actually has a ton of issues. For one, not everyone actually has a dojo, which is rare, but it stonewalls the whole process pretty effectively. I've had this happen to me even, because when you switch clans you effectively have to wait 12 hours before you can enter the dojo, since you have to craft a dojo key first. Plus every public clan in this game is eager to kick you if you stop playing for a week. For two, actually loading into a dojo can be problematic, believe it or not. This game is mad buggy, and loading into the dojo is no different. Many times now the player I've invited has shown up in the dojo and the game allowed me to initiate a trade window only for them to tell me they're still stuck loading, which I've since learned requires a relog to fix. I've had a few variants of them showing up in the dojo, but it clearly being buggy and still not working too. Recently it's been reasonably common to have the other guy announce that he's in the dojo but he isn't on my screen, so we have to back out and try to load in again. Also have noticed that if I can't get them to join my party, as often happens, I'm forced to have them invite me to their dojo. Sometimes the combination of these factors can completely stonewall trading, since I can't get them into my dojo unless they're in my party, and they might not even be able to access their own dojo. So yeah, that's real annoying. I think technically you can both go to Maru's Bazaar and do a manual kiosk trade there, but I haven't done it, and it's certainly not meta. In addition to these issues, it also takes a hot minute for people to load into your dojo. I spent a truly ridiculous amount of time just waiting for players to load into my dojo for a trade. The average wait time feels somewhere around 20 to 30 seconds. I really don't know why this is, maybe solid state drives still aren't meta yet. I don't remember having such issues loading into missions with other players, but maybe that's because the game will usually let you start playing before everyone is loaded in. Anyway. To actually start the trade, you have to have one player navigate to a trade machine in the dojo and use it to initiate trade with the other player. They used to not even be marked on the map, but thankfully that has since been fixed. The number of times I had to jump around a host dojo searching for the trade machine before that change was downright comical though. But even now you have to hope that if you're going to someone else's dojo they'll actually know how to navigate to their own trade machine, since there's no guarantee it's anywhere near where you spawn and it may be difficult to locate. That being said, I did learn over 800 hours of playtime into the game that you can actually circumvent the trade machine and manually set up a sort of storefront, much like you can in Maru's Bazaar, but you'll have to be next to each other and interact manually instead of just one player needing access to a machine. I'm glad this failsafe is here, but it's pretty rough and I had no idea it existed for a long time, and it's just mitigating yet another symptom of a horrible system that shouldn't exist anyway. This is basically the only step I don't completely hate, because their trade window is pretty solid. It's quite usable, and the double-sided confirmation system is quite good for preventing bad trades. The only awkward thing about it is each trade slot doesn't allow for stacking, so some tradable items that you might want a lot of can be rather impractical to trade, since you can only get 6 per trade. Though it's worth noting, issues can continue to crop up in this stage. Sometimes it'll just say trade failed, sometimes it goes through but it doesn't look like it did until you load back out of the dojo, sometimes players will just sit on this window for minutes like an asshole, and so on. Which leads me to the hidden 7th step that pervades the entire process: dealing with people. This includes newbies who haven't got a hang of the convoluted trading system yet, people who struggle to communicate in general, often due to a language barrier, people who just straight up ghost you after contact, and more. Only about half my buyers clearly communicate their intent and then follow through without much issue. The other half, there's some kind of issue that makes performing the trade quite a pain or outright impossible. The sensible alternative to all this crap is obvious: an actual in-game marketplace. Just take this format and make it in-game, bypassing all the meeting up shit. I should be able to search for item X, see that player Y has it listed at the lowest price regardless of their online status, press a button, and then have that item in my inventory for the cost of that price. This would probably ruin my margins between buy and sell offers, but that's a small price to pay for not having to deal with this horse shit. I know there are some arguments against having one, but Christ, I can't even begin to fathom preferring this system. It's so bad! There are also a lot of good compromises that would help things out. For example, how about instead of all this dojo shit, I just right-click the homie's name, then trade, and then the trade window would pop up. In a perfect world, you could even do this mid-mission, and now that the devs made the notifications capable of successfully grabbing my attention, I wouldn't ever again have to make a choice between making a sale and completing a mission, or make a poor soul wait for me to get out of it. Wouldn't that be nice? But here we are. Final note about trading: there are even more roadblocks. You can't trade with starter plat, you can't trade equipment to players who are too low MR to equip it, the trade tax can also block trades if someone is too poor, and sometimes you'll go to make a trade only to find your inventory is full and you've got to free up space or get more slots. None of these are obvious to the other player trying to make a routine trade until they're actually at the trade window getting blocked, and none of these are obvious period because the game neglects to tell you any of that, as it is wont to do. Anyway, before moving on, I figured I'd first mention some decent ways to actually make platinum, and how it results in my platinum counter constantly ticking up even though I'm not even trying to get platinum. This is more for existing players because I'm going to be mentioning a bunch of shit that I haven't got to yet, so it probably won't make any sense if you're not already familiar with the game. First off is running void relics. This is probably the most obvious way to make plat, since the reward is always either a reasonably valuable tradable item or a Forma blueprint, which is itself worth about 12 plat, but not in tradable value. Of course, you should liquidate the low value items into Ducats though. The other focus platform I used to do is to run the tier 4 Cetus bounty that can award Augur Reach, since they sell for about 15 plat a piece and are reasonably common to acquire, plus you get some lenses that also sell for a handful of plat. I only really ran those things for plat early on when that seemed the ideal route to progress. Nowadays I just run the relics for Forma blueprints and get incidental value from the other rewards, and I get enough residual plat from my other sources that I haven't felt the need to explicitly farm it in a long time. As for those residual plat sources, a really nice source of plat I've leveraged for a while is buying Archwing parts from the Syndicates with the free daily standing you earn each day from just playing the game. You spend 20k rep and get an Archwing part in return, so I just list every Archwing part I have access to on the market, and when someone wants it I go buy it for them. I guess this is one advantage to not having a direct in-game marketplace, as I can list items I technically don't own. This has diminished in profitability over time though, sadly. Parts used to go for about 14 to 15 plat, but now it's more like 10 to 11. Nightwave is easy plat too. Hopefully nobody watches this video, so my strat isn't exposed and it drives down the market prices, but spoiler alert, Nightwave creds are actually more valuable than platinum point for point. And yet, if you look at the dev's value proposition, that's clearly not what they had in mind. An Orokin catalyst or reactor can be purchased directly for 20 plat from the shop, but the cost in Nightwave creds is a whopping 75. Hate to break it to anyone who's been spending creds on that, because whoo boy is that a waste of creds. Instead, buy a valuable aura mod from the shop and wait a tick for it to rotate out of the Nightwave offerings. Each mod only costs 20 credits, and they'll sell anywhere from 20 to 40 platinum depending on which mod and how long it's been out of the Nightwave offerings. That's easy money! Aside from that, once you got most things in the game, everything valuable that drops is free platinum, because you don't need a second copy of anything, and as a result, nowadays it's honestly almost harder for me to lose platinum than it is to gain it, and I'm not even trying. Although if you do want to waste platinum, look no further than the official shop's listing of basic resources. Don't buy these. For the love of God, don't buy these. These are all just predatory noob traps. Seems BM as fuck that these even exist, but whatever. As mentioned, it's very difficult to leverage trading as a new player though, which calls the whole free-to-play thing into question a bit. Your access to trade, goods to trade, and platinum to pay for trades is extremely low early on if you haven't spent any money, and it can be rather difficult to farm valuable items since you're so weak. That being said, it's not too hard to acquire an open lith relics to get your hands on some goods to trade, so it's not all bad, but it'll be slow going at first. Oh, and I guess one final thing I should mention about the whole free-to-play economy is how you can spend plat on purely cosmetic items. That kinda goes without saying though, what free-to-play game doesn't let you buy cosmetics? That's just leaving money on the table. I'm not a big cosmetics guy, as evidenced by my barren orbiter and lack of a user icon, so I haven't got much to say on this note. It's there.
Here we go.
Well, you can't have a pseudo MMO without clans or guilds or whatever, can you? You know the drill, clans are player-made organizations consisting of a bunch of other players and one initial clan leader. There's also a hierarchy of assignable roles, each with their own permissions and titles, which are both freely editable by anyone in the clan who's been granted permission to do so. Although, frankly, I had no idea that was a thing until I just looked it up. Anyone who's not already in a clan can freely make one at any time simply by selecting an option in the main menu and giving it a name. Clans are also separated into tiers, with each tier having a maximum player count and a multiplier on materials needed to sacrifice to complete clan research objectives. These always match at a 10-to-1 ratio, so the lowest clan tiers have a cap of 10 players but a multiplier of only 1, whereas the highest tier clans have a cap of 1,000 players but a multiplier of 100. Notably, each clan also comes with its own highly customizable home base referred to as the clan dojo. These start as just a bare-bones room, but players with the requisite permissions can start builds on new rooms and hallways, and there are ample options players can use to decorate their dojos as well. From what I've observed, apparently a lot of players enjoy decorating, so if that's your thing, I suppose this is a great outlet for that. Clans also have ranks, not to be confused with the tier system I just mentioned, as they gain clan affinity anytime you build a functional component for the first time, whether that be a new useful room or your first trading post or just any new clan research item. As far as I can tell, the only thing this does is enable a temporary ascension ceremony where all the clannies can stop by and collect some endo from the ascension altar placed inside their dojo. I've never seen one of these in my life though. If you're like me, all you want to know is what's in it for me. And on that note, there's two things. The first is that you more or less need a clan to do trades with other players, as that's the only place you can find a trading machine. As mentioned, you can theoretically trade in Maru's Bazaar, but that's super awkward for reasons already described and is nowhere near the meta. I've made a lot of trades over my Warframe career, and I've always done them inside a dojo. Only one of two players actually needs a dojo, since the dojoless player can be invited to the other player's dojo instead, but relying on this is unwise, since the other player may also not have a dojo, or more commonly, you encounter connection issues that bar you from joining the other player. The other thing you get out of a clan is all the various items you can acquire that are exclusively obtained via clan research. A good fraction of the game's gear and blueprints and whatnot is locked behind clan research, so if you want those things, you're going to want to join up on a clan that has those things. This also means it's not particularly viable to make your own dummy clan for trading, because then you lose out on all the different researchable items unless you pony up the requisite build cost yourself, which is quite prohibitive for solo players like myself. So you really just want to stick around a good-sized clan that's already got all the old researchable items already researched and is quick to complete research on newly released items. I've personally found this to be somewhat difficult to do though, since it seems nearly all such clans have a policy of kicking any players that have been inactive for more than a week or two. So sometimes I don't play for a bit and log in to find out I no longer have a clan and can't trade with anyone, which is quite the bummer. It wouldn't be as much of a bummer were it not for the existence of the clan key, which is required to actually set foot in your clan dojo. This is an item that you build via your personal Foundry, which barely costs any resources but takes 12 hours to finish building. You can only have one clan key at a time. Since the blueprint for it is non-reusable, the only way to acquire one is to join a clan, and your key is immediately destroyed the moment you stop being a member of your clan. Presumably this is implemented to prevent clan hopping, though I don't really see how that's an issue that needs to be prevented. In practice it just means I feel stuck with whatever clan I've got, and I get punished for inactivity with a 12-hour timer before I can use a clan again. These keys can be rushed for 10 platinum though, so maybe it's just another way the devs are trying to milk the player base. I don't know. Anyway, there's probably more to say about clans, but since I only use them as a trading platform and a means to get my hands on otherwise exclusive items, I'm not the guy to ask about the finer intricacies therein. So, as mentioned, most of Warframe's content is mission-based. You select a mission, you load into it, you complete it, and you repeat. There's also some pseudo-open world stuff you can do instead, and there are additional game modes that are layered on top of these basic missions that change how they're played, such as Kuva Siphons, Void Fissures, and Sorties. I'll go over those later. For now, I'd like to discuss the different core mission types / objectives and how they play out in practice. So, according to the wiki, there are 22 mission types, but a handful of them are exclusive one-off things or the same thing as a different mission type but in Archwing mode instead. As for basic mission types, I would say it's closer to about 14. Those 14 being Assassination, Capture, Defense, Defection, Disruption, Interception, Excavation, Exterminate, Hijack, Mobile Defense, Rescue, Sabotage, Spy, and Survival. Since completing these kinds of missions over and over make up the bulk of the gameplay, I'm going to go down that list explaining and giving my 2 cents on each one. But before I even do that, I have one thing to explain first. These missions are all divided into 2 types, Endless and, I guess, Finite. Endless missions, as their name implies, allow you to continue playing and receiving periodic rewards until each player decides to quit. Thankfully, each individual is allowed to leave at any checkpoint without the rest of their team. On the other hand, finite missions simply task you with completing the objective and then getting every player to the extraction point. Extraction, unfortunately, usually just amounts to a massive waste of time. It is kind of fun to navigate over to it just by virtue of the game featuring a very enjoyable movement system, and it's fun to race your allies to it as well. However, extraction either requires all 4 players to reach it for the mission to end, or for 2 players to reach it and then wait 60 seconds. So what frequently happens is that 1 or 2 slow as fuck randos can't get their shit together for the life of them and force you to wait out the whole 60 seconds. It's very annoying. A handful of game types actually function as a hybrid between the two, being both endless and featuring an extraction point. And those, you can head over to the extraction point and leave without your team by waiting out the extraction timer. And also, just to quickly explain the endless mission rewards, in the vast majority of cases they follow an AABC rotation, meaning for the first 2 rounds you pull a random reward from the A pool, the 3rd round you pull from the B pool, the 4th round you pull from the C pool, and from then on it loops back to A and repeats this pattern. And of course the C pool is the most valuable one and the A pool is the least valuable one. So generally on endless missions you'll find players either doing 1 round because they're just going for completion, or some multiple of 4 rounds because they want the rewards from the C pool. And with that said, on to the mission synopses. So first off, Assassination. This is code for boss fight. It's not quite as simple as spawning into a boss arena, defeating the boss and being done, since in each case you actually spawn quite a distance from the boss and have to navigate your way over to them. In nearly all cases you'll be subjected to a mercifully skippable cutscene before fighting, though the rules for this seem to be a little inconsistent. Some bosses will trigger this the moment any player enters the trigger zone, whereas others will require all players to be there. And for some reason the Jackal fight in particular used to not want to trigger at all. They've since replaced that boss with an updated version that no longer has that problem though, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. Anyway, you defeat whatever boss is there, and then all players are tasked with navigating over to the extraction point, as with any finite mission. Aside from the navigation to and from the boss, of course how enjoyable this mission is depends on the boss design. And sadly, I can't give Warframe too good a grade on this one. I already talked about boss design earlier. Expect a lack of challenge replaced by extended bouts of waiting out invincibility periods. They're getting better at designing bosses, but there's still a ton of old poorly designed bosses floating around. Next, Capture. Capture is generally considered the jackpot mission as far as ease and speed goes, because the objective is the same as Assassination, except your target isn't a boss, it's just some dude. Once you kill them, you have to stand over their corpse like a complete sitting duck for 5 seconds or so to capture them, but that tends to be a non-issue. Since you can destroy the capture target very quickly, this means that this mission basically just wants you to get from the start of the mission to the extraction point, with a slight speed bump in the road of taking 5 seconds to capture the dude along the way. The capture guy is more beefy than other random mooks, and they often possess the ability to go temporarily invisible, but those are both pretty negligible concerns. Though I do wish the guy that turns invisible would decloak when you kill him, because sometimes it's difficult to figure out where you need to stand to capture him until his invisibility wears off. Also worth noting is you can fail the mission by having the capture target run away from you for too long and escaping, so you can't dally that much once they start fleeing the scene. There's not much to say about this mode other than I really appreciate having a very fast, low effort mission type for when you're just trying to blow through a mission ASAP. Oh, and for some reason there's like a 15% chance that when you capture the target, the game mode hot swaps to exterminate instead. Don't really know why they do that, but it's pretty whatever. Next is defense. This game mode simply tasks you with defending an object or an operative from several waves of enemies, which you have to eliminate in their entirety. It's one of the endless game modes, so in most contexts you can continue to defend against stronger and stronger waves until everyone's tired of it, though in practice there's rarely much reason to do this, and enemies tend to not get that much harder for a while anyway, so usually you just go for minimum completion. In most cases you're just defending a static object, which is quite easy. It's always pretty tanky, and you can just set up some defenses and you're good. However, in the harder missions, this object will instead be replaced with an operative, or in other words, some dude. This is much harder, since this guy will kinda just wander around outside of any defenses you may have set up, and the operative isn't nearly as tanky as whatever object you're usually tasked with defending. The only leeway it gives you is that you can actually revive the operative when it's down, preventing a complete mission failure, but sometimes it doesn't work and you just lose. I'm not super certain how that works. Anyway, overall this is fine I guess. A game like this kinda needs a defend the thing kinda game type. It tends to be pretty slow, but at least you have to actually kill everything instead of wait out a timer, which means you can speed it up by being faster at killing everything. My only real complaint is that the downtime between waves strikes me as overly long, but I guess forcing players to wait around is kinda Warframe's thing. Next up, defection, perhaps more appropriately referred to as defecation. This is my pick for absolute worst mission type in Warframe, and I feel many would agree. At its core, it's an escort mission. Kind of a needlessly convoluted escort mission, but an escort mission nonetheless. So you need to escort several waves of 4 defectors back to your ship or whatever, and the air for some reason constantly saps their health. To mitigate this, there are life support stations checkpointed along their route back, at which point they will stop to recover health. These life support stations are drained of their energy as they heal, however, so you're also supposed to kill enemies that drop power cells, pick them up, and bring them over to life support stations to add 20% charge to them. Also, sometimes you can interact with a panel to release these groups of defectors early, expediting the process. Despite all these surrounding systems that sound like they might add some spice to the proceedings, it's just a giant chore. You slowly walk forward with the group you're babysitting until they get to their destination, which takes forever and is not fun, and then you do it like 4 more times. And if you just take a frame that can heal its allies, you can ignore all the other systems and just directly heal the defectors, so it's just babysitting. Apparently with Vauban's new rework, you can place speed boost pads in the ground to zip them along more quickly though, so there's that. Though I've never tried it and I can't tell you how effective that actually is. Sometimes 1 or 2 of the defectors can significantly lag behind the others through no fault of your own, slowing down the escort significantly, so that's fun.
Not.
But yeah, this mode takes forever, and it's really not any fun, so I avoid it like the plague. The 1 gold star I can give it is that it's pretty rare and pretty easy to avoid. Disruption is the newest mission type added to the game, and it's the only one that's been added since I started playing. This is an endless game mode where 4 different colored conduits spawn in various locations on the map, and your job is to deliver a matching colored key to each of them, followed by destroying the Demolist enemy that spawns before it finds its way over to the conduit you just activated and blows it up. To acquire keys, you have to kill enemies. Similar to Defection and Excavation special enemies that drop power cells, Disruption is special enemies that drop colored keys. Then once you deliver a key to its appropriate conduit, you also randomly either get a buff or debuff until you've completed defending it, and a completely unmarked Demolist spawns somewhere far away. Then you either wait by the point for the Demolist to arrive, or you go actively try and find where it is. The Demolist actually continually emits a distinctive noise that will enable you to locate it through sound alone, though since there's still no slider for actually important sound cues, it tends to get drowned out in whatever music I'm playing at the time, sadly, which is my main qualm with this game mode. The other qualm being that Demolist pulse a nullifier wave every 5 seconds, so if you're trying to use melee you get your buffs deleted nearly every time, which is really fucking annoying. Anyway, ultimately 1 of 2 things happens. You either kill the Demolist before it blows up your conduit, successfully completing 1 conduit defense, or the Demolist reaches the conduit and blows it up. There's also a timer that appears when you activate a conduit, but I suspect this is simply a failsafe, since from what I've seen the Demolist almost always dies well before the timer runs out, regardless of whether it was a successful defense or not. I've seen exactly 1 instance where the timer ran out, and indeed the Demolist was nowhere to be found. Anyway, it's also worth noting that there is no limit placed on simultaneous conduit activations. If there are 4 different colored keys available and none of the conduits have been activated yet, you could theoretically do all 4 conduits simultaneously, though in practice the keys don't all drop at the same time, and it can be unwise to rush multiple simultaneous activations anyway, since it can be difficult to prevent all the Demolists from succeeding in such a case. Demolists can actually take quite the beating and aren't particularly slow, so just finding it before it reaches the node may not be enough to successfully defend it, and you generally can't trust your allies to be competent at killing them before they blow either. Then again, I did play one disruption where one of my allies was going absolutely ham, activating all the nodes as fast as possible and one-shotting all the demolists like clockwork, and I was like, damn, this guy's pro as fuck. We never failed to defend any conduits, and I felt compelled to stick around for a while just due to how competent my team was, so I guess my build just isn't up to snuff for this one. Anyway, as for the consequences of failing or succeeding in a conduit defense, it takes a complete failure to defend all 4 conduits to outright fail the mission, but for every conduit you fail to defend, you reduce your reward level for that round. Instead of the standard AABC reward rotation for endless missions, Disruption actually has a 4x4 table for which tier of reward you get that depends on which round you're on and how many conduits you fail to defend. If you never let any conduits get destroyed, it's effectively a BBCC rotation instead of AABC, which is much better. Even 3 out of 4 is an ABBC rotation, which is slightly better. But it also means if you suck at defending the conduits, you'll never get your hands on a C reward, since that requires either all 4 defended on round 3 or 3 to 4 defended on round 4. Also, if the conduit had a buff and you successfully defend it, you keep the buff for the rest of the round, and conversely, if it was a debuff and you fail, you keep the debuff for the rest of the round. Ultimately, I found the gameplay loop incentivizes moving around the map a lot and being proactive to accomplish goals, which is a lot more interesting than most of the other mission types. Plus, unlike most game modes, having allies actually matters because of how spaced out everything is and how multiple conduits can be active at once. Next is Excavation, a game mode in which you're tasked with deploying excavation machines, protecting them from enemy assaults, and keeping them powered until they've harvested enough of the cryotic resource to satisfy the mission conditions. Although this is another endless one where you could just keep harvesting if you'd like. And once you know how to actually power the excavators, I think this is actually quite the excellent game mode. Generally, just defending an objective is not that engaging, since you can use any number of Warframes that are very good at ensuring the defense objective takes little to no damage, and then you just kinda wait around till it's over. But this game mode does 2 things to shake that up. 1, it requires you to retrieve power cells from slain enemies and bring them back to the excavators, and 2, the game is happy to allow you to try and defend and power 2 separate excavators at the same time. Between those 2 things, if you're not screwing up and getting excavators destroyed instantly, you'll often have something proactive you can be doing to facilitate the process, which is a lot more engaging than just killing everything that comes near the thing you're defending. Sadly, this game mode does come with a few pitfalls. Easily the worst is that sometimes the game is just far too reticent to actually spawn enemies that drop power cores, leading to situations where you're sitting on a completely unpowered excavator with no way to power it outside of waiting for an appropriate enemy spawn or backtracking miles to find a drop power cell from before, which itself is often not viable since you still have to keep it safe. That ain't fun. Also, if you do happen to screw up a bit and get an excavator destroyed early, the whole not waiting around conceit flies right out the window as you wait for another excavation site to spawn so you can keep playing the game, as sadly they don't accelerate the timeline on new excavation sites when an existing excavator is destroyed early. I can kind of see the reasoning for this, since there would be less point in actually defending the excavators if you could just keep spawning and abandoning them to reach your cryotic goal, but I imagine there would be a good middle ground where this would still be a bad strap but we could speed up downtime on failures. My final complaint with this game mode is that it is the sole viable way of accumulating the cryotic resource, which you actually need quite a lot of for various things. So if you ever need cryotic but don't feel like farming excavations over and over, well, tough luck buddy, you got no other option. Next up, Exterminate. All you have to do is kill enough enemies to satisfy the condition and get to extraction. Accordingly, they tend to spawn way more enemies along your path in this game mode than in most others. I tend to enjoy this game mode as I find it rather cathartic to seek and destroy all my minimap red arrows as fast as possible, and it's about tied for the second fastest mission type behind Capture. And I actually prefer it over Capture for Void Relic missions since you don't really have to worry about the whole party picking up enough Void traces, it just generally happens. This would be an open and shut case of a pretty solid game mode, but it does sadly have one big problem, which is spawning enough fucking enemies. For some reason, on any given Exterminate mission, it seems like there's a small chance that the game won't bother to spawn enough enemies, and you'll clear all the way to extraction point and still have dozens of required enemies to kill despite none existing. So you just have to wait around till the game decides to spawn more, and then go kill them and come back. Often you'll have to go through several waves of waiting and purging as the game continually fails to spawn enough enemies in a timely manner. Gotta tell you, it's really not fucking fun to wait around on the extraction point for minutes at a time as you wait for the game to actually be completable, so if they could fix that yesterday, that'd be great. Admittedly, as of late I've noticed this issue cropping up a lot less, but it still does, and that could just be luck for all I know. I don't remember seeing any patch notes addressing this issue. Next is Hijack. I contemplated not including this one as one of the main game modes since it's pretty rare, but it counts. This is another escort mission, only this time you're escorting one big machine from point A to point B once. The machine works similarly to a payload in TF2 in that TF2 clone. You have to stand near it to get it to move forward, and it uses your shields to power it, so if you run out it will stop moving forward. And if you wait long enough, the machine will start moving backwards. If you brought a frame that doesn't even have shields, it will instead drain from your health pool. So basically you just pick a Naros and wait around while inching the machine towards its goal. It does have a limited amount of health and enemies will spawn and try to shoot at it, but most of the time you can just ignore them and it'll work out fine. As I understand it, there are basically 2 Hijack variants, one for the Corpus faction and one for the Grineer faction. The Corpus one is some vehicle you can just stand on and it'll drive itself to the end. Even in Sorties, I find that there's little to no risk of the objective blowing up, so you can just AFK with an arrows for a couple minutes and you're good. The Grineer one is trickier. For whatever reason, unlike the Corpus one, this one seems to actually take appreciable damage sometimes, so sometimes you have to actually try. In the case where you do have to try, it's reasonably engaging, I guess, but that's about all I can give it. Next, we got Interception. This is a pretty simple point capture kind of game mode, wherein there are 4 points scattered among the map, which are all in a state of either being controlled by the enemy, neutral, or controlled by the player. This is an endless mission type where each round starts off having every node captured by the enemy. To gain control of a point, you have to keep enemies off it, then stand in it for several seconds until it is neutralized and then captured, with the rate of capture depending on how many players are in the game and how many are standing on that point. For enemies to gain control of a point, they merely need to navigate to one of the 2 control panels positioned at each point and then interact with it for a couple of seconds without being interrupted, though the game never tells you any of this. If they manage to pull this off, it will instantly revert to enemy control. Each point owned will help to continually fill a bar over time. If the player bar fills to 100%, you've completed a wave of interception, and if the enemy bar fills to 100%, you fail the mission. So what's the strat here? Seems pretty simple. 4 players, 4 capture points. Just have each player capture and defend a point, all as well. Sadly, I found this doesn't work out too hot in practice, and as such for a long time this made Interception the most frustrating game mode for me, since from my point of view it is very simple to just defend your point, and seeing my allies constantly lose points while I was defending one was triggering me. Some players can't successfully defend points by themselves, and far more don't even bother to try. Thankfully I did chance across someone using a strategy that made it significantly more foolproof, and I've since adopted it as my own, turning this game mode from a very frustrating waste of time to a pretty chill waste of time. I simply park myself in the center of all 4 points and use Banshee's 4 ability, resulting in all the enemies within a very large radius getting continually stunned and ragdolled, allowing me to defend up to all 4 points at once by myself, depending on how spaced apart they all are. In a weird way I find this kind of fun, even though I'm just literally AFKing in the center of the map for several minutes. It's probably fun for me because it seems to be a rather rare strategy and it completely dominates the flow of the game, which I guess kinda just feeds my narcissism. Next is Mobile Defense. I gotta tell you, I really hate Mobile Defense. It's like they took all the other decent ideas of the other defensive game modes and decided to completely abandon them in favor of making this game mode a long slog. So your goal in Mobile Defense is to bring a key to a defense point, activate that point, and defend it for a minute and a half, at which point it will drop that key on the ground again. Then you do that 2 more times at different points. So what's wrong here? First of all is the key you have to bring. Only 1 player can pick this up, and once they have, you just have to wait for them to get to the point and activate it. Sadly, since for some reason people in this game are on average really fucking bad at getting from point A to point B, if you ever let someone else pick this up, be prepared to wait for like a minute standing at the defense point waiting for them to catch up. That ain't fun. And I must say I'm really not keen on how fast everyone is to grab the thing, but slow to actually bring the thing to the point. If you waste the first second of the match spawning your energy regen bubble, you can just about guarantee some slow-ass chucklefuck is gonna swipe the key out from under your ass and waste your time. Hell, one time I had the guy somehow manage to irretrievably drop the key down a gap, forcing me to abort the mission.
Nice.
Second of all is the success condition. You just wait. Unlike regular defense, which tasks you with clearing waves, in this mode you simply wait out a timer. This means there is no way to speed up the process outside of activating the terminals quickly in the first place, and the only thing there is to do during the defense phase to make sure the defense target doesn't blow up, which is usually beyond trivial given you've got a solid build to do it. And lastly, it takes fucking forever. Even if it featured no navigation, there's a bare minimum of 4.5 minutes of mandatory waiting in which you basically do nothing at all. Usually the strat for this mode is to queue up solo with Limbo, rush the key over to the terminal you have to defend, uses 2 abilities to envelop the defense point in a little bubble that makes it completely invincible, and then AFK until the defense timer runs out. I have cumulatively spent hours AFKing in this game mode employing this exact strategy. Although if you do play solo, you can also spend the last defense timer searching for the extraction point ahead of time, which is a nice optimization, but this doesn't work in a group because even though I waypoint it every time, I've never seen the whole team head to the waypoint before the defense timer expires. The sole hitch in this plan is that nullifiers can delete the stasis bubble you set up, so if you're queuing into a Corpus mobile defense, you're either going to need some allies to kill the nullifiers for you while you AFK in peace, or actually play the game a little for once and do it yourself. Long story short, I don't find waiting around to be particularly engaging, so hard pass on this one. Next, Rescue. This mission tasks you with jailbreaking a friendly operative by navigating over to some holding cells, hacking some door locks, and then escorting the dude back to the extraction point. Unlike defection escorts, mercifully the operative does not need babysitting and will speed racer the fuck over to wherever you happen to be. Sadly, he's still mortal and can sometimes get caught up and downed, which is anywhere from annoying to run-ending depending on context, but that's pretty rare. This is the other game mode that's about tied with Exterminate for speed, since all you have to do is take a detour to hack a panel or 2 in the holding cell area before rushing to extraction. A fun little thing about this mode is that for each holding cell tile set, there's generally an obvious main door you can hack open, but also 1 or 2 alternate hidden entrances that bypass the need to hack the door. It's always a nice moment learning of a shortcut's existence by seeing someone else take it and being like, oh, cool. Only problem I have with this mode is a handful of tile sets have really obnoxious holding cells. Like the one on Lua has 5 hack panels that just change where the main portal leads, and you either have to jump in and check if it was that one, or listen for the voice clip of the operator to have a clue of which panel is correct. I failed this one several times in a row on first encountering it in a sortie and had no idea what the panels were even doing. And the rescue mission in the Kuva fortress is just straight up horseshit. You're gonna have to look up a fucking tutorial on YouTube to figure out how to get inside, and even then you'll probably still encounter great difficulty in doing so. But overall the game mode is fairly inoffensive. You just speed over to the holding cells, break the operative out, and speed over to extraction. Easy peasy. Next up, Sabotage. Sabotage is kinda interesting as its actual goal depends on the map. Each time you'll be sabotaging something, of course, but sometimes it's an elaborate multi-step process and sometimes it's even quicker than capture. As such, it's one of the fastest mission types, though you can find yourself in a kinda lengthy one, especially if someone uses the goddamn coolant cell on that one map which has you insert either a coolant or fuel cell to sabotage a machine. The fuel cell makes you hack an extra thing that's kinda far away, whereas the coolant makes you defend the thing for like a minute and a half. Which seems odd to me since they give you the fuel cell for free right in front of the slot you're supposed to put it in, but you'd have to carry the coolant back from an earlier part of the mission to use that instead, even though you're rewarded for doing so by getting your time wasted. There's even a third way to do that mission where you take the fuel cell that pops out back to one of the spots you earlier ejected a coolant cell from, but that's even slower and I've never seen anyone do that in my life. Anyway, this is a pretty solid mission type. It's basically just a miscellaneous bag of following waypoints and completing objectives. I will say that particular coolant cell sabotage is a bug where if you destroy one of the cells, the kill this thing icon never goes away. It does this almost every single time and it stayed like that for as long as I've been playing, which is almost 2 years now, so that's really annoying. But other than that, it's a fine game mode. Second to last on this list is Spy, which is a huge departure from all the other game modes. I would probably peg it as more of a love it or hate it kind of game mode. In this, you're tasked with infiltrating 3 different nodes and hacking the machine inside of it. If you're detected infiltrating, the data in that node is put on a self-destruct timer, and you have to successfully hack the machine before the timer expires if you want to extract it. There's always exactly 3 nodes, which seems a little odd given there are 4 players, but whatever. You're allowed to fail a node or 2 usually, but in sorties you need to successfully extract all 3 nodes or it's a mission failure. Anyways, like I said, this game mode is kind of a massive departure from the rest of the game. Nowhere else does it really matter if you're detected, and each spy node is an elaborate puzzle instead of a tube of enemies to kill. They'll generally have multiple ways of tackling them, usually at least containing a straightforward but slow/dangerous approach, and one faster hidden approach, sort of similar to the hidden side entrances you can find in most rescue missions. Thankfully for those like myself who don't garner much joy from the experience, you can cheese nearly all of them with certain setups. The only things to be wary of are being seen, which is defeated by invisibility, and laser fields, which is defeated by things that phase through lasers. Limbo can ignore lasers, some frames like Loki can teleport through them, and Ivara has an augment that allows her to stealth through lasers too. So usually you can just ignore the challenge entirely by bringing Ivara and just walking over to the hack target. Well, except for when they force you to go through an underwater spy mission, in which case none of that shit works, plus you have to deal with the nightmare underwater Archwing crap, which is terrible. But overall I can't help but appreciate the mode, since the spy nodes are generally well designed, and it's quite the change of pace from the regular content. I wish they would dial back the sortie requirement though, since it's much faster to do it with multiple players, but not if they fuck up and fail the whole mission for you, which is extremely common. That's no fun. Finally, survival. As the name implies, you're simply tasked with surviving for a set period of time. This might sound extremely trivial since you could just pick Limbo and AFK, but unlike all the other game modes, they added some sort of life support mechanic, where your life support is constantly dropping and if it bottoms out you'll start rapidly losing health and eventually outright fail the mission. To counteract this, you have to activate life support beacons that periodically spawn in set locations, or kill enemies and have them drop little life support packs. The champion of this mode is Necros, since his Defile ability makes enemies drop more loot, which includes the life support packs. And since this game mode piles hordes of enemies on you constantly, this is also the game mode you'd want to use if you wanted to farm resources, meaning Necros again. Anyway, this mode used to suck ass in my opinion, just because it was one of those hybrids of endless and finite missions. Before it was patched, you didn't get to leave on your own, you had to have all 4 players extract together. Meaning if you ever found yourself in a survival you'd like to exit, you were shit out of luck if your allies didn't want to, and you'd be forced to sit in the game for however long they want you to if you didn't want to forfeit your rewards. This was less of a problem than the other 2 game modes that had this problem, Defection and Excavation, because Defection is already the worst shit ever, nobody wants to do more than 1 round, and with Excavation it was usually pretty easy to come to a consensus on either instantly extracting or how many rounds to farm Cryotic for. Survival was worse because it was very common to want to just do 1 round but have allies who would force you to stick around against your will. But mercifully, like I said, the devs changed it so you can head to Extraction alone whenever you want now and it'll yoink you out of the mission, so now I don't have to avoid survivals like the plague. One qualm I will say I still have with the game mode is the dynamic of how enemies spawn versus how players position themselves. Basically, if you're not sticking together as a loosely packed group, you'll get way less effective enemy spawns. They'll spawn a handful around where each player is, while still adhering to a total enemy spawn cap. So if you stay grouped, they'll all spawn in droves around you and you can quickly cull them and have them spawn droves more. But if you're split up, you'll find yourself hunting for morsels until you can find the one guy off in a corner bottlenecking a ton of enemies while failing to kill them with any speed. And since you can't force people to not split up, and I don't particularly feel like whining at my allies anyway, this happens a lot. On the other side, you have Hydroids, or nowadays Koras, who will sit in a corner and demand their whole team does so too, so they can trap enemies in their ability they set down that allows for more loot to drop from any trapped enemy. The problem with this strat being enemies take way too long to wander into the ability, so this is much slower than simply staying in a group while killing everything you see ASAP. It's probably viable if you have a speed nova to draw on enemies much quicker, but a lot of people seem to think you don't need her for that strat, which you definitely do. I usually still tend to avoid this game mode these days because the amount of time for one round is exactly 5 minutes, which is quite slow and thus usually not worth my time. But I'm also kinda keen on it anyway because I enjoy navigating over to clusters of red arrows on my minimap and slicing through them over and over. I find the seek and destroy gameplay a hell of a lot more fun than the wait for your allies to catch up or wait for the timer to expire gameplay seen so often in other game modes. It's just some good cathartic brain dead fun. And that's all the game modes worth talking about. Huzzah! Archwing is a completely new gameplay style stapled onto the existing framework of Warframe. You slap a pair of wings on and take to the skies instead of the standard ground-based gameplay. You still technically are using a frame, but that's demoted to a mostly aesthetic choice since Archwings have their own stats and abilities that override your frame stats and abilities when in use. The devs have announced a piecemeal Archwing construction system, so you can mix and match components similar to the custom weapons you can currently make in the game, but as of right now there are simply a handful of existing Archwing models and you pick one to use in your loadout and that's that. Archwings also have their own exclusive set of guns and melee weapons only usable while in Archwing mode, and those all have their own unique mods to acquire as well. So how does Archwing actually get used? Well, currently there's 4 ways you can find yourself piloting an Archwing. The first is the existence of straight up Archwing missions, which are mostly one and done copies of existing mission types like Mobile Defense or Exterminate, with the only real difference being you're playing Archwing instead of the game proper. Though there are 1 or 2 mission types unique to Archwing, so that's something I guess. Another way is during the game proper, some maps will have sections that you need to switch to Archwing mode to traverse. Sadly, these are usually underwater sections that apparently Archwings are also suitable for. You move quite slowly underwater, there's absolutely nothing resembling interesting gameplay to behold down there, and the devs apparently enjoy subjecting players to underwater sections that are labyrinthian nightmares, so it should go without saying that underwater Archwing sucks ass. Thankfully it's pretty rare at least, so long as you stay away from Neptune anyway. Fuck Neptune. The third way you might find yourself piloting an Archwing is in the open world areas where it simply serves as a toggleable vehicle you use to cross large distances faster than you otherwise could. For a while, these were the only 3 ways Archwing existed, and the open world transport was by far the most useful it got, so it was pretty sad to see Archwing in a state of being a glorified taxi. Since then, Archwing has also got a 4th use with the introduction of Railjack, which did give it a bit more of a role, but we'll go over Railjack later. The Archwing exclusive missions are kind of fun, like the first 3 times, but after that, they're kind of just a boring slog. Turns out it's basically just the same game, only stripped of almost everything that makes it actually fun. The audio-visual design is still great, which combined with the novelty is probably why it's kind of fun at first. But after that, all that's left are some bare-bones missions that delete almost all the fun and interesting parts of Warframe's gameplay and replace it with absolutely nothing. The abilities the Archwings have aren't particularly interesting, and they're extremely poorly balanced. During the period of time when Archwings were just your open-world taxi, the only viable choice was Itzal, because his one made him blink forward, allowing him to cross large gaps extremely quickly by spamming it, and no other Archwing or even movement ability in the entire game could come anywhere close to matching that speed. He also gained brownie points for his 2, allowing him to vacuum up nearby materials, which is very handy since for no good reason the devs have refused to implement any sort of innate vacuum effect while in Archwing mode. The devs saw the blink situation and decided this was untenable after years of doing nothing about it, and so they gave every Archwing access to blink and gave Itzal a new one ability to compensate. Which sounds like a good idea in principle, except they completely botched the implementation of the new blink function and only achieved making the game as a whole significantly worse. First off, the way they implemented the blink ability control-wise was to staple it onto an existing button, namely the sprint button, which is indeed still a thing in Archwing mode, and unlike normal Warframe where sprint is outclassed by bullet jump, sprint is very necessary to move at full speed in Archwing. So now when you're in Archwing and press sprint, if you release the button quickly enough, you will now perform a blink. This is already a problem because now you can't sprint for a short distance anymore, your input will be converted into an unwanted blink. This is actually most notable with the Warframe Titania, as with a recent patch she can also blink when in her Razor Wing mode, but one of her augments makes her fly insanely fast, so usually if I want to burst a speed I want to tap sprint for a short duration. But now I'll cross that short distance I wanted to cross with a sprint, and at the end of it a completely unwanted blink will come out because I guess that's just how the game works now. Hooray! This remains an issue on regular Archwings as well. The second way the blink sucks ass is the cooldown system they added to it. In stark contrast with almost all the rest of Warframe, the way they gated this universal blink is to slap a universal cooldown on it of about 2 seconds. This is a gigantic nerf from the Eidolons version, which was only limited by energy, allowing you to spam the blink key to cross extremely large gaps in the blink of an eye. So now that capability is completely gone from the game, and moving through space in Archwing is now much, much slower. And fun fact, being nerfed from fast to slow is never ever fun. Also fun fact, if you try to input a blink while your blink is on cooldown, it locks your character into some bullshit laggy animation you have to wait out before you can do anything again. Meaning now basic traversal in Archwing is this bullshit minigame where you try to time your blink inputs so that you're hitting it on cooldown every time, but not rushing it and getting the penalty animation. Also thanks to the pants on head retarded new input scheme for this, that means I have to hold shift to sprint, and then when I want to blink I have to release shift, press it again, release it quickly enough to perform the blink, and then press it again and resume holding the button so I can resume sprinting. So blinks now force you to stop sprinting to perform and have you double tapping sprint every 2 seconds. On top of all this, Eidolons blink used to break projectile lock-ons, but the new blink doesn't. And what was the benefit of this change? Did it increase Archwing diversity? No! If you're doing open world shit, you're probably still using Eidolons because his vacuum ability is handy and nothing else is. And if you're doing Railjack shit, then you're using Amisha because that's the only Archwing that works at all in Railjack. Again, more on that later. Did it inject the joy back into Archwing flight that I lost due to my need for efficiency demanding that I blink everywhere instead of flying there? They actually had a good shot at this being the case, given I remember enjoying flying the Archwing around the open world areas and kind of being bummed at myself for skipping it in favor of spamming the Eidolons blink once I got my hands on a good Eidolons build. But guess what? They fucking ruined the Archwing flight controls too! This one is truly unfathomable to me and actually fucking hurts my soul. When I started playing, you could control the Archwing in the open world like a flight sim. You could do loops and fly upside down and twirl and all that fun stuff. I was like, damn, this is cool as shit. I would regularly do tricks in the sky as I waited for the next objective to spawn, and it was good times. However, at some point, they just patched this method of control out entirely. Nowadays, you cannot orient yourself in any way other than perfectly upright, and all the flight controls do is translate your position across the environment. Or in other words, they're all just strafe controls. All the fun flying stuff you could do has been entirely gutted. Had they not gutted it, it would have been a nice fallback to the blink nerf, but that's how it is, so now Archwing in the open world has gone from being fast and fun to slow and boring. Great job, devs. You took a shitty system that had a silver lining and you completely tore off the silver lining. Real smart. Also, there used to be 3 speeds in Archwing: the slow strafe hover mode, the sprint speed aerial maneuver mode, and sprint mode, but also firing the afterburners by holding down space to go really fast. They've since deleted that system, and now there's only sprinting versus not sprinting. Holding space while sprinting will just add a vertical strafe to your movement. I don't know if this change slowed Archwings down or they just gutted the middle ground, but I actually like the ability to fire afterburners for long distance travel, so that also bums me out. Archwing movement just feels real dumbed down and unfun now, and that's a damn shame. To be fair, I have heard some people come to the defense of the new controls as they find them more practical. There was at one point an option in the menus to toggle on or off experimental Archwing controls, so in an ideal world you could just pick whichever you prefer. But that option is gone now, and we're stuck with the boring babby controls, so them's the breaks. Before jumping into talking about those open world areas and how they work, I figured I should first go over the syndicate and faction system the game has, since the open world areas definitely lean on that system. So syndicates are basically just NPC groups that you can garner rep and standing with, allowing you to rank up with them, with each rank conferring some benefits to you. There are a total of 15 syndicates in the game, 6 being the main important factions, the remaining 9 being miscellaneous other groups of varying importance. The 6 main factions are the only ones that can penalize you with negative rep and allow you to rank down to hated territory, and doing this is as simple as ranking up with some of the other factions since they each have different allegiances among each other. In practice, they're just split into 2 groups of 3 and you pick which one you'd rather have on your side. The ones you choose to shirk will start to hate you, and the way they attempt to punish you is by occasionally spawning a quote-unquote death squad near you while you're on a mission, much as a roaming boss enemy would appear. This is actually a boon rather than a penalty, as sometimes the goon squad will drop a handy item, and all things being equal, I'd rather have a swath of meat to carve through than empty space to traverse anyway. Conversely, ranking up with a faction will grant you access to more faction-specific goods with each rank. Thankfully, most of the goods from the main factions are tradable anyway. The only things they have on offer that aren't tradable are the large team bonus consumables and the Eximus Spectres, and of these, only the large squad energy restore really matters. That item is extremely useful. So for that reason alone, I used to recommend following my footsteps and opting for the Arbiters of Hexus / Cephalon Suda / Steel Meridian split of factions. However, given that the devs recently added a reusable blueprint for this that lets you craft 100 at a time rather than 10, and made it available through clan research, now you don't have to choose that faction split to have access to it, though it does require getting into a clan that has it unlocked. The only other untradable item that I find notable is the Ancient Healer Spectre. Spectres are generally pretty useless deployable NPC teammates basically, but the Ancient Healer in particular is apparently pretty useful because he emits a big damage reduction aura for your allies, making everyone including your defense objective much tankier. But honestly I can't really confirm that for sure because the information on the internet is not exactly clear on this, and he's sadly only offered for purchase by one of the factions that hates me, so I don't exactly use them with regularity. Mercifully, I'm still allowed access to a small drip feed of these specters since the death squad sent in by this faction that offers them sometimes will actually drop a blueprint for one. So I guess that's nice, but it is kind of a bummer that I can't have access to a good supply of them unless I switch faction allegiances, which I'm not doing. But given it's the only remaining desirable untradeable item exclusive to faction rewards, nowadays I'd probably recommend picking those 3 factions to new players. As for how you actually rank up syndicates, the method can be unique to each syndicate, but for the 6 main factions you gain rep through either syndicate alert missions or just by gaining affinity while having your Warframe wear that syndicate's logo. Personally, I think the latter method of gaining rep is extremely fucking obnoxious. You literally have to go into the cosmetic options for each frame you want to use and then paste your syndicate's logo somewhere on them in order to be eligible to gain rep for that syndicate through using that frame. So if, for example, you just wanted to make sure all your frames give you rep with one of your factions, you have to manually edit the cosmetics for every single frame you own and ensure that you've stamped that garish logo on each one. If you see this ugly ass logo on the chest of any of my frames in this video, now you know why. Even ignoring the fact that they're enforcing a cosmetic fuck up for no good reason, this process is extremely obtuse, slow, and obnoxious. And every time they release a new frame, you gotta remember to do it again, assuming you plan to ever use that frame. Frankly, it boggles my mind that this system even exists in the game. I would have thought this wouldn't leave the idea table because it's such an obviously bad idea, and yet it's been the system ever since I joined the game, so fuck me I guess. Here, I'll propose an alternative. Perhaps somewhere in the syndicate menu you could just pick a primary faction and ta-da, that's the faction you advance when you gain affinity. Same as the logos, except instead of this cosmetic frame-by-frame clusterfuck, it would just be one option in the menu. Problem solved. Technically, the factions also sell higher level logos that you can slap on to gain even more affinity, which I guess slightly complicates this solution, but those gains are pretty negligible, especially given the daily cap on the rep you can gain through affinity, and you could just use the stats of your best logo for this new system, so I don't see that being prohibitive. As for the syndicate alerts, these are daily missions you can do that award you bonus rep with the associated faction upon completion. You can do 9 a day, with 3 from each of your 3 allied factions. They also spawn up to 8 syndicate medallions in each mission, which you can find and pick up to be traded in for even more rep. These do show up as loot icons when you're using some form of loot detection, though they don't differentiate themselves in any way from all the other useless loot icons around it. This is another place Limbo shines, by the way, because you can slap on a max range high efficiency build and just occasionally pop his 4 to break all the containers in the vicinity, allowing you to easily pinpoint which loot icons actually correspond to medallions since they won't move or disappear until you pick them up. I used to do these missions a lot as part of my daily grind when I was new, but they quickly became tedious and less rewarding as time went on, so now I almost never do them. They are handy for when you're still trying to rank up, though they offer lower quality missions when you're lower ranked, sadly. Unfortunately, one thing I've so far neglected to mention is that at each faction rank you want to advance, that faction will demand that you cough up a tribute first. Frankly, I find this system to be BM as fuck, because the only time you're actually going to be advancing to this system is as a new player, and the goods they ask you to fork over are things you really want to keep for yourself. All of them require 2 basic resources for rank 1, a Forma for rank 2, either an Orokin Catalyst or an Orokin Reactor at rank 3, and some prime part you can only get from trading or opening Void Relics at ranks 4 and 5. Those last 2 aren't actually too bad. Usually the prime part it wants isn't really that valuable and you can usually just trade for it, but goddamn, Forma and the Orokin Potatoes are fucking gold to a new player. Hell, even now I have a limited supply of both despite being as deep into this shit as I currently am. I remember these tributes really breaking my balls as a newbie, and I think the devs would be wise to eradicate them. Or maybe they're pushing people to spend money and eradicating it would damage their bottom line, what do I know. But it's still irritating as fuck. Anyway, that just leaves the 9 remaining factions. I mean, syndicates. Honestly, I would have pinned factions as the broader term and syndicates is a more appropriate term for the 6 main groups, but apparently that's backwards. So of those 9 syndicates, 5 of them are related to the open world that I'll go over in a sec. One of them is Cephalon Samaras, who aside from running Sanctuary Onslaught, basically just gives you points for scanning shit and has some handy gear. One of them is the PvP faction, one of them is for Nightwave, and one of them is Operational Supply, which is for some recurring event they do. These syndicates each have their own way of gaining rep, and most of them adopt the same 5 ranks with a sacrifice at each rank system. Operational Supply only has 3 ranks, and both Nightwave and Cephalon Samaras only really share the concept of gaining rep with the group for rewards, but those are the only exceptions. For those that demand a sacrifice, what you have to pony up is rarely negligible, but unlike the main factions, at least they only tend to ask you for the equivalent of the local fiat currency rather than actually useful items you want to keep to use for yourself. I don't want to sit here and explain how each of these factions work one by one, so I'll just go over them as they come up later. That being said, before I move on, I do want to levy a general complaint at the continued use of the tribute system, as oftentimes they'll ask for items that require RNG to be in your favor to obtain. I remember getting fucked on RNG multiple times and being stuck at a lower syndicate rank for a while because of it. For example, the Solaris United Syndicate requires a pile of medical debt bonds in every tribute to unlock rank 3 and upwards, but I had a hell of a time just getting my hands on these things. The only way of getting them was to grind one specific bounty for a small drop chance over and over, or try and purchase some from an NPC, but they were quite rare and expensive from him, so given my bad luck on reward RNG, my rate of progress slowed to a crawl, and it was rather frustrating. But I suppose that's just part of a larger issue with RNG rewards. So, moving on. When I first started playing, the only open world area was the Plains of Eidolon and its accompanying town Sorties. Since then, the devs have added 2 more, namely Orvalis with its accompanying town Fortuna, and then later Came Beyond Drift with its accompanying town Necrolisk. They all have their own progression systems and thematic vibes, but overall they're basically the exact same thing. Unlike regular Warframe content that generates all of its maps by stitching together pre-made chunks picked from like one of a dozen different thematic pools, the 3 open world maps are entirely pre-made, each just consisting of one big-ass handcrafted rectangular map you can freely navigate. You can elect to visit the area straight up, or take a mission from the associated town to go out and do. There are a handful of special tasks you can take on, for example the quest to unlock Revenant or the 2 quest lines to unlock the spider bosses in Orvalis, but the main system you'll be interacting with here is the bounty system. Bounties are basically a series of randomized small tasks you accomplish in sequence out there in the open world area, with each task conferring a small reward upon completion. For both areas there are 5 different levels of bounties, plus 1 more for the Steel Path if you've unlocked that, with the higher level bounties having more stages to complete but generally giving better rewards. There are also 3 different reward pools for each level, which for some reason just rotate every 2.5 hours. Each map has a handful of possible different mission objectives delivered to you at random. I'm not going to break down every little task like I did for each mission type. They're all pretty straightforward and are often just mini versions of existing mission types. I will say the Plains is a particularly boring set of objectives though, with nearly all of them either being a very slow wait or a rather quick hit and run. Which leads me to the main issue I have with the bounty objectives, being that while all bounty stages are treated alike, some of them are way slower than the others. The fastest ones you can bang out in well under a minute, whereas the slow ones will make you wait around for 3 minutes or just take about that long to complete. This sucks a lot. Since you're allowed to cut a bounty short and just leave with only some of the stages completed, oftentimes if you aren't concerned with getting the rewards that only appear in the later bounty stages, whenever you see a particularly slow one, it's more expedient to just quit out and start a new bounty so that you might roll a faster objective than it is to actually complete the current one. Conversely, if you do care about the later rewards, then you're just going to have to stomach low-rolling a shitty objective, which feels pretty bad. And if you happen to be in the Plains, you'll also have to pray you don't get screwed by a bug drone escort objective. I literally had to abandon any efforts to earn those late-stage bounty rewards on that map because incredibly frequently you'll get the objective to escort a drone to a certain destination, but at some point the drone's pathfinding will fail and it'll just get permanently stuck in place, forcing you to give up and return to town without completing the bounty. I even started trying to do it with Loki instead, since I figured I could use the switch teleport ability on the drone to get it unstuck, but hilariously if you do that it just immediately floats back over to where it got stuck and stays there. Cool beans, game. Aside from that, an important thing to note about bounties is the actual navigation between mission objectives. In order to get some mileage out of the whole open map thing, the devs have each new task spawn in a different part of the map, meaning you need some way of hauling ass across long distances. The go-to way of doing this is using your handy-dandy Archwing launcher to swap to Archwing mode, allowing you to quickly fly over to wherever you need to go. Sadly, new players don't actually have the Archwing launcher, since the game demands that you first build the Archwing launcher segment for your ship, and then after that the actual Archwing launcher in the Foundry. And that's assuming that you actually own an Archwing too. Cruelly, both of these things require a heap of resources that you can only find via the open world plains, so you're made to suffer through the open world content for quite a while without having any sort of vehicle to move through it quickly. Of course, they also let you spend platinum to build the segment, another example of the devs offering you the choice between an annoying grind and opening your wallet. Before you get a launcher, you'll probably find yourself spending most of each bounty just hoofing it over to the next objective, desperately trying to catch up to your allies while they do most of the work for you. That's straight up not fun. Should you get your hands on one, you might think your bounty running woes are over, but there's one final hurdle to the whole bounty system, and that's actually ending the bounty and starting a new one. Unfortunately, when your team completes a bounty, you're still not quite done yet. You have to return to town by assembling your entire team in front of it. This step is absolutely asinine, not the least of which because the devs neglected to actually mark where the fuck the town even is. You'd think they'd add some kind of waypoint or marker, but nope, you gotta figure it out yourself. And sure, the map is always the same, so the town's always in the same place, but it can be quite difficult to locate the town if you're not used to the area, although the most recent open world is better in this regard since the map is smaller and the town landmark is quite large and obvious. And should you manage to navigate over to the town in short order, you now have to wait for all your allies to catch up. Standard extraction rules apply, so you either need every single player in position, or you need at least 2 players to wait there for a full 60 seconds. Remember that newbie who hasn't even unlocked the Archwing launcher? Yep, gotta wait on his slow ass to get over to the door. Worse still are the early days when you're that newbie and every mission effectively ends with a minute or two of spamming bullet jumps and rolls to get to the door. You'd think there'd be a simple return to town option in the menu, but instead you get the significantly less attractive abort mission button, which as it says forces you to forfeit any goods you collected over the course of the bounty, so that's generally not really an option. However, unlike regular missions, the open world areas actually allow you to leave your squad without aborting the mission, which allows you to sidestep this issue by ditching your squad the moment the bounty resolves. Unfortunately, since this game operates off peer-to-peer connections, this means if you weren't the host, you get slammed with a host migration first, and if you were the host, then you're the dick that just slammed everyone else with a host migration while you get to go about your merry business. Assuming you've unlocked a fast method of travel, the former case is still almost always faster than waiting for your squad to get in position, and the latter case is much faster, but feels pretty grimy. So in essence, the devs have fomented a squad abandoning meta for bounties, which is pretty BM. What I think they should have done is just treated it like an endless mission and display a prompt at the end of the bounty that would have players choosing between either doing another bounty or going back to town. That or just force everyone back into town the moment the bounty ends. Either way, you'd be able to skip this shitty extraction step that usually also features a host migration. Instead, the option the devs took was to patch in the ability to take on a new bounty while still out in the open world map, which seems like a good idea given it would allow you to do another bounty of your choosing while avoiding both extraction and the load back into and out of town. However, in practice, I found this feature to be surprisingly useless, since if you're already in a squad, you need to get the whole squad to ready up for a new bounty of someone's choosing, which just doesn't really happen. In my experience, no one ever does this, and anytime you try, it's just an awkward, indecisive clusterfuck that winds up disbanding anyway. Apparently, it's quite rare that all your allies will want to go another round, so the meta is still very much just to go back to town at the end of every bounty. And you might think, well okay, at least I can abandon my squad and then take a new bounty from here without having to load back into town followed by another load back into the open world area, so that's an improvement, right? And this certainly seems like sound logic to me, but unfortunately, every single time I've tried to do this, absolutely nobody has ever joined. Maybe this is just me and others are doing this all the time and I'm just joining their games when I load in from town, but whenever I try, it's a ghost town. So I stopped trying to use it, and now for me that added feature might as well be non-existent. One last thing to note about bounties before moving on is that for some reason the devs decided that it would be a good idea to put items you'll only ever want to acquire once into the reward pool for an activity you're expected to repeat many times. Namely, there are blueprints and build components for those blueprints in there that have no reason to be acquired more than a single time per account, yet they threw them in anyway. So anytime you're playing a bounty, you have a decent chance to have your reward for completing a stage be a complete dud, which probably goes without saying sucks ass. It seems incredibly obvious to me that these should simply be rewards that you can purchase from the town syndicate with the standing you gain from completing bounties. All three maps have bounties with blueprints and build components in the rewards pool, and Orb Velis also has a bunch of rewards that just suck ass, like 10k credits or mods that have no trade value or debt bonds that have no use once you've got enough to rank up with the main syndicate that requires them as a sacrifice. This leads me to believe that these dud rewards are explicitly by design so that it's a more effective Skinner box than it otherwise would be, which is somewhat disquieting. This issue is also true of many different reward pools actually, but given the repetitious nature of bounty hunting, it seems particularly salient here. So yeah, that's bounties.
But I'm not done yet!
Are you ready for some truly riveting gameplay, folks? That's right, it's time for everyone's favorite, mining, fishing, and conservation. Turns out there's a lot of things in this game that require resources that are exclusively obtained via grinding the shit out of those three activities. Or at least there was. Admittedly, the situation with these has gotten a lot better than it used to be, since in all three maps they've patched in alternate methods of obtaining fishing and mining materials. Namely, the plains now feature randomly spawning Tusk Thumper mini-bosses that drop them, Fortuna has the Exploiter Orb boss fight which also drops them, and the new Cambion Drift map has reactive crystals lying around the map that you can use to farm them from enemies, albeit by using your operator, which sucks. Plus, there used to be a lot of Arcanes you had to build in the Foundry using tons of fish parts, but now you don't have to build them at all anymore, so that makes the overall need for materials a lot lower. That being said, I'm still real salty about it because those alternate methods for the first two maps didn't exist when I was playing, so I still had no option but to spend many hours grinding the goddamn fishing horseshit against my will. It took them over 4 months after the launch of Fortuna to patch the Exploiter Orb in, and it took them about 3 more weeks after that to add Tusk Thumpers to the game, meaning the plains had absolutely no alternative for almost a year and a half. And as for conservation, that's only really a problem on the newest map, since it's never existed on the plains, and Fortuna doesn't have any exclusive materials drop from it, instead just featuring it as an alternate method to gain standing with the main faction, which is perfectly fine. But the newest open world has a wealth of materials you need that are only obtainable through farming conservation hunts, or by spending plat on the patched-in daily special feature which rotates through an incomplete selection of them. To be fair, they patched in this alternate method way faster than they did for the other maps, only taking them a couple days after the big content launch, but it's a lot more grimy since it's just a cash grab, and much as with the other maps, I still had to farm the original way since I was trying to get through it quickly so that I could get back to work on making this video. Which means so far I've always had to go through every single one of these shitty side activities even though I've never wanted to have anything to do with them, since the alternate methods didn't exist until after I've already grinded all the materials I needed. But anyway, now to delve into the actual gameplay behind these side activities. First off, mining. Of the three, mining is definitely the least offensive activity, especially if you also take the shortcut that was unavailable to me when I first started playing and just grab the mining laser you get from Fortuna, which is the best one and also the cheapest and easiest to acquire. All you gotta do for mining is find mining nodes and mine them by aiming at the glowy spots and playing a little timing minigame. If you got that good mining laser I just mentioned, then finding the nodes is generally pretty easy because it shows any nearby ones on the minimap, while displaying the distance to the nearest one and offering hot-cold audio cues, and with the recent patch even shows a little UI diamond around the node when you're near. Though sometimes it takes a while for the glowy spots you're supposed to aim on to spawn in, and sometimes the mining points are completely inaccessible, whether they be positioned such that they're too far away to actually mine, or just spawn under terrain or something making them impossible to interact with. All these things are quite annoying. And when I first started, the Fortuna mining laser shortcut didn't exist, forcing you to rank up with Cetus's Ostron Syndicate to gain access to a better laser, which itself required you to sacrifice materials gained from mining, in essence ensuring everyone had to suffer through the trash mining lasers that do a piss poor job of locating the nearby mining nodes. That was really annoying, so I'm glad they let you just sidestep that whole issue now. Though they still never tell you the Fortuna laser exists, and since the Cetus reward structure is unchanged and appears before Fortuna does, I fear players may be getting misled into using the shit lasers still. Anyway, the main pain point here, aside from it just generally being a giant waste of time, is that there's a wide range of materials you could get, and they seem to have different drop rates depending on where you mine, while offering zero clues as to what those rates might be and where. In fact, I chalk it up to superstition if it weren't for my experience encountering a hexagon shortage, trying to go out and mine it to little avail, and then on the advice of Google trying again in a specific area of the map, this time getting plenty. I remember way back when I was trying to rank up the Ostron Syndicate, I needed a bunch of pyrite to get rank 2 of them, and I was getting quite frustrated at its rarity, but for all I know I was just looking in the wrong places. Though this still might just be a quirk of RNG and it actually is superstition, I don't know. But overall, mining's not too bad. It's kinda chill and only a little tedious. I would prefer to not ever have to do it, but the process tends to be fairly painless and you don't have to spend too much time on it, so I'm not gonna badmouth it too much. Before I move on to talking about fishing and conservation though, I've gotta address another issue that astute observers may have noticed from a lot of the footage I just displayed, and that's how all these side activities disincentivize actually participating in bounties. Bounty objectives are team-wide and generally either aren't sped up by multiple players participating or are only marginally sped up. Meanwhile, the game does nothing to discourage players from engaging with open world side activities while a bounty is active, and so as a result, if you want to be using your time efficiently, you should actually be doing exactly that. The only real difference between farming materials on your own and free roam and farming while other players are completing a bounty for you is that you lose out on free bounty rewards if you opt to do it outside of a bounty. That and you'll avoid players typing out angry comments at you and kind of feeling like a douche, but if you merely possess a measure of thick skin, you can shrug off those concerns and in return double your time efficiency. This is one of many examples where the devs actually encourage acting like a scumbag leech through their poorly thought out game design. There's another even bigger one I'll talk about later when we go over Sanctuary Onslaught, so stay tuned for that. In this case, what they should have done is both make it so the bounty objectives are all appreciably sped up by having everyone participate, in combination with making it much harder to engage with the side content while a bounty is active. For example, they could spawn considerably less mining nodes during a bounty, or have them yield less resources, and ensure that no objective task players was simply waiting out a timer or waiting for enemy spawns to kill. If they just did that, I would never do this leeching horseshit since it would just amount to a huge waste of time. But they didn't, so bounty leeching remains a serious issue to this day. But back to the topic at hand, that still leaves fishing and conservation, and trust me when I say, holy fucking shit, are these the most garbage pieces of content in the entire game by a fucking mile. They're so bad. Any attempt to actually engage with this content is nigh indistinguishable from torturing yourself. It's honestly some of the least fun I've ever had playing any video game in my entire life. And yet the game demands that you do a lot of it if you want to actually gain access to important shit. Want to advance beyond rank 2 of the main faction in the newest open world town or get any of the new companions? Time to stop what you're doing and spend hours capturing wildlife. Want to build the Warframe Baroque or a particular best-in-slot amp component? That'll be 10 of one specific rare fish apiece, thank you very much. I can't even begin to fathom how anyone thought this was a good idea. These additional side activities wouldn't be a problem at all if I were actually able to avoid them, but time and time again they demand that you farm these god-awful pieces of shit if you want to gain access to a thing you want. I have seen some people on the internet claiming to enjoy these activities, so I suppose your mileage may vary here, but if you're like me and find it torturous, then you're in for a very bad time. Now, like I said, there have been some improvements in this area as of late, with alternate methods being added to obtain fishing and mining mats and the ability to spend plat to buy conservation tags, but the only method that feels reasonably grindable to me is the Exploiter Orb, and that fight is also a long slog that I don't particularly enjoy. Plus, aside from conservation's alternate method of spending plat being grimy and inconsistent, as far as I can tell there's still no alternate way of getting the 6 weakened animal subspecies that you need to craft the new companions outside of going out and manually getting them yourself. The correct way to fix this issue would have been to simply remove all these materials from crafting costs and relegate them to simply being alternate methods of gaining standing with the respective open world's main faction, much as conservation used to be. Back when Fortuna launched, conservation did not drop any resources whatsoever, and was simply a slightly faster way of gaining standing with the Solaris United faction compared to doing bounties. That was perfect! I didn't want to have anything to do with that shit, so I just did bounties instead, and players who inexplicably enjoyed doing conservation hunts were happy to do that instead of grind bounties to get the standing they wanted. Everyone was happy. But that's never been the case for fishing, and as mentioned, the new map features a bunch of mats you can only get through conservation. Alright, so let me finally explain why I find this shit so agonizing. I'll start with conservation. The goal of conservation is to capture wildlife that inhabit the open world areas. There are basically 2 ways of doing this, either in a structured way that has you following tracks and luring in a specific target with a specialized lure, or an unstructured way by just roaming around, checking for any nearby targets and tranking them. Common to both methods is what you do once you've spotted a capturable creature, which is to simply put it to sleep either through use of the Trank Gun or a Warframe specific sleep ability, and then to run over to its sleeping body and press the interact button to capture it. This part is pretty painless and straightforward, though they can spook if they spot you, so it would behoove you to use a frame that can go invisible for this step. Anyway, the unstructured way of locating creatures has you simply flying around the map with your Trank Gun out and looking down the scope of it until you hear a faint beeping sound, indicating the presence of a nearby capturable creature. Each time it beeps, it will light up the silhouette of any nearby huntable creatures, even acting as a sort of wall hack since those silhouettes appear even without having a line of sight to them. Unfortunately, the game makes absolutely no affordances to locating creatures beyond that, meaning anytime you hear beeping, your next step is to randomly guess which direction you should aim your scope, and if you don't see any silhouettes light up on the next beep, aim at another random spot and repeat the process until you either do find where the beeping's coming from or just give up and move on with your life. Given the scope is a rather narrow field of view, the silhouettes can be a little tricky to see sometimes, and the new map has capturable birds flying around, greatly increasing the number of viable angles to check. It is surprisingly common to spend like a minute looking around and fail to find anything at all, which is quite frustrating. This could easily be solved with some sort of indicator indicating the correct way to point your scope, perhaps just copying how mining lasers have their beeps speed up in pitch and frequency as you aim closer to the correct angle, but there's nothing of the sort, so for the time being it remains a tedious and annoying process. Also, you have to actually know that the Trank Gun has this ability in the first place to do it, since of course the game never tells you anything about the Trank Gun beyond that you can shoot it to trank creatures. It really should tell you this, because without this knowledge, conservation is 10 times as frustrating, and given it's already quite frustrating, it gets elevated to downright torturous if you're not aware of this function. Anyway, as for the structured way, you first need to equip a lure for the creature you're hunting, which will reveal a few icons on your map, representing areas you need to navigate over to in order to begin your hunt. These lures have to be bought with standing from the main faction you're trying to advance, which is kind of annoying, but not that big a deal, since they're a one-time purchase and not unreasonably priced. Unfortunately, just navigating over to those map icons is already super awkward, since they disappear if you stop holding the lure, you can't hold a lure while in Archwing mode, and you lose access to all your frame's abilities while holding any conservation equipment, since it replaces your ability controls with hotkeys for more conservation equipment. Meaning if you want to keep holding the lure so you can still see the icons, you're going to have to navigate over exclusively via bullet jumps and void dashes. The icons do also show up while you're holding your Trank Gun, and as mentioned, you're allowed to hold that while in your Archwing, but then it shows every icon on the map for all creatures at the same time, which all look identical, so even then if you're trying to hunt a specific creature, you still need to start with that creature's lure and memorize which icon it is. This could easily be fixed if they just color-coded the map icons to match the lures, each of which already have their own unique colors, but they didn't, so chalk that up as another lack of feature that makes the whole process way more tedious than it needs to be. Plus, anytime you enter your Archwing, it automatically unequips your Trank Gun for some reason, forcing you to manually re-equip it if you want to see the icons in Archwing mode, so that's cool. It's also worth noting here that you're a complete sitting duck while you have a lure or Trank Gun equipped, due to the aforementioned inability to use frame abilities, and of course neither equip having any offensive power, so things can get quite awkward if you're attacked by any of the myriad enemies that roam the open worlds at any point during this whole process. In addition, just equipping the lure of choice can itself be quite awkward, since the premier way of doing this is to first equip your hotkey Trank Gun, which swaps your controls to those conservation equipment hotkeys, and then hold the 2 key and select the lure you want from the menu that pops up. This isn't too unreasonable when you're going to actually use the lure later in the process, but for just being able to see the map icons it becomes quite arduous. You could also just hotkey each lure I guess, but it's hard enough to find one convenient to press key on the keyboard just for the Trank Gun, so that's a no-go in my book. But anyway, let's say you've managed to navigate over to the appropriate spot on your map with the lure equipped. Now you should see a very small interactable item on the ground that when pressed will reveal tracks for you to follow from the creature you're trying to hunt. Although sometimes these tracks can be very hard to see, and I've seen them be partially hidden thanks to clipping underneath the ground texture, so that's not great. It does reliably indicate a general destination area to go over to though, so sometimes you can just head over there and wander around the zone a bit until the game reveals the precise location you're supposed to go to. This can be a bit dicey though, since the area to search can be rather large, and it's a cylindrical area given the elevation of the spot in the zone is a complete mystery. Opting to actually follow the tracks can be quite slow anyway, since they're not particularly visible, and carefully following the trail to not lose track of them can be kinda sluggish. But if you manage to successfully wade through that unfun horseshit and find the new spot to stand on, now it's time to lure the creature in by using the lure to mimic the creature's cry, wait until it responds, and then use the lure again. This time making sure you move your mouse or I assume control stick in line with a little indicator that appears, otherwise it won't work. This step is quite easy and there isn't really any penalty for fucking up, but it is a big waste of time. And if you're using Ivara for her ability to go invisible and shoot sleep arrows, this step also breaks your invisibility while you're using the lure, causing any nearby enemies to aggro onto you, which is pretty annoying. Now that you've finally done all these tedious time-wasting steps, your reward is that a single capturable creature of the type specified by your lure will spawn relatively close by and very slowly make its way over to you. Except for the new bird creatures, which seem to just hover around miles above your head somewhere and stay there. Before I learned you can use the Trank Gun to track creatures, this was often the step where I'd wait for a couple minutes and then give up and move on after never laying eyes on the creature, which was extraordinarily frustrating. Now that I know how the Trank Gun works, it's pretty easy to just point it in the direction where the creature was doing its cry from, spot it, and swiftly move in for the capture. Unfortunately, unlike the unstructured opportunist way of hunting where you can find small packs of wildlife to capture, This method only ever spawns exactly one creature for you to capture, which strikes me as quite a weak payoff given all the horseshit you just had to wade through and the fact that the game seems to want you to hunt a veritable fuckload of creatures to get stuff. The upside is that you spawn a specific creature type, you can use another consumable item to increase the chance of a rare subspecies, and you tend to be largely able to avoid the guess and check scope beep horseshit you'd otherwise have to do all the time. Either way you slice it though, it's a whole lot of not fucking fun, and I'm quite eager to not have to do it, so it'd be really great if they could backpedal to the way it was implemented on the Fortuna launch and I could work on convincing myself that it was all a bad fever dream. Alright, and last but not least is fishing. Of these three activities, fishing is easily the worst one, and that's saying a lot given how much I already dislike conservation. It's really fucking bad. I cannot stand this shit. If you ask me, you'd have to search pretty far and wide to find a less fun game activity in existence. And yet it's on all three open world maps, and all of them have a bunch of different species of fish that all drop their own unique materials that you'll need for a variety of different things. Oh boy, thanks for making me farm hours upon hours of the most frustrating waste of time horseshit I've ever encountered, devs. Real cool! I did manage to largely avoid it on the new map, since as with conservation you can just buy the fish parts with plat, albeit only some of them per day since the offerings rotate, and the little shrines around the map cough up a few too, so thank goodness for that. I mean, for full disclosure, apparently all three maps feature this daily special thing where you can spend plat to buy fish parts, and the fish are even flagged as tradable, so apparently I could have skipped a lot of it by just throwing plat at the problem, but you can just chalk that up as yet another thing the game never explains to you, so I never knew about it. The wiki doesn't really say anything about it. Nowadays it flags the fish as tradable on the page, but it didn't when I was trying to get them. And again, the alternate method being one step removed from spend money is pretty fucking grimy anyway. But alright, now to finally explain the actual gameplay of fishing. The basics of fishing are, you go to a spot fish are supposed to be, making sure it's the correct kind of body of water for the fish you want to catch. You make sure you're there during the right time of day or temperature, dominant space worm I guess. You try to find a glowy fishing spot if possible. You put down the appropriate fish bait, you drop some dye into the water to highlight the fish, and then you pray to God that some fish you want actually show up. Oh, and then equip the appropriate fishing spear, because of course there are multiple kinds and you get penalized for using the wrong one on the wrong fish, followed by praying your spear toss actually lands on target and doesn't just scare the fish away, which is actually pretty tricky since the spears are a fairly slow projectile and the constantly moving fish have tiny hitboxes. Sounding fun yet? Having a good time? Well, slow your roll there, buddy. I hope you weren't expecting fish to actually show up after all that work, because most of the time, they don't. And don't fucking ask me why. I feel like I've gone out of my way to make sure all the conditions are perfect, going to the good spots at the right time, putting down the right bait, but I guess the devs decided it would be funny to just not spawn any of the shit you wanted. Or if they do, they enjoy spawning the fish under the ground where it's completely impossible to actually hit them with a spear. So basically, fishing is a massive amount of micromanagement culminating in quite a lot of waiting around for spawns that never come, cursing the devs for every second you're wasting pacing around the area like an idiot. Each fish has its own unique resource, and often these resources are required for certain recipes, so get ready to hit up the wiki and waste a bunch of time with pure frustration coursing through your veins as you try to get your hands on those specific resources. This shit is something that just does not make sense to me. It is the antithesis of fun. The devs somehow managed to design a gameplay system that only evokes dread and hatred from me, and they fucking forced me to engage with it at length if I wanted to actually get all the shit that requires fish materials. I don't know, man. I feel if you're gonna shove some ass-backwards dog shit into a fun game, you should probably make that dog shit as optional as possible so I don't resent this otherwise fun game for constantly funneling me through that hellhole. I struggle to imagine any devs could possibly think that the player base that enjoys the regular gameplay of Warframe would also be the same audience that would enjoy a tedious fishing minigame.
But here we are.
At least Fortuna backpedaled a bit on the whole spear choice thing. They only have one spear and an upgrade to that spear which works just fine on all the fish there. This was a great opportunity to obviate the old spear system, much as they did with the new mining laser, but instead the new spears are just useless on the fish from the plains, which means not only do you have to still deal with the shitty spear system there, but they actually kinda added to the shittiness by adding a fourth option. There's also 2 new spears for the new open world, but I don't know what they do since I didn't buy them. So yeah, that's fishing, and it's fucking awful. Anyway, now seems like a good time to mention those syndicates I glossed over earlier. All of them just offer goodies and blueprints that you can spend standing on, with more being available at each syndicate rank. Each town is a main faction that gains standing from completing bounties and converting materials you get from those shitty side activities into more standing, namely the Ostron for Sorties, Solaris United and Fortuna, and the Entrati and the Necrolisk. Aside from the material payouts each stage gives you, this is the main reason you'll be doing bounties, though you can gain standing just as fast if you'd rather play the shitty spin-off minigames I just mentioned instead of the actual game for some reason. Each town also contains a semi-hidden backroom syndicate that orchestrates most of the other structured non-bounty content you can do in the open worlds, namely the Quills and Sorties, the Vox Solaris and Fortuna, and the Necroloid Syndicate and the Necrolisk. For Sorties, the Quills mostly handle Eidolon hunts, which I'll go over later. In Fortuna, the Vox Solaris serve up a handful of story missions culminating in a boss fight against a spider mech, and the Necroloid Syndicate basically just allows you to turn in items you get for doing isolation vaults in order to be able to build some Necramechs. All 3 syndicates require you to dump a specific resource you get out in their respective open worlds in order to gain standing, namely Eidolon cores for the Quills, some Toroids for the Vox Solaris, and Matrices for the Necroloid. The cores are pretty easy to come by. If you do a handful of Eidolon hunts, you'll be swimming in them, but the toroids are annoyingly grindy to get your hands on. I spent a good chunk of time just farming them with the crew, and I can't say I particularly enjoyed that. As for the matrices, they're easily acquired by doing isolation vault runs, but those are quite grindy and boring. More on that later. And the final syndicate nestled inside here are Fortuna's Event Kids, which is the faction that deals with K-drives, aka hoverboards. Yes, there are hoverboards in this game. You rank the syndicate up by doing tricks and completing races, which gives you access to different K-drive mods and blueprints. This would be safely ignorable if not for the fact that there are a handful of different K-drive models that count as equipment for the purposes of increasing your mastery rank, despite the only difference between them being purely cosmetic, and some of them have their blueprint hidden behind a Event Kid's rank wall. So if you want to get your hands on those juicy mastery points, the devs want you to craft a modular hoverboard and spam tricks on it for like an hour to rank it up to max, then grind races to increase your Vent Kid's rank so you can craft a new hoverboard. Repeat until you've ranked up enough in Vent Kid's standings and grinded out all the different hoverboard models. This would already be absurdly grindy if hoverboarding were fun, but it's not, at all. Sounded like a cool idea, why not add a little Tony Hawk to this space shooter? But in practice, it just controls like absolute dog shit and feels like a half-assed minigame. There isn't even a clear delineation between grindable and non-grindable surfaces. Sometimes you just get popped off a rail for no good reason, ruining your combo. And there's even a mod to give you more grind magnetism, which makes it pretty clear that the game doesn't have a good handle on how this mechanic should work. It also probably goes without saying that K-drives are also functionally useless, only seeming to have some use as a transport vehicle, but they were already outclassed hard in that respect upon release by the already existing Archwing launcher. So ultimately, the only practical reason to ever actually use the K-drive is to begrudgingly grind out the mastery points to get yourself closer to a higher mastery rank. Thankfully, you can sidestep the whole Vent Kids ranking system and focus only on leveling the boards themselves, because like with all modular equipment, there's a daily special version that you can buy straight up with Platinum, and it's not limited to your Vent Kids ranking. So I just bought the 3 hoverboard models that were unavailable to my low Vent Kids ranking, queued up for some Thermia Fishers on a double Affinity weekend with a double Affinity booster going, and spent several hours grinding the requisite Affinity for these stupid fucking hoverboard pieces of shit while my allies did the Fishers for me. Alright, I should probably also mention those. Another way they get mileage out of their open world maps is to periodically run some extra event on there that you can queue up for. Or Valis' Thermia Fractures, and the planes have both Ghoul Purges and the Plague Star event. Like I said, my experience with Thermia Fractures was mostly just letting my teammates do it while I grinded hoverboard tricks in a completely different part of the map, but as far as I could tell it was basically just a mobile defense. After I'd already gotten all the goods I could get from it, they patched it a bunch, so now it's got a ton of mechanics I never interacted with, which should presumably spice things up a bit, but I couldn't tell you for sure since I had no reason to go back. The plane's ghoul purges are very regular and very negligible. All that really happens is more of the ghoul enemies pop out of the ground to harass you while you're trying to go about your business, and they offer a couple extra ghoul-themed bounties that don't award anything particularly notable. Plague Star, on the other hand, is both significantly more involved and significantly less common. In fact, I remember being quite annoyed at the irregularity of the event when I first started, since there are a handful of Za weapons that are only obtainable through Plague Star, but it took many months after I started the game for one to show up. So far, it's only happened 5 times since its launch in late 2017, and it only lasts for like a week and a half. Aside from the exclusive Zaws, the main draw of the event is that you can turn in the standing you get with the temporary operational supply syndicate I mentioned earlier to purchase a bunch of Forma, which are otherwise only really obtainable as a slow trickle of blueprints from running Void Relics that let you craft 1 a day or by buying them with Plat. As for what you actually do during the event, you go to a waypoint, grab a thing, bring that thing to a point you gotta defend for 3 minutes, do a drone escort praying it doesn't get stuck, and finally just kill a bunch of infested until a meter fills. Only other thing to note is you're supposed to dump a handful of consumables during the 3-minute defense part, which makes the final part harder but give better rewards, which is always worth it. Assuming you did that, the last part also spawns 4 of the special Hemocyte enemy, each of which you have to defeat to progress. They basically just took the already existing boss Lephantis and pasted him here 4 times and changed his name though, which is kinda disappointing. So yeah, it's a pretty long and involved process, and ultimately kinda just feels like a regular bounty, only with a consistent flow of objectives and a weird last one. Whew, okay, that's all about the open world for now until I get around to whining about Eidolon hunts. I already mostly went over this a second ago, but I just want to emphasize how much I hate K-drives, aka hoverboards. These worthless pieces of shit are for some reason modular like kid guns, even though there's absolutely no functional difference between any builds. They have a whole faction built around their use, even though they're useless. They each lock mastery points behind them until you grind the ever-loving fuck out of them. And perhaps worst of all, they're zero fucking fun. They feature a point system sort of similar to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater that multiplies your point total for each trick you perform in a chain of uninterrupted tricks, but they cap the points you can get from this at 3,000, although they just added a mod that increases that to 6,000. And then for extra fun, even if you cleanly landed a trick chain, you still have like a 3-second window where the game might retroactively delete the points you earned if you aren't careful. Since their only real use is to grind out their mastery points, the entire gameplay you get out of these things is trying to find a decent spot that will allow you to land on a grind rail after every time you jump, and then doing as many 3K trick chains as you can on that spot over and over until you've obtained the mastery locked inside the dumb thing, which takes several hours. There are quote-unquote races that you can go on, though nobody else ever actually races you, it's just a time trial with checkpoints, and they're only useful if for some reason you're trying to actually rank up with the Vent Kid Syndicate, which I'm sure some people are compelled to do, seeing as they added an achievement for getting max rank with him, and an achievement for doing all the races, and an achievement for traveling 1 million meters on a K-Drive. Dear God, I feel bad for achievement hunters. Anyway, I'm mostly just salty that I wasted hours of my life going back and forth on this one rail, attempting to do 3K trick combos over and over, often failing just because these shitbags have god-awful controls and are liable to buck you off the rail at any moment for no discernible reason. Even though I waited to do it while there was a double Affinity weekend and had an Affinity booster applied, so that I might minimize my interaction with the system, it was still nowhere near expedient or enjoyable. I'm really not sure why the devs thought it was reasonable to demand that players grind for hours and hours doing some of the least enjoyable content in the entire game if they want those mastery points, when there are plenty of good alternatives including just not giving them a rank, but that's how it is. I'm just glad that I'm done with it now, and I pray the devs never add another K-Drive model to the game. The star chart just features all the basic missions available in the game with no added bells and whistles, and when you're starting out, also presents a progression path through those missions. It starts off mostly locked, and one of your main goals as a new player will be to unlock all the planets and nodes on them by completing newly unlocked missions in sequence. You will also need to unlock the connecting areas between planets, called junctions, by completing a small checklist of tasks and then defeating the mini-boss Spectre inside, which is just an AI-controlled Warframe. I don't recall ever having significant issues completing any of the checklist tasks, though some of them are kind of annoying and grindy, and others you might have to check the wiki or ask around to figure out how to do. Both of those things are pretty par for the course in this game though, so I suppose it's a good primer for new players on what's to come. On my main account, I was able to blast through all the Spectres with ease because I got Trinity Prime for free via Twitch Prime loot, and her 2 basically allows her to automatically win every fight. On my alt account that I started for the purposes of making this video, I encountered significant difficulties with both the Frost Spectre at the Mars junction and the Mag Spectre at the Phobos junction. The former pretty much hard countered my melee only playstyle and forced me to go back to the proverbial drawing board, but once I came back with a not completely trash gun to shoot at him, I was able to beat him without too much issue. Mag just kinda seemed really overtuned for the gear I had. I ate shit over and over until I finally realized that spamming roll and adopting a hit and run kind of playstyle, taking advantage of Volt's passive, was the way to go. From then on, I figured out that most Spectres had a weakness to getting yeeted off the map via melee heavy attacks, which was very entertaining. Anyway, as for all the basic missions that can be found in the star chart, you can mostly just refer back to my breakdown of all the different mission types. The one thing I will add to that is that each node on the star chart represents its own individual matchmaking queue, so with so many different missions scattered all over the place, and with not a ton of reason to do most of them beyond just unlocking the next one, you may find the queues mostly devoid of other players to play with. Even if every player in the game were playing on a random star chart mission, you'd only have a small fraction of the player base on each node, and I can just about guarantee you the majority of playtime in this game isn't spent on the basic star chart nodes. So a lot of them are just a ghost town, which is a bummer when you're a new player and trying to get some multiplayer going. I'm sure you could ask someone in chat to help or just come along with a friend, but still. I remember one of my main concerns as a new player was, where the hell is everyone? Isn't this supposed to be a multiplayer game? Maybe the devs could look into shoring up that weakness. It leaves a pretty bad first impression as a newbie, kinda makes it seem like a dead game. I suppose I'll also mention here the existence of Nightmare Mode nodes that offer both the regular star chart mission and a harder Nightmare Mode version of the same node. These Nightmare missions are a layered game mode that can have 1 or 2 different special modifiers like no shield mode or low gravity or energy drain or whatever, but as long as you take a Naros along you can entirely ignore these. Your reward for completing them is a mod drop exclusive to these Nightmare missions, but since they're tradable there's basically no reason to bother. A couple of them are kinda valuable, but on average they're not worth much. Anyway, you mostly just want to progress through the star chart since the other meta mission types like Sorties and Void Relics will take place on a specific node, and you'll be locked out from queuing there until you've unlocked that node. Notably, not having a node unlocked doesn't completely lock you out from accessing it, just from queuing for it. You can be quote-unquote taxied there by joining a party with someone else who does have it unlocked and tagging along for the ride. Some of the later unlocked planets have common resources that don't drop on any of the earlier ones too, so it could be prudent to get access to those as quickly as possible. Really, the main issue I have with the star chart is that it's ultimately a big UI clusterfuck. It works well enough when you're just progressing through the map and unlocking nodes, because you just kind of follow the path and all the nodes you've unlocked but haven't done yet stand out like a sore thumb, although they should probably expand any incomplete checklist the moment you zoom in on a planet rather than hiding it behind the junction node. But once you're done with that, you'll notice that this isn't a particularly browsable menu. The mission nodes are scattered across a ton of different planets, and then even when you zoom in on those, they're all hidden behind the scatterbrain interface. You have to hover over every single node individually to see what the fuck it even is, unless you somehow got it memorized already. The only text each node displays without hovering over it is what the devs decided to name that node, which tells you next to nothing. All I really ask is for some kind of indication of what mission type they are. Like, there's a lot of room to work with here, people. You could give them icons, you could color code them, you could just put another line under the node's name that displays the game type. There's tons of options. But no, I gotta keep hovering over every node one by one to find whatever I'm looking for. Besides, it kinda strikes me as bizarre that none of the non-combat hub nodes have any sort of differentiating marker either. It would be really nice if there was some way for us to have access to an actual list of missions with their associated info neatly displayed, rather than a bunch of scattered dots in a JPEG that require a mouse over to glean any info at all. In a perfect world, there would be a search bar at the top that would allow players to input a string of text, press enter, and be presented with a dope list of every mission in the game that matches your search criteria, displaying the node's name and the mission type and the enemy faction present in the level range, and then when you moused over one of those missions, you get a table showing the drop chances for each item and each reward rotation on that node. The devs do actually publish an official list of all the drop chances of all the items in the game on their own website, and good on them for that, but it seems they're reluctant to actually display that info anywhere in game. And unfortunately, the official list they publish isn't actually updated on the spot whenever they push out a patch that changes the drop tables. It usually takes a few days, so that's quite disappointing. But hell, if you check out the Void Relic menu, you can actually tab over to an info display that lists every mission in the game that drops that relic. I gotta give them some credit for that, but imagine if you could just type in that relic in the nav menu and it would pull up a clickable list of all those missions, highlighting the relic you inputted in the mouse over drop tables. Of course, given there's still no indication that we'll ever even get an in-game player marketplace, this is definitely a pipe dream, and it would be safe to expect an obtuse, awkward UI here for years to come. You might get some better node labeling so you don't have to mouse over them all, but that's about all I'd expect to change. Sorties are basically your dailies. Every game that's trying to hook you long term is some sort of daily system, and this game's no exception. Every 24 hours there will be a new sortie offered, consisting of 3 missions with increasing enemy levels, the basic rules modified a bit to make it harder, and some extra random modifier on each one that's intended to jam you. These modifiers basically come in 3 flavors. One increases enemy stats and is almost imperceptible if you have good gear already. One restricts you to one specific weapon type and is basically just an excuse to bring Mesa along to do all your killing for you. And the last type is miscellaneous whack shit. Most of these also don't matter much, with modifiers like low gravity, dense fog, and Eximus stronghold being pretty negligible. But this category also includes stuff like energy reduction, which as it sounds drastically reduces your capacity to cast abilities, and radiation hazard, which frequently enables friendly fire among your allies, resulting in plenty of inadvertent team kills. So you do have to pay attention to what the modifier is and go in prepared to deal with any of the ones that matter. As for the modification to basic game rules, unlike the random modifiers, these are consistent and persistent, and the game doesn't bother to tell you that they even exist. For example, the hack nodes are now cipher-proof, and the Grineer ones will actually boot you out and trigger a failure for whatever you're hacking if you mess up 3 times in the minigame. All the game modes also have some sort of change to their rules, like how rescue missions start the execution countdown the moment you enter the holding cells, or how hijack projects a nullifier field around the escort objective. Unfortunately, most of them just greatly increase the amount of time you have to stay in the mission, as with interception requiring the completion of 2 waves instead of 1, survival taking 10 minutes instead of 5, and excavation requiring a whopping 500 cryotic be extracted, which takes 5 times longer than a regular excavation would take. Spy missions are especially rough. They technically don't take any longer than a regular spy mission, but in Sorties your team is required to successfully hack all 3 nodes, whereas in regular missions you only need 1. I find it's pretty common for one of your allies to badly botch an infiltration on one of the nodes and wind up failing the mission for everyone, so either you do the mission solo, which makes it take way longer, or you chance wasting your time on randoms ruining everything for you. The Liset air support charge here comes in clutch since it freezes the countdown timer to failure for a few seconds, but often that's not enough. The obvious reason you subject yourself to this whole ordeal is for the reward, which is granted upon completing the final mission. This reward is, of course, random, though at least they indicate what rewards are available and their general rarity. Oddly, the worst and arguably second best reward are both the most common drops. The Anasa sculpture is almost strictly inferior to getting the 4000 Ender reward, and generally kinda sucks as a reward anyway. On the other hand, Rivens can be incredibly valuable, and sorties are basically the only way of generating them, so in theory they're generally worth doing even if the other rewards don't entice. Though personally I've come to value Rivens a lot less for reasons I'll go over when I talk about Rivens in detail. The clear best reward is the Legendary Core, which can be used to rank up any mod all the way to full, and perhaps more importantly be traded away for a little under 200 plat. But with a 0.18% drop chance, you could run the sortie every single day for a year and the odds would still be against you having ever acquired one. Though I got one on my 3rd sortie ever, so... These days, outside of that reward, the only one I actually care about is actually the 3-day Affinity booster, since getting double Affinity remains useful throughout your entire playtime in this game, whereas more resources stops being useful the moment you've got enough resources. And given the odds of landing on an Affinity booster is under 1 in 30, there's not a lot of remaining incentive for me to play Sorties anymore. I used to find the increased challenge of sortie missions to be quite welcome, given most missions are piss easy and sorties could sometimes take it from piss easy to a little tricky. For a time, this was one of the only ways to actually fight higher level enemies out of the gate. However, nowadays the missions still seem trivially easy for the most part, and there are better ways to fight more threatening enemies, so all that's really left is the value proposition of is this worth my time or not, and for the reasons I've just described, I usually come to the conclusion that no, it is not. But these are definitely worth doing if you're new to the game, until they aren't. Well, new-ish to the game, since there are some slightly stringent unlock requirements to go through first, but they're pretty reasonable. Alright, next up is Arbitrations. Arbitrations are just harder versions of endless missions with better rewards and a few extra rules, and there's exactly one available at any given time, rotating every hour for all players. They take a while to unlock, requiring that you complete every single node on the star chart, and even then they restrict access to only max-ranked frames. This game mode used to suck ass since they doubled the amount of time each round took to complete, and if you died at any point you were no longer able to play the game and would have to wait for all your allies to either fail the mission or decide to end it of their own accord. This was particularly troubling since due to the modified reward structure that just continually doles out rewards from the C pool once you reach it, your allies were incentivized to just keep playing as long as possible. Thankfully, they fixed both of those issues by reducing the round length to being the same as regular content, and by adding in a mechanic that allows your allies to revive you given some amount of effort on their part. Now a revival tower spawns wherever an ally dies, and to revive them, players can just deliver 5 revival tokens to the tower, which drop from enemies and debuff them while carried. In my experience, this is pretty easy to accomplish, though so is not dying, so it kinda irks me when I have to, if I'm being honest. Anyway, gameplay-wise, Arbitrations are pretty similar to just being an endless version of Sorties. Like Sorties, they feature heightened enemy levels and modify the rules of each mission type to be more difficult, such as Interception filling the enemy control bar twice as fast, Disruption cutting the range of the Demolus audio-visual cues in half, and Survival having less potent life support packs. In fact, I wish they would backport these rule changes to Sorties, since half the time Sorties' only rule change is to double the time it takes to complete, which is not fun and was Arbitration's original problem. The only other major change is the addition of Arbitration shield drones, which are special enemies that make all other nearby enemies invincible until they're destroyed first. I have heard a lot of complaints about this particular enemy on the internet, especially after the new shield gating change that apparently makes them nearly impervious to certain weaponry, but seeing as my good old spin to win tactic works just fine on these guys, I have no issues with them at all. In fact, I rather like them because they go boom and all the tethered enemies die at the same time, which is pretty cathartic. After the patch that fixed the round timers and permadeath, I largely stopped having any issues with the gameplay of Arbitrations. The only questionable thing in my book is how each arbitration gives a massive boost to the ability, strength, and damage of one particular random warframe and weapon. You might think this would be a solid way of encouraging players to try out different gear that would otherwise be collecting dust in their inventory, but in practice it just gets completely ignored since the boost in damage is unnecessary, and it's much more important to just bring along a build that can take a beating and not fail the mission, which that offensive boost is little to nothing to help with. So with the gameplay out of the way, the only thing left to discuss is the rewards, aka why you would ever bother playing this game mode outside of finding it fun. Well, first of all, this is the only way to obtain Vitus Essence, which is a component in some Foundry builds and can also be used as a currency for a particular NPC vendor who sells some stuff you can't get anywhere else. And as mentioned, this game type features a unique reward structure where after you reach the C pool, it just keeps repeating the C pool until you end the mission. This pool also has some stuff exclusive to this game mode, but more often than not it will just give you a nice chunk of endo, which is decent but better acquired elsewhere. Unfortunately, almost every reward exclusive to this mode that's not a cosmetic is either tradable or more efficiently acquired through just dropping plat on it via the in-game store. So for folks like myself who don't give a flying rat's ass about cosmetics, there's really not any reason to engage with this content outside the aforementioned fun factor. And I guess that's all there is to say about Arbitrations. Nightwave is a new Battle Pass-esque system that essentially just boils down to being a list of weekly chores. Okay, that's unfair. There's also daily chores. And to its credit, at least the daily chores actually give you 3 days to do them, it's just that a new one appears daily. But overall, it's just a big chore list. It gives you a list of tasks that by and large you never would have done otherwise, and rewards you with some points that move you up a reward chain it supplies you. Every 10,000 points gets you the next reward on the chain. And aside from some of those rewards being special credits you can spend at the Nightwave shop, that's pretty much the whole system. Is this fun? No. No, it's not. Some would argue that it's getting me to engage with content that I otherwise wouldn't engage with, and that is true, but shock and surprise, most of the time I don't engage with that content because I have no interest in engaging with that content. All this does is add a carrot on a stick. And of course, you could also argue that this chore list is completely optional and that I could just not engage with it if I don't like it, but A, they locked in an exclusive powerful reward at the end of every Nightwave reward chain, heavily incentivizing me to strive for that, and B, bad content being optional doesn't make it not bad. Admittedly, the more optional bad content is, the better, since I would dearly like to avoid some of the content in this game, but it would be much preferred if the content were good enough that I actually enjoyed playing it. Anyway, the chores presented to you basically fall into one of two camps. Either easy ones that are fairly trivial to accomplish, or all the rest of them that are a big, grindy, unfun waste of time. Naturally, you'll wind up hoping for the trivial ones, but there's going to be plenty of times the game just wants you to grind out 10 missions in a game type you've long since started ignoring, or to go fishing again, or to do some fucking K-drive races or something. The number of shitty chores dwarfs the number of easy-peasy chores, which is certainly a shame. Also, even among the easy ones are BM ones that are only easy if you happen to be positioned correctly. It's real easy to apply a Forma or socket some gems in a sculpture or gild an item, but only if you have the requisite goods ready to be modified. The Forma one might as well be called Waste a Forma if you don't happen to have anything you want to apply one to. The Sculpture one might as well read Acquire 3 Sculptures if you happen to be the type to regularly liquidate them. And outside of Nightwave, there's no reason to ever gild anything in this game if you've already gilded everything once, so that would require you to craft a redundant piece of equipment and level it up to 30. I'd also group the Kill or Convert a Kuva Lich chore into this category, since this can be as easy as running a single mission if you've got one all buttered up already, but if you're starting from scratch, that chore literally takes several hours to complete. As such, this leads to the play pattern of sitting on unsocketed sculptures and waiting to gild items and so on until the Nightwave challenge rolls around, which is really bizarre and not particularly appreciated. Aside from the challenges, Nightwave as a whole also tends to suffer from a big FOMO issue. You see, Nightwave is separated into different series, and when a new series starts, it comes along with a brand new reward chain for you to climb, completely walling you out from accessing any of the older series, including the one that just concluded. So if you don't get the rewards you want in time, you'll never ever get them. This is a problem because the game never indicates how long any given series is going to last. Combined with the fact that there's a limited number of chores available for you to complete at any given time, this incentivizes the player to grind out a bunch of them early on so that they don't run into the situation where the series ends before they can get the rewards they want. Now, it's worth mentioning here that the current season of Nightwave is actually separated into 5 different parts that are released over time, which is indicated in-game and allows you to garner a rough indication of how long the series will last, greatly mitigating the impact of this issue. If they were to continue to do that for every series going forward, this would largely be a non-issue. However, I wouldn't expect them to do that for the intermission series, since those are all bare bones and lacking any additional elements, including this current 5-act structure, so I would expect the FOMO issue to remain there at least. Although they have done a better job of avoiding it as of late, even without this indicator, just due to each series being a lot longer than they used to be, and the patched in ability to make some of the incomplete chores from earlier weeks reappear if you complete nearly all the current week's chores. Speaking of, I should note that the series are all separated into either being an intermission or a season, with the seasons each having their own storylines and additional gameplay mechanics. So far there's been 3 seasons. The first just had a horrible bullet sponge roaming boss enemy randomly spawning into terrorized missions. The second I don't remember since I was avoiding doing chores and it didn't have a roaming douchebag like the last one. And the current one is kinda neato with crime scene investigation scenarios to explore, but also pretty annoying due to the glass resonance thing that randomly spawns in any mission, making a handful of enemies immune to damage until you can destroy the glass spikes that appear on them. I enjoy the novelty of the crime scene investigation things, but the gameplay of slowly wander around a small area until you find the 5 randomly positioned items to examine isn't exactly riveting gameplay, and can lead to scenarios where you spend a long time just trying to find that one last piece of evidence that's eluding you, which is especially not fun. After each investigation scenario, you're then led into a multiple choice quiz on the items you found, while a voiceover plays spouting colorful exposition at you, which is kinda neat. Only real issue I had with these was that at the end of one of them, I was left with a floating rock to stare at and had no idea what the game wanted me to do to proceed. I couldn't even bring up the pause menu, so after spending several minutes in there trying to figure out what I was supposed to do, I started to think I had gotten soft-locked. Turns out the interact prompt I needed in order to move on would only appear while I was standing directly on top of this rock for some reason, so that was cool. But on the next one they also had a floating rock, only this time sporting a more reasonably placed interact prompt, so this might not be an issue anymore. Anyway, I kinda wanted to elaborate on the old seasons and how Nightwave replaced the perfectly good alert system, but that's all in the past now and I neglected to record any footage of those, so I'm just gonna move on here. Void Relics are items that you can collect as a reward from just about any content in the game, and they effectively act as tickets to gain access to Void Fisher missions. Each relic is effectively a treasure chest that can contain one of 6 items. These items are either build components for prime weapons and frames, or Forma blueprints. How it works is you select a relic you want to open, you queue up for a Void Fisher mission, which can be any game type, you and your allies collect 10 reactant each. At the end of the mission around, all the players who got 10 reactant reveal the contents of their Void relics, and then everyone individually chooses which of the hopefully 4 rewards on display they'd prefer. Running these missions will also allow you to collect Void Traces, which can be spent on improving relics so that they have greater odds of unveiling their rare goods. Void Fisher missions are another layered game mode, being identical to regular missions, only with the addition of the titular Void Fishers and the quota of 10 reactant you need to collect, plus some extra bonuses for staying in endless missions. Oh, and you get a pretty nice buff when you collect all 10 reactant, either doubling your Warframe's ability, strength, and range, making one of your guns have infinite ammo, or making your melee heavy attacks not consume your combo counter. This is pretty cool, but ultimately irrelevant. Literally the only time I ever notice it is when I'm sitting on extraction and absent-mindedly firing my gun, only to realize I don't have to reload ever. Anyway, Void Fissures are these things that periodically appear over groups of enemies, spawning in additional corrupted enemies and corrupting all the regular enemies nearby. Annoyingly, they also make all those enemies invincible for a couple of seconds, but when they die, at least one of them is guaranteed to drop a reactant. Also annoyingly, it seems this reactant only actually appears for players that are relatively close by, so if you're too far away, you miss out on a reactant drop. So ultimately the game plays the same as it regularly would, only you have to stick close to your allies and expend a little extra effort in clearing out the nearby fodder enemies instead of just beelining for the mission goal. This applies to both navigation and kill speed, by the way. In some game types it's possible to kill enemies too fast for them to be hit by Void Fissures before the round ends. I learned this the hard way mopping up enemies in a defense mission with Saren. The first round nobody got anything, and I felt like a dumbass because it was my fault for killing everything too fast. I just assumed it would work out. Anyway, the whole goal of running Void Fissures is to open Void Relics, of course, so it proves prudent to aim for the short game types like Capture and Exterminate and spam those to open your relics. The extra bonuses you get from endless missions are nice, but only really relevant for new players, so if you're good on resources, then you should definitely just try to run these as fast as possible. My preferred game mode out of all of them is actually Exterminate, as it seems to be the only game mode where I don't really have to think about the reactant and making sure my team gets enough. Usually you can just play it like a regular Exterminate and it'll all work out. Unfortunately, this is one of the few game types that you really want to have a full party for, because you really want to get all 4 relic rolls at the end of each mission. You never know when that 4th guy is going to roll something really valuable after all. I say unfortunately because aside from the additional relic rolls, full stop the only thing teammates contribute to the process is significantly slowing you down. You have to wait for all of your allies to collect all 10 reactant and then make their way over to extraction every single time. Often that means I have to wait out the full 60-second timer because my allies are slow as fuck, or some guy barely managed to pick up any reactant and is flailing about the map desperately trying to get more, usually to no success. Even when that doesn't occur, you can expect to have to wait a solid 30 seconds for the slowest guy to finally arrive at extraction. I have little doubt I could churn through these missions in half the time if I didn't have to twiddle my thumbs waiting for slowpokes to catch up, so that definitely puts a damper on the time efficiency of running relics. But unlike most game types, Void Fissures actually are worth running throughout your entire playtime, and that's because it's probably the premier way of acquiring valuable goods to trade away for plat, and the only consistent source of Forma blueprints. The prime parts you get as rewards are all tradable and worth some amount of plat, with the rare rewards being quite lucrative to cash in. Now would be a good time to mention that the table of relics available to acquire in the game gets rotated regularly, a process known as vaulting and unvaulting relics. The relics that aren't able to be generated as rewards anymore are considered vaulted, as you may have guessed. That means vaulted relics often sport particularly valuable rewards since you're just about forced to trade for the contents of them given their limited availability. Anyway, usually common rewards only sell for anywhere from 2 to 5 plat, uncommon rewards usually sell for 4 to 10 plat, and rares start around 10 plat and just go up from there based on their actual rarity. Also, I generally value Forma blueprints as being worth around 12 plat, since it costs 35 plat to purchase a bundle of 3 pre-built Forma, and outside of the Plague Star event, there's really no other way to consistently get Forma. This already sounds like a pretty solid source of plat since you can earn these rewards at a fairly rapid pace, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Turns out, all the rewards from Void Relics, not counting the Forma blueprints, are tradable not only to other players, but also to the game itself. That's because the game features a kiosk in every relay that you can use to convert your relic rewards into a currency known as Ducats, which you can then use to buy different items from Baro shop. Common items are worth 15, uncommon 45, and rares 100, with a handful of items also being worth 25 or 65 due to the vaulting rotation making these items available at a lower rarity than they previously were. Baro is a traveling vendor that only shows up for a couple of days every 2 weeks, and his wares change every time he appears. He always offers the quest to unlock Anaros, he brings a handful of cosmetic items, he has a handful of weapons you can only get from him, and perhaps most importantly, he offers very valuable mods, often ones you can't get anywhere else. Chief among these are the Prime series of mods, which each essentially replace an existing mod with a much more powerful version. But there are also a couple of Prime mods you can only get as a login milestone bonus, but by and large Baro is the distributor of Prime mods. He is also ostensibly a vehicle for delivering new content, as he sometimes shows up with wares that have never existed before. However, despite playing for like 2 years now, the only relevant new thing I've ever seen him cough up is the primed Animal Instinct mod, which is pretty dope admittedly. I'd appreciate if the devs threw more relevant content in this guy occasionally, because you can pretty much assume he's never going to have anything new that you care about. But anyway, you may have noticed something of a paradigm shift here. Suddenly, the whole affair of playing the market to gain platinum has gotten a lot more mathy and complex. To start, there's now something of a competition between the value of ducats and the value of platinum, which makes for something resembling an exchange rate between the two. Warframe.market has a tool they call a Ducanator, and on it you can see the ducat to platinum ratio for any given convertible item. You can use this to determine whether or not you should trade away an item for plat directly, or instead convert it to ducats to help you buy a different item to trade away. This ratio alone doesn't grant clarity on this decision though, since you also have to factor in the time loss and additional effort of actually trading away a dozen small items instead of one big item you bought with ducats, the fact that the items Baro sells have varying ducat costs, and that those items are effectively volatile investments. Due to the exclusivity of his wares and the uncertainty of when he will reappear with them, the trade price of all the mods he sells will go up over time, increasing month after month until he finally shows up selling them again, at which point the trade price will sharply tank back to fair market value. If it's a particularly useful mod and he hasn't shown up with it for a while, you can expect it to trade for quite a lot of plat. Though there is one notable exception to this pattern, being the annual TennoCon relay, in which players who have paid cash money to be a part of TennoCon gain access to an exclusive relay in which Baro sets up shop for a week, offering every single item he's ever previously offered. Around that time, you can expect all your investments to drop in price, despite the exclusivity of the relay. In general, I found that you can expect to sell the mods off for around 100 platinum if you wait patiently, and if you're lucky and there's a long drought for a particularly valuable item, you can get up to 150 plat for them. This does depend on both the length of time it's been unavailable and also how much demand there is for that particular mod though, since some mods grow in price much more slowly than others. When I started playing, he was on his 6th month of having not offered Prime Flow, a very useful energy management mod, so the price on the market was in the 200s, and since I wasn't willing to pay a premium for a mod that could just show up on any given Baro visit, I just had to suffer without it until he finally did show up with it. So put all this shit together and what do you get? Well, as I alluded to earlier, the most optimal and efficient way to acquire goods and progress your character is to simply earn platinum through trades as quickly as you can, and since I'm magnetically drawn to whatever course of action seems the most optimal and efficient, suddenly the game became less about being a space ninja and more about being a fucking investment banker. I started to look at the ducat to plat ratio for every single item I owned and tried to weigh it against the inherent time and effort cost of trading it versus converting it. I tried to determine which mods Baro offered had the best growth potential on each offering. I'd weigh that against their inherent varying ducat costs, and I'd try to speculate on the best time to sell each item to maximize my potential profit to risk ratio. But ultimately, perhaps in this case, it's actually a boon that the game's trading system is so clunky and manual, because I eventually determined that minimizing my quantity of trades generally made the most sense, since I'm often unavailable to trade and getting spammed with small potatoes trade requests while I'm trying to play is no way to live. So now I just convert everything that's not especially valuable into ducats and sit on my investments until they adequately appreciate. Meaning I've effectively got a lot of Warframe wealth tied up in assets, which don't feel particularly liquid given the manual trade requirement and the fact that they're guaranteed to constantly go up in value with periodic drops back down to par, so selling them off immediately probably means a loss in value compared to being patient. Anyway, that's basically the whole system, but I'd like to squeeze in one more complaint before I move on. Remember how I said you can use void traces to upgrade relics so that they give higher odds of unveiling a rare item? Well, the ideal way to maximize value from this is to queue up with other players who are also all running maxed out relics to greatly increase your odds of unveiling a valuable item. This does also increase the odds that you unveil more than one valuable item and have to choose between them, sadly, but they're still rare enough that this doesn't happen often. As a result, if you look on the recruiting tab of chat, you can often find people advertising what is known as a rad share, named after the highest tier of upgraded relic, the Radiant Relic. This is theoretically an ideal way to extract value from your Radiant Relics, as it effectively upgrades all of your allies' relics as well, compared to just solo queuing where your allies are probably just running unupgraded relics. In my experience, the only way to get a group for this is to all be sharing the exact same Radiant Relic, as apparently people are trying to actually acquire the rare reward for personal use. That or they just recognize not all Radiant Relics are equivalent in value, and they don't want to pony up a more valuable one than their allies are offering, I guess. I've attempted to host generic rad shares before where anyone can bring any Radiant Relic, but I've never got any takers. And even within the same relic paradigm, it can be extremely slow going to actually form a group for this purpose. And then it can get all fucked up because one guy didn't actually select the correct relic. And there's no way to stop queuing for a mission without disbanding the entire team, which is stupid as shit, by the way. So in practice, I have to choose between a giant time-wasting hassle to maximize the value of my Radiant Relics, or skip that process at the cost of lower quality relics from allies. I would really appreciate if there was some kind of built-in system to matchmake players with the same relic rarity, which would allow for the best of both worlds. Though I guess this might split the matchmaking queues too much, I don't know. I suspect that the slow party formation of rad shares is much more due to how cumbersome assembling a party through recruiting chat is than it is due to a lack of Radiant Relics floating around, but what do I know? Rivens are special mods that are much different than regular mods in many ways. They can only be used by one specific weapon or weapon family, they start veiled and require you to complete a challenge to unveil, they have randomized stats that can be re-rolled by spending Kuva on them, you have a limited capacity of Rivens you can hold in your inventory, each weapon has its own disposition rating which dictates the overall power of that weapon's Riven, and you can only equip one per weapon. Rivens on weapons with a high disposition and a good roll are several times stronger than any regular mod would be, making them very attractive options for those who want to use such a weapon. Disposition is an interesting system. Every weapon or weapon family is assigned a number from 0.5 to 1.55, which acts as a sort of multiplier on the stat roll so that weapons with a high disposition get very powerful Rivens and weapons with a low disposition get practically worthless Rivens, though it's worth noting that the numbers are always randomized to a degree. So what governs disposition? Well, there's a static disposition table shared among all players that the devs update every 3 months based on global weapon usage stats, such that overused weapons receive weak Rivens and unpopular weapons receive powerful Rivens. Traditionally, weapons have been introduced at the default disposition of 1, but recently the devs changed it so new weapons actually start with a minimum disposition of 0.5, to avoid situations where they release an overpowered weapon that everyone uses, and it also has overpowered Rivens relative to its inherent power. Disposition doesn't just govern new rolls, by the way. If you have a new Riven and its disposition got changed in that quarterly update, your Riven stats will update to reflect the changes. Sadly, although disposition is in truth granular down to the second decimal place, in-game it's displayed as merely 5 circles that are either filled or unfilled, each circle corresponding to a range of disposition values. I'm not sure why they did this, seeing as it would be simpler and more informative to just display the actual value. I suppose it conveys the upper and lower end better than an unexplained number value would, and the actual value isn't super important to know, but it's still pretty annoying once you know how it works. It'd be nice if it defaulted to this circle system but allowed you to toggle in the options an accurate numerical value. That would probably be the best of both worlds. Anyway, like I mentioned, all generated Rivens start veiled, only indicating what category of weapon the Riven will unveil into. As of now, those categories are melee, rifle, pistol, shotgun, zaw, kit gun, arc gun, and companion weapon, so pretty much all the bases are covered. In order to unveil a Riven, you need to equip the useless inert Riven into a weapon matching its category, and then while you have that weapon equipped with the Riven as part of its loadout, you have to then complete the challenge listed on the Riven. Unlike Nightwave, where the quote-unquote challenges are really just grind quotas, the challenges Riven ask you of can actually be pretty challenging to accomplish, especially since they're randomly generated to a degree, often adding on additional modifiers that make them even more difficult, like not being allowed to take damage or be detected or to do it carrying an item that cripples your character. Sadly, that doesn't make those challenges any fun to perform. Anytime the Riven challenge isn't trivial, it seems my reaction always winds up being something akin to, ugh. Also, some of them are just grind quotas, like the challenge to pick up a number of Syndicate medallions or to kill a number of sentient enemies, though they too can turn into a challenge if the game randomly decides you also have to do it without taking any damage or something. Since you have to have a veiled Riven equipped in order to gain any progress on its challenge, and a lot of those challenges are not things you could accomplish without going out of your way to set up, I often just wind up letting those Rivens collect dust in the closet as I procrastinate ever actually unveiling them. At least until I approach the maximum Riven capacity in my inventory, at which point I'll just sell off all the ones with annoying challenges. Technically, even veiled Rivens are not interchangeable due to their randomly generated challenges, but Warframe.market lists them as if they were fungible assets, and I found that people will buy them regardless of what the challenge is. Both veiled and unveiled Rivens are tradable, but I found that once you unveil a Riven, it suddenly becomes very difficult to sell. When I started, there wasn't even a way to do it via Warframe.market. I had to use a different third-party site that sucked a whole lot more, but the site has since added a section where you can robustly auction off your Rivens, so hooray for that. Unveiled Rivens can actually be some of the most valuable items to trade away in the entire game, given manually rolling excellent stats requires extraordinary luck, so people will pay potentially thousands of plat for a really good roll in a weapon they want. However, the ugly lack of any sort of API to hook into the game means that you have to manually enter every minute detail of every Riven you want to sell, and if the disposition changes and you haven't sold yet, then you'll have to re-enter all the info with the updated values. Further, it also means that the whole auction interface is kind of a farce. Bids mean almost nothing, and auctions never resolve until direct contact between a buyer and seller takes place, requiring them to both be online kind of sidestep the whole auction system. Personally, I've had no luck selling off any Rivens at all, despite listing a handful of them, since unlike regular goods, it seems like you can't just post a listing and forget about it, which is basically what I did. Thankfully, if you have a bunch of crap unveiled Rivens lying around that you don't want, you can combine 4 of them to make a new veiled Riven. This is worth doing since a lot of unveils are pretty worthless and you have a limited Riven capacity. But anyway, now to explain the rolling process. Once you've unveiled a Riven, it's locked to whatever weapon you rolled, but you can completely re-roll its stats as many times as you want, given you have enough Kuva to spend on a re-roll. Fortunately, when you re-roll, you're allowed to either accept the re-roll or just keep the one you already had, so you don't run the risk of rolling a much worse Riven and losing the decent one you already had. Unfortunately, there are a massive amount of bad rolls and very few good rolls, and it costs a lot of Kuva to keep re-rolling the same Riven. Rivens roll into one of 4 formats: 2 positive stats, 2 positive stats and 1 negative stat, 3 positive stats, or 3 positive stats and 1 negative stat. If you roll a negative stat, it increases the power of the positive stats. As a result, the ideal Riven will always include a negative stat that has a fairly negligible effect on the weapon, with 2 or 3 positive stats that are very good for the weapon. Unfortunately, the odds of rolling a fairly negligible negative stat is by itself fairly rare, since you need to hit a 50-50 that you'll even get a negative stat, and from there, probably only a third or a quarter of the stats you could roll are acceptable negatives, such as zoom level, projectile speed, recoil, max ammo, status duration, melee combo efficiency, or finisher damage. Pretty much every other stat is something you'd really rather not have as a negative unless you roll it on a weapon that doesn't really care about that particular stat. Conversely, a lot of the times you have a pretty narrow idea of what you want for positive stats, such as wanting crit chance or status chance buffs so that you cross an important threshold, and even if you don't, since you also get multiple positive stats per roll, that also means multiple chances to roll one of those less desirable stats that makes the overall Riven pretty bad. Not to mention there's a bigger pool of positive stats than negative stats, since some don't make sense as negative stats, like initial combo count or additional damage of a specific element. Case in point, check out my Rubico Riven. See the stats on it? Critical chance is one out of requires since that guarantees the weapon will crit, and multi-shot is really good, but magazine size is pretty meh, and there's no negative stat to buff up the other ones. So since at the time good Rubico Rivens were selling for a fuck ton and it was just about the only gun I was actually using, I just kept rolling it for the chance to get a better one. That number down there indicates how many times a Riven has been rolled, so as you can see this one has been rolled a whopping 125 times. I purchased it when it was at only 2 rolls, and guess what stats it had? The ones you see right here. They're completely unchanged. I rolled this Riven myself 123 times, and each time it rolled something worse than it already has. Now would probably be a good time to mention that the Kuva cost of rolling a Riven increases with each roll until it reaches its cap of 3,500 Kuva. That's actually quite a lot of Kuva. If my math is correct, that means I dumped 420k Kuva into this piece of shit
Smoke weed.
and got absolutely nothing out of it. As such, I've largely lost interest in manually rolling Rivens since it seems to me like the Kuva cost per roll is astronomical given my expected result of jack shit. Seeing as most Kuva turns into dust, I'd really rather the reroll cap were lowered to something more reasonable like 2,000, then it wouldn't feel quite so painful to waste Kuva on bad rolls. Alternately, even better would be some method of locking in one or more of the stats you rolled so that you could reroll the other stats while retaining a desired one, because otherwise you just have to get super lucky to land on a desired combination of stats. As far as how you actually obtain Kuva, there's basically 2 main sources. The first and foremost way is via another layered game mode known as the Kuva Siphon. There's a place in the star chart known as the Kuva Fortress, which has missions on it and gets its own unique tile set, but interestingly does not stay in one place, instead preferring to float around the solar system. Up to 2 plants that are nearby the Kuva Fortress will have some of their nodes changed to display a Kuva icon on them, indicating that you can choose to start a Kuva Siphon mission there. Conveniently, you don't have to scour the star chart for these missions though, they're neatly displayed in this alerts panel here. They are finite, however. Every hour the fortress moves to a new location and spawns exactly 6 missions, which are cleared upon completion, meaning you can only do 6 siphon missions an hour at max. Worth noting is that one of these 6 missions is classified as a Kuva Flood, meaning you get double the Kuva reward for completing it, but it features much higher level enemies than the regular siphon missions do. The difference between a Kuva Siphon mission and a regular mission is that somewhere on the map a machine appropriately titled a Kuva Siphon will spawn, and if you want to get the Kuva reward you have to destroy it before completing the mission. However, the machine is largely invincible, so you can't just run over there, bitch slap it, and call it a day. Instead, you have to destroy its tendrils one by one. The only way to do this is to wait around the siphon until it uses one of those tendrils to start drawing a cloud of Kuva towards it, and then switch to your operator and use it to destroy the Kuva cloud before it reaches the tendril. For reasons unknown, doing this also destroys the tendril. If the cloud does reach the tendril, one of the siphon's diamond-shaped indicators fills up, and if you let all 8 fill up, it'll depart early, and you'll only get Kuva according to how many tendrils you manage to destroy. However, I've never even seen this come close to happening. At worst, it gets to 3 out of 8. Anyway, the siphon's got 4 tendrils, so you just have to wait around until you get the opportunity to blast 4 different Kuva clouds, then you can go on and complete the mission as usual. They try to spice up this waiting period by including a handful of invincible Kuva guardians to harass you while you wait, but it's very easy to ignore them with any half-decent frame loadout, so it's kinda just a big waste of time. It can be kinda tricky to hit the cloud before it kisses the siphon, since it can be unclear where the cloud or its hitbox is, and sometimes they just spawn incredibly close to the siphon, but since you're allowed up to 8 failures and you got 3 allies to help you, this doesn't matter much. In fact, this is one of the few areas of Warframe where I feel pretty outclassed by my compatriots, since I've had plenty of siphons where I failed to find any clouds before my allies blasted them all. Anyway, if you succeed, you get anywhere from 550 to 700 Kuva, or double that with a flood. So like, if you clear all 6 Kuva siphon missions in an hour, you can afford a little over 1 more Riven reroll than a capped Riven. Of course, you can multiply your yield by 2 if you have a resource booster active, another 2 if it's a double resource weekend, and potentially another 2 by having a Syndicates and getting a lucky buff at the appropriate time. But even then, it doesn't feel worth it since that Kuva will probably quickly evaporate with just a handful of bad rolls. Anyway, the second main way you can acquire Kuva is via piecemeal rewards from miscellaneous content. Turns out a spattering of Kuva is a pretty common possible reward in many different reward pools. You can get anywhere from 100 to 500 Kuva as a random bounty stage completion reward. Sorties sometimes reward 6,000. Nightwave gives 10 or 20,000 as a reward sometimes, plus allows you to purchase 10k with Nightwave creds. And similarly, you can purchase 10k with the Vitus essence you get from Arbitrations. Further, basically anything Kuva flavored will give you a small amount of Kuva for engaging with it, like Kuva Disruptions and Kuva Survivals continually awarding a small trickle of Kuva, or Kuva Liches giving you a couple hundred every time you stab them with your Parazon. As a result of these things, you'll probably receive a somewhat steady income of Kuva without explicitly trying to garner it. So that's kinda nice, I guess. Ultimately, I don't get much use out of this whole Riven system, because the weapons I actually want to use usually have trash disposition, and I found that manually rolling Rivens is a nightmare anyway. I assume at least part of the idea behind implementing Rivens was to sort of modulate the top-end power level of all the available weapons, such that unpopular weapons would become attractive thanks to their powerful Rivens, and popular weapons less attractive due to their useless Rivens. However, as far as I can tell, this pretty much just doesn't happen. Well-rolled Rivens are too rare to make much of an impact in the popularity of weapons, and from what I can tell, powerful Rivens usually don't turn a bad weapon into a good one anyway. It may be that I just haven't gotten an appropriately powerful bad weapon plus strong Wyvern combo and am missing out, but that mostly just speaks to the lack of availability of good rolls. Most of the community seems to take a dim view of Rivens, since they're kinda like once removed loot boxes and they don't really solve any problems. Also, they have the issue of being usable on stat sticks, which they really shouldn't. Anyway, at this point the only way I really interact with the whole system is to sell off my new veiled Rivens and then once in a blue moon trade for an unveiled Riven I want. Even then, I find those Rivens to be pretty marginalized, since I always just use whatever the most OP melee weapon is to do most of my killing, which never has a Riven on it due to its bad disposition. If they fixed how rolling works so that you were near guaranteed to get a great Riven if you dumped enough Kuva into it, then maybe the system could really come online. But many suspect that won't happen due to whales dumping tons of cash to get platinum they need to spend on god roll Rivens. So, is what it is. These guys were added with the Old Blood update, and apparently were conceptualized as being similar in nature to Shadow of Mordor's Nemesis system, if you're familiar with that. They're really not anything like that, though. That game had an extremely elaborate system where any random mook that killed you would get promoted into the system as a captain with its own strength, weaknesses, and personality, with all of those traits being powerful and relevant to gameplay. Sometimes some of those captain's traits would be hidden, requiring the player to gain intel on them by mind controlling other random mooks. There was a whole hierarchy of nemeses that would constantly vie for power with one another, often shuffling around in rank and power depending on the machinations of the system and how the player interacted with it, and ultimately the system just completely pervaded the entire framework of the game. One can begin to imagine how this kind of system might be integrated into a Warframe context, but it wasn't. In Warframe, you either have a Lich harassing you or you don't, and if you do, they barely do anything at all. The one thing they do outside of their own little content island, aside from regularly taunt the player, is to mark a number of nodes in the star chart as Lich controlled, meaning if you finish any mission on that node, they'll seize a small fraction of your rewards, only giving them back once you've defeated them. Liches also have a handful of quirks they may or may not exhibit, apparently in an attempt to crib from Shadow of Mordor's trait system, but in that game enemies could have a whole suite of important traits you kinda needed to play around to succeed, whereas in this game Liches maybe have one quirk, and that quirk is wholly irrelevant. I've downed almost 24 Kuva Liches in my lifetime, and not once did I ever actually notice the existence of any quirk. Most of them appear to be a shallow attempt to inject a little personality into each Lich, but as far as I can tell there's basically only two personalities, serious girl and silly guy. But Shadow of Mordor comparisons aside, let's get into the nitty gritty of how the whole gameplay loop works and why you'd subject yourself to it. Well, first off, the main reason to hunt a Lich is because they will drop one of 16 different exclusive weapons when you kill them. And I do mean exclusive because unlike the vast majority of content in this game, there's really no way to skip to the end by throwing plat at it. You actually have to hunt down and kill at least 16 different Liches if you want them all. Liches also have a 20% chance to grant one of several different ephemeras upon defeat, which are just some cosmetic items, but I'm given to believe a lot of people care about that stuff, so that's also an incentive. This used to be a 5% chance, by the way, but the devs doubled it 2 different times in a rare fit of clarity. Upon defeating your Lich, you can also choose to convert them instead of killing them, which enables them to spawn in as an ally once in a blue moon, and apparently also to be traded away to other players in a special trade room I've never used. You don't get the weapon though, which is the main reason for doing these, so unless you want to trade away an ephemera, there's little reason to ever convert instead of kill. Speaking of the weapons, most weapons in the game you simply rank up to 30 once and then they're all maxed out, but Kuva weapons, among a select few other weapons like the Paracesis, don't work like that. Instead, they initially cap at rank 30, but every time you Forma them, they gain an additional 2 max ranks, up to a true maximum of rank 40. That means if you want all the mastery from one such weapon, instead of ranking it up once to 30 like everything else, you have to rank it up 6 times, each time requiring even more affinity than the last, and dump 5 Forma into it. Given Forma can be fairly estimated at a value of 12 platinum, that means the devs expect you to dump 60 platinum per weapon to get 1,000 extra mastery points. For all 16 weapons, that would be a grand total of 960 platinum. Honestly, when you think of it in terms of platinum cost, that seems pretty predatory if you ask me. I guess it's kinda neat that these weapons get extra capacity, but they could've just straight up made them rank up to 40 right off the bat, instead of requiring you to dump Forma and grind over 6 times as much to get there. Really not a good look. Anyway, the process of getting a Lich assigned to you is pretty simple. You just go to any Grineer faction mission with enemies over level 20 and play until your screen flashes, at which point you have a hidden timer to kill a hidden quota of enemies in order to spawn a Kuva Guardian. In practice, this hidden condition is very lenient. I've never had any difficulty killing enough enemies in time to spawn them. Once the Guardian appears, if you down him and then explicitly mercy kill him, ta-da, you got a new Kuva Lich assigned to you. Other things to note about this is it actually matters which Warframe you kill the Guardian with, as that frame will be credited as the Progenitor frame, which determines which type the bonus elemental damage is, what moves your Lich has access to, and which ephemera you get if you were lucky enough to roll one. In the past, the weapon the Lich got was completely random, meaning you had to commit to an entire Lich hunt just for one random roll. That random roll wasn't something you wanted? Tough shit, you still have to go through the entire process of defeating a lich just to get another chance to roll again. Soon after launch they patched in a condition that prevented consecutive liches from rolling the same weapon, which helped, but didn't solve the issue of almost constantly rolling weapons you already have as you approached a complete collection. Thankfully they later backpedaled on the solution and instead fixed it so that the initial guardian you have to kill to spawn the lich actually displays which weapon you'll get before you have to commit to killing it, allowing you to skip it and simply redo the initial mission if it wasn't a roll you wanted. He even coughs up 100 Kuva each time you down him. It used to be easy to accidentally mercy kill this guy and get locked into a weapon you didn't want anyway, since he looks identical to the Kuva thralls you have to absentmindedly kill in the exact same way en masse while hunting your lich, which would condemn you to being locked into a lich you didn't want, as happened to me once. But thankfully they recently patched it so that the mercy kill on this guy requires you to hold the button down instead of tap it, eliminating this issue. Usually I'm really not a fan of when game interactions require you to hold a button instead of press it, but that's definitely the way to go if you're trying to prevent misinputs. Anyway, speaking of killing Kuva thralls en masse, that's pretty much the entire gameplay loop of a Kuva hunt summed up in a nutshell. Once you've got a lich assigned to you, he'll spread his influence across several nodes of one planet, allowing you to select a lich-controlled version of the same mission. Yep, we got another layered game type, folks. These missions are identical to regular versions, except the enemy levels will be much higher than usual. Occasionally an even higher level Kuva thrall will spawn in for you to kill. Endless missions are limited to 1 round for some reason, and your lich has a chance of spawning in to antagonize you, which doesn't happen anywhere else. As you may have surmised, the process of killing your lich isn't as simple as hanging out in lich-controlled territories until your lich spawns in and busting a cap in its ass, as sadly your lich is very unlikely to actually be killable the first time you encounter them. That's because in order to kill them, you actually need to have your Parazon modded with the correct combination of Requiem mods. What the fuck is a Parazon, you might ask? Well, it's apparently a tool you use to both hack consoles and stab liches. I'm not really seeing the overlap here if I'm being honest, but whatever, we roll with it. What the fuck is a Requiem mod, you might ask? Well, it's just some random rune that takes up a mod slot in your Parazon, and the only thing it's good for is killing liches. There are 8 different Requiem mods, and to kill a lich you have to have an identical 3-rune sequence equipped in your Parazon to match whatever your lich randomly rolled. The whole crux of the hunt is trying to figure out what those 3 runes are and in what order. To get Requiem mods, you need to either trade for them or open Requiem Relics, which function identically to Void Relics, only they have very different rewards and the missions always take place in the Kuva Fortress. To get Requiem Relics, you can either complete a Kuva Flood, which guarantees a relic, complete a Kuva Siphon, which gives you a 35% chance of getting a relic, or kill a Kuva Thrall, each of which have a 5% chance to drop a relic. Before I started hunting liches, mostly because I was wary of getting my shit stolen by them and I didn't really understand how the system worked, I would occasionally collect a relic from a Kuva Flood whenever I saw one was available. By doing this I had a pretty decent stockpile of relics before starting, and as a result didn't have much difficulty opening a full suite of Requiem mods to work with. If you really need a specific mod, you can easily trade for it, and I found the relic drops from the thralls actually tend to outpace the rate at which you consume the mods anyway, so getting your hands on the Requiem mods is not the hard part. And yes, the mods get consumed. Each mod has 3 charges on it, and when you use one to kill a lich, it loses one of those charges. I think 3 charges is actually pretty generous, plus when they're out of charges they leave behind defiled versions of themselves, allowing you to combine 4 of them together to get a new Requiem mod, so that's all good. But alas, going into your first lich mission, assuming you actually remember to outfit your Parazon with 3 active Requiem mods, you only have a 1 in 336 chance that whatever random selection of Requiem mods you settled on happen to be the correct combination. This is definitely a low chance, but it's notably not actually that low, and opens up the opportunity for a lot of players to roll an insta-lich, which is actually cool as fuck. In fact, I had this happen to me once and it was dope. I definitely like that part about the system, that it allows you lucky breaks that skip a ton of grind. But should you not be a lucker dog, you have only 2 ways of narrowing down the correct combination of runes. The first is by simply testing it out on the lich. You're tasked with stabbing him 3 times with your Parazon, once for each Requiem mod you have equipped. Each time you stab him, if it's the wrong rune, the game will make that clear through the UI and your lich will peace out. He used to straight up kill you whenever you stabbed him with the wrong mod, but since that's a regular part of the lich hunting loop and it's really fucking annoying, they eventually patched that out. So this is a slow process of guess and check. You'll get this guy to spawn, test out your leftmost unknown rune, find out it's wrong, go back and change it for something else, and repeat. If you're lucky and it's right, then your leftmost unknown rune shifts to the right by 1 and you get another test stab on the same guy, and if you're really lucky, that rune will be right too. But usually it's not, and you just continue the process with 1 more known rune. Theoretically, if you only had the system available to you, you'd at most have to test your combinations on 21 different lich appearances, which would happen if you needed 8 guesses on the first rune, followed by 7 guesses on the middle rune, followed by 6 guesses on the last one. But the other way to glean information about which runes are correct is through murmurs. Murmurs are basically a point system. You get some for killing the aforementioned Kuva thralls, and you get a nice chunk whenever an invading lich is confronted. With enough murmurs, the game will reveal to you one of the correct runes you need in your loadout that you don't already know. Unfortunately for you, it does not reveal which position that rune should be in your mod order, so if the murmurs revealed a rune that isn't your leftmost unknown one, then you're still stuck guessing and checking there, which kinda sucks. In my experience, murmurs effectively lower the cap on maximum liches needed per run from 21 to 10, as by the time you've incorrectly guessed the first rune for the 8th time, you'll have already revealed the other 2 runes of the murmurs, and so the only remaining guess is a 50-50 between rune positioning on the last 2 slots. I've had to exhaust all 10 liches multiple times, sadly. Except actually more than that, because a couple of times I also forgot to switch my Parazon mod between encounters and as a result completely wasted it, I guess. Personally, I think it was a misstep for the devs not to implement some kind of system more like Mastermind, which would basically be the same as this, except instead of knowing for sure whether your leftmost unknown rune is correct or not with each guess, it would instead indicate how many runes of the 3 are correctly slotted in, and also how many are the correct runes but positioned incorrectly. As with Mastermind, this would not actually give you any information on which of those runes are which, so you'd have to guess and check in a much more interesting way. Instead of the check just answering, is this particular rune right or wrong, which only lends itself to luck and grind, the Mastermind-esque feedback is both more comprehensive yet more vague, and so there are entire algorithms designed around trying to minimize the number of guesses needed, both in the average case and the worst case. That's way more interesting, gives the player the opportunity to feel clever rather than just lucky or unlucky. Traditionally, Mastermind is, in Warframe terms, 4 rune slots with 6 rune variations and duplicates allowed, whereas Warframe is 3 rune slots with 8 rune variations and no duplicates allowed. I'm pretty sure traditional Mastermind rules would be too hard, but leaving it with the same numbers Warframe currently uses and just swapping to Mastermind style feedback would do wonders, and then murmurs could be used to supplement the process and provide more concrete feedback that guarantees progress. I mean, it would still basically just be a drawn out minigame, so maybe the current way where at least you get guaranteed progress with each guess rather than some vague information ultimately works out better and I'm full of shit. I don't know. But regardless, as it stands, the whole process is just a straight up grind. You just keep grinding missions, killing thralls, and occasionally stabbing your lich when he shows up until you eventually whittle down the correct sequence and finish him off for good. I should probably also mention your lich has a rage meter and a level, though these mechanics don't really matter much. The rage meter has 5 different stages of butt mad, with each level making your lich more likely to appear during missions, so of course you want to troll him as hard as possible. Sadly, the only way to do this is to kill thralls, which I was doing anyway to get murmurs and relics, so okay. As of now, there's no way to force a lich to spawn, which is quite unfortunate. The lich's overall level always starts at 1 and goes up by 1 every time you try out an incorrect rune combo on him, at which point he'll spread his influence to another planet and increase the overall enemy level in all his missions. Unfortunately, this also resets his rage meter back to its lowest point, so it will be unlikely to show up again soon. But at least the lich has a level cap, so he won't go beyond level 5. Now, hearing this, you might think the play would be to actually avoid your lich, since stabbing him more often than not will just reset his rage meter and make the ongoing missions harder. But I would disagree, since for one, getting some guesses in is valuable for progressing the hunt even if they're wrong, and more importantly, you really need him to spread his influence to more planets so you have more missions to work with. I neglected to mention it so far, but as you kill thralls and complete missions in lich-controlled territories, those areas stop becoming lich-controlled and your pool of available missions to take on shrinks. Since I'm still keen on avoiding certain mission types like the Plague, I need to get the Lich to keep spreading to new areas so I can maintain a decent offering of mission types. Worth noting is that some of those mission types actually become a lot harder due to the differences in rule set. I've actually failed both rescue missions and hijack missions in Lich-controlled territories because the person or thing I was tasked with escorting safely to extraction instead got fucked up, thanks to my being busy killing thralls and liches and everything being way higher level, so my escortee would just get blasted. So the pool of viable or at least preferred missions is even smaller when lich hunting than it normally is, making me even more confident that the correct play is to stab your lich every time he shows up. Although apparently he also has the ability to convert nearby enemies into thralls, so there's something to be said for biding your time a bit before stabbing him so that you can get more thralls to kill. Apparently there's a cap on how many thralls can be created or spawned per mission though, so you can't just farm thralls off one lich until you've got all the murmurs you want.
Anyway, as far as actually fighting your lich goes, that's not too troublesome. I've found that toxin-type liches are annoyingly proficient at dismantling my gauss, but aside from that, you can just go up to their face and spam melee attacks and you'll be a-okay. Notably, all liches also possess an attack where they'll pick you up and toss you aside, which appears to bypass any and all crowd control protections you may have, and they especially like to do it as a means of countering melee spam, so that can be pretty annoying. But usually you just wail on them and mash the interact key to do the Parazon stabs and they'll basically just get stun-locked and eat shit every time. You might have to endure getting Tom Brady'd once in a while, but them's the breaks. Liches used to be immune to status effects, which was super lame, but they later got patched to only be resistant to status effects, which is just fine. I was hoping this would herald the end of complete status immunity, or at least hamper the apparent desire the devs have to slap it on everything that moves, but there's still a ton of status immune enemies, and they just added a bunch more, so I guess not. Unfortunate. Now, after this whole spiel, you may think I have a dim view of lich hunts, and I can confirm the community certainly seems to, but honestly I actually kinda dig lich hunting. It gives you regular access to higher level content with extra bells and whistles and a solid reward incentive. The added features of thrall hunting and potential lich invasions definitely help to spice up the missions. Thrall hunting isn't exactly riveting, they just occasionally spawn one somewhere and mark it for you to go kill, then you go do that before moving on. but you actually have to explicitly mercy kill them for it to count, and there's a handful of pretty nice animations where the camera zooms in, does this cinematic framing of your takedown, which is pretty cool, especially when you smoothly transition from damaging them to a mercy kill. Sadly, it seems that if you press the mercy kill button when you're awkwardly positioned relative to the enemy, it won't try to force the animation, instead opting to go for this completely neutered lame animation with no camera change whatsoever, which is actually a pretty big bummer if you ask me. Definitely ruins the vibe. This can even happen on the Liches themselves when you go for a Parazon stab, though that seems rarer anecdotally. Though I guess I see the reason behind not forcing animations. The devs have also done a pretty good job of patching out all the major pain points in the system. I've already mentioned a few, but another big one is that even on top of the weapon drop RNG, there was also RNG on the strength of the bonus elemental damage you rolled. You just had to hope to get a high roll, otherwise you were shit out of luck. Nowadays you still roll a random strength, but they added a function called the Valence Fusion, which allows you to combine two weapons to guarantee a new weapon that's stronger than either of its components, and also allows you to change which element the bonus is for. So presumably if you wanted to, it would just be a matter of grinding enough to get all the weapons with perfect rolls on everything. I mean, it did take them 3 months to drop the main patch that fixed most things, and they definitely under-delivered on the original concept, given it's just another grindy content island, but I'm still glad it's a thing as opposed to not being a thing. But all in all, it's basically just star chart missions except with higher levels, more interesting things going on, less bad mission types, and a solid incentive to do them, and since it turns out I enjoy playing Warframe, ultimately I've enjoyed Lich hunting since it's a lot of playing Warframe. Also, I just realized I've been referring to the Lich primarily as him this whole time, even though it's 50-50 gender odds, but whatever, it is what it is. Companions are a thing in this game too, and they've thankfully gotten patched enough to the point where they don't completely suck ass anymore. They used to have a whole DNA decay and loyalty system to worry about, plus an annoying as fuck stasis system that just made switching companions really tedious, but all of those have either been deleted or obviated, so now all you have to worry about is which one you want to bring with you. They're broken up into a couple of different types, with some differences between their behaviors, such as Sentinels always hovering above your shoulder and immediately dying whenever their health reaches 0, in stark contrast with all the other types which just follow you around loosely and enter a downed bleed out state when they lose all their health. But for the most part, you're going to be picking your companion based on their unique abilities, unless you're a newbie and are just using whatever you can get your hands on. For me, this basically just means a choice between the Helios Sentinel, which allows me to get some free Gladiator mod set bonuses, and the Smedicavat, which periodically doubles any items or affinity you gain, along with occasionally directly dropping the rare resource of whatever planet you're on. I hear one of the new pets from Deimos is good too, since it can spread a bunch of viral spores around and is good at not dying, but I haven't bothered with it personally. There are a couple other decent companions, but most of them are trash, and I don't use the decent ones due to opportunity cost. As it stands, there's still a few problems I have with companions. First is that your ability to passively vacuum up dropped items is tied entirely to your companion, so if they die, you stop being able to draw in nearby items, which is pretty ridiculous. The community has been clamoring for universal vacuum for a long time now, and for good reason, but the devs don't seem to want to budge on this point. Seems to me like a decent degree of vacuum should just be a passive thing everyone has access to at all times, but that's not how it is. Similarly, I chiefly rely on the Primed Animal Instinct mod to supply the icons for loot and enemies on my minimap, so when my companion goes down I lose all that information, making me feel pretty blind since I tend to rely on it to play the game. Between losing vacuum and losing radar, it feels pretty crippling when your companion bites it. Now, this wouldn't be a problem if your companion just didn't die, but alas, that is the second problem I have with them. Most companions in this game are squishy as fuck, and there's very little you can do about it. Generally, I mod my companions such that they can do the one thing I'm bringing them along to do, and devote the rest of the slots to survivability. Despite this, if you bring them along to any high-level content, they'll just eat shit over and over. From what I hear, the new Deimos pets are largely invincible, since when they get down they can just revive themselves, but the two main ones I use lack that luxury. Combine these two problems, and you get the annoying tendency to spontaneously lose access to vacuum in your map icons because your AI tag-along failed to keep their shit together. Also, the whole reviving down pets thing strikes me as pretty asinine. If your pet is getting downed in any context, then you can be damn sure they're just going to be downed again soon after you revive them, since nothing about their environment has changed. On top of that, going over to a spot and standing still for like 5 seconds while you hold a button to revive them is far from entertaining gameplay. So if they're going down, you basically either have to commit to reviving them over and over and over, or just shrug and let them die. Those are both really shitty options. Given that they're completely uncontrollable AI companions, frankly I think it'd be a lot more reasonable to just delete their health bars and make them entirely immune to damage. I don't really see what companions dying adds to the game, beyond giving a reason for defensive companion mods to exist. In this case, I say less is more. Let's just make them invincible and remove all that shit. I'm pretty sure everyone would be a lot happier. In fact, if they did that, then all I'd really have to complain about is the shitty balance between all the different companions, but shitty balance is just kinda Warframe in a nutshell, so that'll happen.
Sanctuary Onslaught is yet another game type, though unlike game types such as Arbitrations, Sorties, and Void Fishers, it's actually its own unique thing rather than some layered extras on top of regular star chart missions. How it works is you load into a small contained map with a massive amount of enemies constantly spawning in, alongside an efficiency meter that drains over time but fills as you kill enemies, and a 2-minute 30-second countdown timer. When that countdown timer hits 0, a portal will appear for 30 seconds that transports anyone who touches it to a new map that is slightly higher level enemies, repeating the process with a new 2-minute 30-second timer. If your efficiency drops to 0, the mission is over, and should you choose not to touch the portal and instead wait out the 30-second portal timer, that also ends the mission for you. Also, you're not allowed to use any gear items, and each map is a handful of what is known as efficiency stimuli scattered around the map, which when picked up add 10% to your team's efficiency meter. These are pretty irrelevant though, especially since they stop appearing if you go long. Oh, also, when you go through one of the portals, the game likes to purge all your buffs and reset your energy and ammo back to their default values. Sanctuary Onslaught is hosted by the homie Cephalon Samaras, who as you may remember owns his own syndicate, though curiously his syndicate and Sanctuary Onslaught have absolutely nothing to do with one another, other than this guy talking at you. Anyway, there's actually two versions of this game mode, namely regular Sanctuary Onslaught and Elite Sanctuary Onslaught, the latter of which I will hereafter refer to simply as ESO, since otherwise it's a mouthful. So remember that acronym is referring to Elite Sanctuary Onslaught and not Elder Scrolls Online or Employee Stock Options or whatever. The difference between ESO and the regular kind is that ESO starts with much higher level enemies, only allows max rank frames to partake, and if you spam one of your abilities too much, Samaras will disable that ability for 18 to 15 seconds depending on which ability is disabled. In both versions you get a reward for every 2 zones you clear, usually a void relic, sometimes an exclusive equipment piece, sometimes a little endo. The elite version likes to hand out higher tier radiant relics, but even then those rewards are not particularly compelling. Aside from the equipment pieces that are only available through Sanctuary Onslaught drop tables, the only real reason to actually engage with this content is because it's one of the best places to gain affinity for all of your equipment. And the drop tables don't really matter since the rewards you'd care about are so obnoxiously rare and grindy that you're better off spending plat to get them. But since it's the best place to gain affinity and there's a whole lot of affinity you need in this game to progress, it still sees heavy use for that alone. Unfortunately, there's an enormous problem that plagues the whole ordeal of gaining that affinity, and that problem is how the mechanics of affinity game works and the resultant gameplay consequences of those mechanics. So how affinity works is whenever you gain affinity, that affinity gain is split into pieces and distributed amongst all your current equipment, with the split ratios varying heavily depending on how you gain that affinity. Namely, if you kill an enemy with a frame ability, 100% of the affinity goes straight to your frame. If you kill an enemy with a weapon, that affinity is split 50-50 between your frame and the weapon you used to get the kill, and whenever a nearby ally kills an enemy, only 25% goes to your frame while the remaining 75% is split between all your equipped weapons. Notably, this affinity split is enforced regardless of if one of those things is already max ranked, so if for example you are using a max rank frame and are killing things with your abilities, you're not ranking up any equipment at all, and should allies be killing things you'll gain less affinity for your weapons if you have any max ranked weapons still equipped, since it's still taking a share of that affinity. Astute observers may have already noticed a problem here. If you're trying to level weapons, you're actually disincentivized from killing anything at all. If your allies kill enemies, you get 75%, whereas if you kill enemies, you only get 50%, and that's assuming you killed with a weapon. And since ESO requires you to bring along a max rank frame, there's really no reason to participate in killing enemies if you're trying to be efficient with your time. Given the entire game mode is about killing enemies, that leaves you with approximately jack shit to do. You could bring along a frame like Trinity, which would allow you to support your allies with free energy, heals, and damage reduction, but in practice this is about as helpful as AFKing in a corner with Limbo since nobody really needs your help. So if your aim is to rank your weapons up, that's exactly what you do. You just AFK with Limbo. The practical difference between Trinity and Limbo in this case is Trinity requires you to not AFK, but people will be less angry at you. Which in my book is completely misplaced anger, by the way. I'm just following through on the dev's poorly designed affinity system. If the optimal way to level my equipment encouraged actually helping, then I'd happily do that, but as it stands it explicitly discourages it. Despite this, I had enough instances of people raging at me and quitting that I switched to Trinity for a while, which effectively shut everyone up, but all it took was one Nova to teleport me into the next zone against my will for me to switch back, since you can't do that to Limbo. I did have to respect the masterful troll though. Anyway, I've also glossed over one more major pain point with this whole process. Not all teams are created equal. There exists only a tiny handful of frames that are very good at clearing massive amounts of high-level enemies quickly, namely Saren, Volt, and Equinox. There are some other niche ESO nuker builds in other frames, but I've literally never queued into any other frame that managed to be as performant as those three. And even among those three, Saren is the clear winner. Volt and Equinox do okay, but Saren is definitely what you're looking for anytime you queue into ESO. Also, some players apparently suck at playing these characters, as there's no guarantee they'll actually do a decent job of killing enemies en masse. And since the whole reason you're doing this is to soak up affinity from your allies killing enemies en masse, that means if your queue does not contain a competent ESO nuker, you might as well back out and queue up again until you do get one. So add all this together, and the gameplay loop for leveling up your weapons is to spam ESO queues until you find a competent nuker, then AFK in affinity range until either your weapons are leveled to max or allies stop entering the portals, and repeat until your weapons are all leveled. Unfortunately, the process of queuing into a competent nuker can be quite arduous, sometimes requiring about a dozen attempts before landing on one. And sometimes you're the host of the queue, so you wind up slamming everyone with a BM host migration when you back out after seeing your teammates are all rhinos for some reason, or people queue into you and you cancel the queue before the timer ends and send them scattering to the wind. It's honestly awful, and I feel like a complete fucking asshole every time I do this stuff, but that's how the system works. Leeching affinity from a competent ESO nuker is far and away the fastest way to level weapons, by nearly an order of magnitude, and there's a fuck ton of weapons to level if you want to increase your MR, which is probably the main overarching goal of the game. So basically you have to choose between whether you want your weapons to rank up slow as fuck or if you want to be a douchebag. I chose douchebag, which I guess is an admonishment of my character, but in my eyes it's just because the devs literally funneled me into it. I often hear about people going to the star chart node Hydron to gain affinity as an alternative, but that makes zero sense to me since it's just objectively worse than ESO and doesn't solve any of the problems I just mentioned. You just get less affinity because there's less enemies and they're lower level. Now, you can't level frames in ESO due to the requirement that you bring along an already max ranked frame, and you do want to actually kill things to gain frame affinity anyway, so the ESO leech strategy is useless for that. Instead, you can just go down a tier to regular old Sanctuary Onslaught, which does not have that restriction. And since now the script is flipped and you want to maximize your share of the kills, to level frames I just do it solo and spin to win till my frame is maxed out. This takes longer compared to leveling weapons via ESO leeching since you're only getting 50% instead of 75%, and spin to win is less effective at mass murder than Saren is, but at least now I'm actually playing the game instead of basically just trolling my allies constantly. You can also boost this affinity share to 100% to your frame if you kill with frame abilities as mentioned, but this tends to be very clunky and slow, especially among low rank frames, so I just stick to spinning and winning. The recent introduction of the Steel Path has given this mode a run for its money though, as now you can just solo queue into a very high level survival that dumps tons of enemies on you, and there's even a node that gives you an affinity bonus while spamming you with infested enemies on a pretty nice tile set, which eliminates the possibility of rolling unfavorable maps that you'd have if you were using Sanctuary Onslaught. The enemies are way tankier and more dangerous due to their higher levels though, and the way affinity scaling works with level in this game means you don't actually get significantly more affinity for killing them anyway, since the game takes the square root of the enemy's level to calculate how much affinity you get. Given their higher levels, they take longer to kill and threaten actually killing you, which is a significant threat when the penalty for death is a big chunk of affinity loss and you're explicitly trying to farm affinity. That being said, from my testing it seems that if you can handle the adversity, then taking the Steel Path option is ideal, as it's both faster to gain affinity and you'll also be able to collect resources during the process. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention enemies don't drop anything in Sanctuary Onslaught, you only get the end of round rewards. Anyway, you can also level Operator gear and Companions in ESO, which functions somewhat separately from the existing affinity system. Operators technically gain more affinity for their amps when they kill with them than they do for leeching, since some of the affinity is apparently deleted by an unused melee slot, but Operators suck at killing things so you might as well not bother. Companions don't take away from your personal affinity gain, and instead gain their own affinity separately, so you basically just have an unranked companion tag along for ESO until it's leveled so you can switch back to a Syndicates, which occasionally grants you that buff that doubles your affinity gain. This is actually another good reason to bring Limbo along, since your companion will join you when you shift to the Rift plane, thus also becoming invincible. And finally, I have to mention ranking Archwings and their associated equipment, because the situation is significantly more dire here due to their inability to be used in ESO. Archwings follow the same affinity split rules as before, only your Archwing effectively counts as your frame. Unfortunately, on top of the lack of ESO access, Archwings also cannot leave any equipment slots blank, meaning you're almost guaranteed to lose a large chunk of the affinity you should be earning from ally kills due to max ranked weapons soaking it up. This does have the positive side effect of making it so you actually want to kill things to gain affinity if you're stuck with a max rank weapon in one of the slots, since you'd then be getting only 37.5% for leeching compared to the straight up 50% for killing with that weapon. This does actually crop up in ESO on rare occasions too, because if one of your weapons reaches max rank before the others, then you're good to start killing with your weapons that still need affinity, since then your affinity gain will be equal to or greater than what you would have gotten for leeching, depending on if you have one or two unranked weapons equipped. To this day, I really have no idea how you're supposed to gain Archwing affinity at any reasonable pace. Best I could figure was just to spam the star chart mission Salacia, but this is still painfully slow, and you're liable to get allies mad again for pushing forward to kill enemies instead of just waiting for them to slowly make their way to the defense point, since they won't get affinity if you push too far. Steel Path isn't useful here because you kill enemies so much slower in Archwing mode you'll almost certainly gain less affinity than you would running a regular Archwing mission. You can also gain affinity for Archwing guns by equipping them with a Gravamag, which enables them to be used on the ground, but you can't do this in ESO since it counts as a gear item and gear items are disabled. I figured maybe now Hydron might be a decent choice to leech from since it's the next step down from ESO and you can use gear there, but it still seemed incredibly slow to me when I tried it. One potentially promising avenue is via leeching on that same Steel Path node I used to level frames, but I was unsuccessful in both queuing into someone competent to leech off and asking in chat for such a person, so I can't say for sure. If you've got a buddy who can clear that content quickly and is willing to carry you, maybe look into that though. The only other way to gain some Archwing affinity is via the open worlds by hovering around the Archwing while you do the bounty objectives, but this is also really slow. Ultimately, leveling up Archwing gear is approximately an order of magnitude more painful and difficult than leveling other equipment. That's why the Kuva Liches is the only weapon I never leveled to max. As mentioned earlier, I'd have to rank it up over 6 times to squeeze all the mastery out of it, and since it's currently the only one of those types of weapons that can't be leveled in ESO due to being an Archwing weapon, I'm willing to leave those 1,000 mastery points on the table for the time being. Anyway, before I move on, I should also note that leeching is kind of a disingenuous term, since you're not actually taking away any affinity from your allies at all, but it does effectively convey the playstyle, so I used it anyway. So this game does actually have a sort of long-form leveling system separate from your mastery rank, and that's the focus tree system. There are 5 different schools in which you can unlock and upgrade unique abilities through the use of a resource aptly named Focus. You are restricted to choosing one of the 5 schools to actually have equipped as part of your loadout, so you never have access to all of these abilities at once, but you can freely swap between them when you're outside of missions. Notably, each school has 2 of its 10 abilities marked as waybound abilities, meaning once you rank them up all the way, you can spend 1 million focus and a brilliant Eidolon shard to unbind the node, allowing you to use it with any school you want. Sadly, most of these nodes just buff your operator, which is pretty useless since operators are pretty useless. The one major exception is Necramechs Mind Sprint, which greatly enhances the ground you cover with your operator's Void Dash, turning it into a very effective movement option. It also makes enemies you crash into go flying, which is kind of low-key hilarious. Also helpful are the 2 Xeneric nodes that give your operator more energy to work with, since that will allow you to spam that Void Dash more often. Even outside of waybound abilities, sadly most of the abilities throughout all of the trees also just buff your operator, and what's worse, a lot of them do such a piss poor job of it that you're probably better off not getting those abilities at all. For some reason the devs really like to add abilities that marginally buff your operator's void mode in exchange for making it cost more energy, which is almost always a bad trade-off. I really don't know why they have to make it more expensive, seems like they should just delete the additional energy costs so they're actually buffs and not shitty trade-offs, but that's how it is. Most other nodes are shitty buffs to Void Blast or useless Psy Grace to Void Dash, so that's also a bust. There are a handful of useful abilities, like one that increases your shared affinity range, one that allows you to revive your allies instantly a few times per mission, one that makes energy orbs restore more energy, and one that makes your melee weapon gain more affinity, though that one's description is still wrong. But by and large, outside of Eidolon hunting, there's really only 2 nodes in the entire system that actually matter. Those are Xeneric's Energizing Dash and Necramechs' Power Spike. The Energizing Dash I've already talked about at length. It's that thing that allows you to spawn a bubble at any time that grants hefty amounts of energy regeneration, which is extremely useful for not running out of energy. Power Spike is a passive ability that makes it so when your melee combo counter times out, instead of resetting back to a count of 0, it will just subtract 5 from your current combo counter and reset the combo timer, which is extremely useful for not losing your combo. These 2 are in heavy competition with one another, since running out of energy is real bad and so is losing your combo. As a quick pro tip, I've generally found that using a combo of Arcane Energize plus Primed Flow plus Preparation allows you to maintain a solid energy economy without Xeneric's Energizing Dash, but that does cost 2 Warframe mod slots in an Arcane, so that can be a hard sell. Xeneric, on the other hand, mostly just requires that you sacrifice 1 mod slot in your melee weapon to add a buff to the combo timer, which seems like a smaller ask but can drastically reduce the damage output of your weapon. But hey, now there's some actual choice instead of all Xeneric all the time like it was when I first started playing. It's probably still all Xeneric all the time for newer players though, since they probably haven't got the gear to make good use of Power Spike and make up for the loss in energy regen. Eidolon hunts are the only exception to this pattern, because to take down Eidolons you actually do have to pump out as much damage with your operator as you can, which is not a relevant thing anywhere else in the game. Last I checked, the meta for those was to have 3 players using Matter Eye for its Void Strike ability and 1 Unairu for its Unairu Wisp ability. I'll go over those more in depth when I get to Eidolons though. The last school, Vazarin, is probably the least used school in the game, mostly notable for its Protective Dash ability, which grants temporary invulnerability and health regen to any friendly target you dash through. This also works on defense objectives, but in that case they nerfed it so it only restores 500 health over 5 seconds and grants no invincibility, so it's not particularly exploitable. Honestly, I've never used it or noticed anyone else using it, so it would appear that the pull of Xeneric and Necramechs are too strong to overcome here. It is my tree of choice for ESO leeching though, since it features a passive ability that increases the shared affinity gain range, which is all I really care about in that case. Also, abilities in the tree can be activated or deactivated at will, and each activated node consumes some of your overall way capacity, which limits how many abilities you can have active at once. So if you're thinking of beelining to unbind all 10 waybound nodes so you could always have 10 passive abilities regardless of which school you choose, keep in mind each one costs a good deal of capacity, so that's probably an unwise way to allocate your resources. And you can upgrade your way capacity indefinitely just by spending more and more focus on it though, so eventually you can get enough capacity that the mechanic ceases to be limiting in any way. Overall, this whole system is fine, but if you ask me, the whole thing could really use an audit to remove all the useless abilities and replace them with enticing ones so that I'm not basically just picking between the 2 different abilities that actually matter. Also, for some reason, if you toggle off a node that acts as a prerequisite to another node, that other node gets toggled off too, meaning you're stuck with an activated node that you might not want if you want to retain access to that further node that you do want. This is doubly an issue since you can't downrank nodes, and given some nodes have increasing energy cost for higher ranks, that means you could more or less screw yourself by ranking up one of those interim nodes and being burdened with a permanent extra penalty. A good example of this is the Void Radiance ability, which is a largely useless node that mostly just makes your Void mode cost more energy, but you need to have it enabled to have access to Void Strike. Since it costs more energy with each rank, you basically screwed yourself if you leveled this node beyond the minimum you need to get Void Strike. I've actually heard some players have had success writing a support ticket to get such a node downranked for them by customer support, but that's obviously not how things should be. That being said, you may be wondering how exactly one gains focus to spend on these abilities. Well, there's two ways. The first way is to slap a focus lens on one of your equips and then gain affinity with that equip while it's at max rank. When you do that, you convert a fraction of the affinity gained into focus, easy peasy. Unfortunately, there are a ton of restrictions on this system. First off, you can't get a generic focus lens. Each lens is mapped to a specific focus school, only granting focus for use in that particular school. You can spend that focus on increasing your overall way capacity, which is shared among all schools, so if you wind up getting a disproportionately large amount of focus in one particular school, you can just use that to upgrade your capacity. So there's that at least. Focus lenses are also bound permanently to whatever you equip them on, meaning you can never take the lens back and put it on something else, and if you want to change the lens you have equipped in something, you have to overwrite and destroy it with a new one. Lenses also come in 4 different tiers, with each higher tier of lens converting a larger fraction of affinity gained into usable focus. Of these, only the most basic tier actually drops anywhere, and that anywhere is specifically bounty stage rewards. The rest require either crafting or directly purchasing them with plat from the in-game store, although the highest tier can only be crafted. Both options are quite expensive. Every lens crafted requires a non-reusable blueprint, which is itself somewhat rare and valuable, and then the components require that you sacrifice at least one lower tier lens plus some valuable goods, and then wait out a 24-hour build timer. The highest tier even requires that you grind one specific star chart mission for 5 of a unique resource that only drops there, coming in the form of a 15% drop chance from enemies that you only encounter at most 4 of per round. Yeesh. The tier 2 lens costs 40 platinum and the tier 3 lens costs 80, which is quite a lot for just enabling one piece of equipment to collect focus at a decent rate. You're also barred from slotting a lens into an equip that isn't already max ranked for some reason, which enforces a small amount of inefficiency since on the mission you rank the equip to max, it won't have a lens in it, so any further affinity that equip gains during that mission is wasted. Also, the game imposes a daily cap on overall focus gained through lenses, though this cap is really quite high, so it's not something to be too concerned about. When I was newer to the game, I put a decent amount of effort in outfitting my most used equipment with the higher tier lenses, which was probably a good idea given everyone starts with 0 focus, but nowadays I just slap the lowest tier lens and things I expect to use a decent amount because it's no longer worth spending any real resources on. I'm actually kinda glad that there were only 3 tiers of lenses when I started, otherwise I might have felt compelled to grind out that top tier lens each time, which would have been a massive time loss. Honestly, I think the whole lens system is some serious bullshit, mostly just thanks to how slotting in a lens is a permanent commitment. Between the higher tier lenses being very expensive and requiring lower tier lenses to build in the first place, you feel pretty bad slotting in any lens that isn't top tier. And even then you feel pretty bad if you ever want to change focus schools, because then you either have to destroy your very valuable lens, use a different equip entirely, or just accept that you're getting focus for a school you don't want. And the lens system softly restricts which equipment you can actually use, because if one equip has a high tier lens in it, why would I use any of my other equips in that slot that don't have a lens, or just have a lower tier lens? It makes you feel like you're wasting a ton of potential focus gain if you're not using the equipment you invested your best lenses into. If they just let us take the lens back out, these things wouldn't be much of a problem, but that's not how it works, so in my opinion the current lens system sucks monkey nuts. As for the other way to gain focus, that comes from Eidolon shards. Whenever you successfully defeat an Eidolon, it will vomit a bunch of different kind of shards for you and your allies to collect, which you can then freely use to convert into focus for any school you want. This focus gain does not actually count towards the daily cap, you gain a solid amount of focus from each one, and they drop quite frequently from the Eidolons, so it's a great way of gaining focus. If you've been farming Eidolons, you'll come back to a big stockpile of shards to allocate however you wish. The main downside to this path is that you can only get them from Eidolons, and I really fucking hate hunting Eidolons. Eidolons are giant-ass mecha enemies that roam the plains of Eidolon at night. Well, technically the little Vomvolus that spawn at night are also classified as Eidolons, but let's just ignore that. They're basically really elaborate and confusing boss fights that require teamwork to dispatch efficiently. There are 3 different kinds of Eidolons, starting with the Terrorist, which is in truth the only Eidolon that actually just roams the plains at night. The other 2 are higher tier Eidolons that can be summoned in sequence after appropriately defeating the Terrorist. During the nighttime, you can elect to queue up for 1 or 2 Eidolon bounties, which don't really confer any rewards in and of themselves but merely act as matchmaking queues to group like-minded players. The first tests players with defeating the Terrorist, and the second tests players with defeating all 3 Eidolons in sequence. In practice, these queues are actually kinda useless, because this is one of the very few pieces of content in Warframe that has a strong emphasis on both team composition and team-wide player competency. If you go into the mission without all 4 players picking a build suitable to their role, you're gonna have a bad time. And even if you have an appropriate comp, everyone has to actually play their role competently for the team to succeed with any measure of speed. And while I'm always on board with going fast in Warframe, there's a special emphasis on speed for Eidolons because the moment the sun rises, all Eidolons will retreat back into the ground and become completely unavailable until the next nightfall, which is a real kick in the nuts when you're closing in on defeating the 3rd Eidolon only to run out of time and have to go back hat in hand. As a result, players will have to manually network in order to get a slot in the team, often through the use of recruiting chat. Due to the whole time-gating night horse shit, that means you generally have a small window to actually get on a team as nighttime approaches. During the nighttime, teams have already been formed to loop through as many iterations of 3 Eidolons as they can until daybreak, so you're probably not going to find a team unless you're looking for one right before nightfall. Further, due to this whole paradigm, people are often quite elitist about who they let on their team, which is partly justified since a bad apple can really slow things down. Expect to have your playstats thoroughly vetted by prospective teammates before they agree to give you a slot on the team. And I hope you didn't just want to do one run of all 3 Eidolons, because if you're on a competent team, you're probably expected to stay grinding as many iterations of hunting all 3 Eidolons as you can before daybreak, which takes 50 minutes to occur after nightfall. Usually this is 3 or 4 runs, but I hear especially competent teams can complete up to 6 runs in one night. I guess you could just ditch early, but then you leave 3 other players high and dry, and they'll remember you. Honestly, even if I actually enjoyed playing this content, the fact that they're only available during night ruins the whole thing. It fits the vibe better to have them at night, sure, but it creates a really toxic atmosphere, makes it harder to queue for, and implies an obligation to stick around for more runs. You also need to have a good amp on your operator, another thing that only matters for Eidolons. Amps are modular weapons similar to kit guns and Zaws, but they're for your operator only. Unfortunately, the blueprints you need to craft a solid amp are only available as purchasable wares from 2 different syndicates, the Quills and Cetus and Vox Solaris and Fortuno, and they require you to rank up a decent amount with them first. The Quills only require you to get to rank 2 to have access to most of the meta build, but to get there you have to dump a ton of sentient cores at them, which just about requires that you take down an Eidolon or 2, making for something of a catch-22 where you need a good amp to defeat Eidolons, but you can only get a good amp by defeating Eidolons. Vox Solaris also starts handing out amp blueprints at rank 2 and doesn't require Eidolon parts, but the materials they require are also kind of a pain in the ass to get your hands on, and the Quills have most of the stuff you want for a meta amp anyway. Plus I didn't have this option when I did it because Fortuna wasn't a thing yet. Still, it's mostly just important to replace the starting moat amp with literally any other amp, because the starter amp is beyond dog shit, so you don't need to worry too much about what the optimal amp is, you just gotta get rid of the moat amp. Alright, that being said, time for a brief overview of how to do the Eidolon fight at its most basic level. All of them basically have the exact same gameplay loop, so this applies to all 3. Eidolons spawn in sporting a big ass shield that can only be damaged with a void element, which you can only get by using your operator to deal damage. This is just about the only content in the game that has a quota of void damage that needs to be met, which is why you need a good amp, and why many of the normally useless abilities found in the focus tree suddenly become useful. Namely, the meta consists of 3 people using Mad Eye for its Void Strike ability, which makes your next 8 attacks deal 12% extra damage for every second you spent in your operator's Void mode, and 1 using Uniru for its Uniru Wisp ability, which allows them to spawn wisps for their allies that double their operator damage for a while. The Void Strike has no cap, by the way, so sometimes people will spend minutes charging up their Void Strike before nightfall so they have access to a massive damage boost for the first guy. So anyway, you get the shield to drop by dumping a ton of void damage on it, which allows your main damage dealer to target one of the Eidolon's weak spots and destroy it. Upon doing so, the Eidolon will hunker down and prepare to unleash an energy spike, which is a gigantic AoE wave that does a ton of damage and procs the magnetic status effect on anyone hit by it. The usual way of ensuring this doesn't fuck you up is to use your operator's void mode to dodge it, and equip a fully ranked arcane nullifier so that you don't transfer back into your frame only to find all your energy is gone. Once it's done, it'll get back up and regenerate a portion of its shield, and you repeat the process until all of its weak spots are destroyed. At that point, the Eidolon will hunker down again for like 30 seconds as it tries to summon a swarm of Vonvalis to heal it, but you just pop a few of them and you're fine. When it gets back up, it's fully exposed to damage, so then the whole team spams headshots at it until it keels over, and ta-da, you've defeated an Eidolon. It seems simple enough when I put it that way, but when you try this out in game, absolutely none of this is explained to you, and all you're greeted with is a clusterfuck of AoE damage and particle effects. I had to fuck off to YouTube and spend like half an hour watching tutorials to figure out what the hell was going on and what the hell I was supposed to do about it. And guess what? The process I just described was the process for killing an Eidolon, which you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to capture them, which adds a whole extra layer of shit you have to do and makes it even more of a clusterfuck. Namely, now you have to add Eidolon lures to the equation, which are machines scattered around the map that you can hack to have follow you around and allegedly attract Eidolons, including Vonvalis. These lures start off in an uncharged state and require you to kill 3 nearby Vonvalis to flip to a charged state. Alternately, you can bring the little orb Vonvalis drop over to the lure if it's too far away when you kill it, so thank goodness for that backup. Aside from ostensibly attracting the Vonvlis that you need to charge the lure, these have two functions. One, if you have at least one charged lure nearby when an Eidolon fires off its energy spike, when it's done, the Eidolon will stand back up and regenerate 50% of its shields, whereas if you did not bring a charged lure, it will instead teleport to an entirely different area on the map and restore 75% of its shields. 2, if you have enough charged lures when you defeat the Eidolon, instead of dying it will be captured and the lures will self-destruct, dropping a bunch of nice loot. You need 2 charged lures for the first guy, the Terrorist, and 3 charged lures for the other 2 guys. And in order to summon the next Eidolon in the sequence, you need to capture the last one instead of killing them. Otherwise you can't bring the Eidolon shards they drop to the summoning spot in the middle of the lake because you don't get any for killing them. Worth noting is that these lures are not invincible and are completely susceptible to all the spammy AoE horseshit the Eidolons are constantly pumping out. That means one spot on the team is reserved for a frame that can keep them alive, which is also the same player who is expected to actually go out and find some of the lures scattered around the map. I think they have reliable spawn points, but I always avoided that particular role, so I couldn't say for sure. Charging the lures can be quite a pain, as I've never figured out any way to make more Vonvlis spawn. Sometimes you're just sitting around waiting for Vonvlis to appear so you can charge a lure before proceeding with the fight, which sucks ass especially when you're on a time limit. Plus, if your team isn't coordinated, there's a chance that multiple people will go out and get lures and you'll wind up with too many, making it very difficult to charge them. So put all this together and you get a standard meta team comp of Trinity, Chroma, Volt, and Harrow. Trinity I already mentioned, she's the lure nanny, and also incidentally helps keep the team alive from all the damaging particle effects that the Eidolons incessantly vomit. Since this role is responsible for acquiring, protecting, and to some degree charging the lures, it always struck me as pretty demanding and ripe for embarrassing myself, so I avoided it like the plague. Chroma is the de facto damage dealer, as he has by far the highest self-damage buff in the entire game, and he's tanky to boot. These guys have a demanding role too, since they're expected to have a very well-modded gun with a Riven in it, as well as be on point with quickly destroying the weak spots as they become available, which is actually pretty hard, especially for the later ones that are constantly hauling ass all over the place. As I understand it, they're also the ones who usually get saddled with spawning the Uniru Wisps too. Volt is there because he has the only ability in the entire game that actually amplifies the damage players can do with their operators by placing down shields that players can shoot their amps through to get boosted damage. He's also responsible for setting up a stack of shields for the final phase where everyone's spamming headshots, because those shots can be buffed by going through shields as well. His role isn't too hard, but you do have to be good at routinely placing shields in proper locations in an expedient manner, and it's easy to tell when you've got a bad one because the shield placement is whack. Finally, Harrow has the easy job. All he really has to do is have a good build and press forward with good timing whenever the Eidolon sends out its energy spike, which will absorb all of that damage for your team and convert it into a critical chance multiplier, simultaneously protecting his allies from the energy spike and giving them a strong damage buff. This buff does not apply to operator damage, but it lasts long enough that your Chroma should be able to take advantage of it while taking out weak spots, and everyone can use it for extra damage in the final headshot phase as well. Ideally, you're also supposed to take turns on who is actually damaging the shield with their amp, so that 2 players can be charging up their Void Strike while another player is using their stacks. And they're supposed to have Virtuous Shadow equipped, which is basically an arcane for your amp, so that they can get the buff by void dashing into the Eidolon's head, which is super awkward. Which brings us to Arcanes. All this time and I still haven't explained them. I kinda waited till right here because Eidolon hunts are where you get them all. They're pretty simple conceptually, being basically the exact same as mods for your Warframe, only they have their own unique slots, and instead of leveling them up by dumping endo into them, you level them up by getting a lot of them, combining them together into a higher rank. Also, if they're high enough rank, you get an extra revive per mission for some reason. It used to be the case that you could double stack the same arcane to get twice the effect, but the devs reworked them so that you can't stack duplicates, and to compensate they increased the power of every arcane in the game by roughly 50%. Although I still think that change was BM because they did that by increasing the max rank for each mod, making it so instead of needing 10 identical arcanes to make a max ranked one, you now need fucking 21. Which means even if you were double stacking max ranked arcanes, after the patch you'd still be 1 arcane shy of having a max ranked one. And if you weren't, I hope you like having to reacquire all the arcanes you use all over again, plus 1, because now you got less than half the arcanes you need to rank it to max. Anyway, there's a good handful of arcanes that are very useful, with the most useful ones being of course the rarest. Given the power, rarity, and effort needed to acquire these arcanes, Eidolon hunts quickly became the most lucrative way to spend your time playing the game, to say nothing of the mountains of free focus you'd have lying around after hunting a bunch of Eidolons. It became clear to me soon after playing that the ideal way to spend my time if I wanted to progress my character and generate value was just to spam Tridolon captures as much as possible. However, after attempting this for a little while, it also became clear to me that I fucking hate hunting Eidolons, so I opted to move on and play parts of the game I actually enjoyed playing. I mean, don't get me wrong, Eidolons are kinda cool, and the gameplay loop isn't terrible, but boy do I hate interacting with people in the day-night cycle horseshit. Plus, alternating between void mode charging and spamming amp shots over and over does lose its luster a lot faster than regular Warframe gameplay, or at least it did for me. Thankfully, there was a temporary event somewhat recently called the Scarlet Spear, which soon after its launch added nearly every arcane in the game as a purchasable reward from the event's shop, using the rewards you gain from playing the event. Apparently the value proposition here for the rarest of arcanes was significantly more attractive to your average player, because the trade prices for those arcanes plummeted from like 100 plat to around 20. Even now, months later, they're only back up to around 40 plat. This makes me feel significantly less bad for burning out on Eidolons long ago, since now they're not nearly as lucrative. Plus, I was able to pick up all the rare arcanes I wanted at bargain bin prices. Before, it would have cost me 2100 plat to get a max ranked arcane energized, but during the event it only cost me 420.
Smoke weed.
Anyway, a lot of different equips have a sort of arcane slot, though they give it a different name depending on the equip type. Zaws get Exodias, Amps get Virtuoses, Kit Guns get Paxes, and Operators get 2 slots for Maguses. Of these, the only ones I found actually mattered for regular gameplay are the Operator arcanes. Magus Elevate is extremely useful for healing your frame. With one of these on, you can just spam Transference a little and you'll be healed to full whenever you want. Before the double stack nerf, I would just use 2 of these. After the double stack nerf, the obvious other choice was Magus Lockdown, which made it so your Void Dashes would apply a heavy tether CC to surrounding enemies, and at the end of it deal a massive amount of damage to them. But then they nerfed it into the ground to do 0 damage and have a strict limit to how many tethers you can spawn, so this slot is pretty open now. Lockdown is still useful to stop the Demolist and Disruption, but that's about it. So these days I opt for a Magus Anomaly, which softly pulls surrounding enemies to you whenever you switch back to your frame. I found it's pretty handy for both clumping enemies together and for manipulating the position of sleeping enemies to open up a backstab finisher. I really wish they'd open up the modular weapons arcanes to other weapons though. They're interesting effects and it's pretty lame that you can only make use of them if you're wielding a modular weapon. Also, one final little complaint before moving on. Arcanes also differ from regular mods in that you can't drag one arcane to another arcane slot. This doesn't matter for equips with only one slot obviously, but for frames and operators who get 2, this is annoying. If you want to reorder the arcanes for whatever reason, you have to select one of them, switch it to a different dummy arcane, select the other arcane slot, swap it for the arcane you just unequipped, select the original arcane slot that still has a dummy arcane in it, and finally select the other arcane you just unequipped. All of this instead of just clicking and dragging one to the other slot to swap them. I'd also accept just not delisting any equipped arcanes you have from the selection menu, which would allow you to select the already equipped arcane to swap them instead of having to use a dummy arcane as a middleman. Admittedly, there's not actually any practical reason to swap arcane slots, as they work the same regardless of position, but sometimes I want to anyway, and I really don't think that I should have to manually go through this whole process to do it. Alright, now to close out this section, I still gotta talk about the Spidolons. I mean, they're not actually called that, but they should be. Pretty sure they're just called orbs. Anyone who hasn't played this game but is still inexplicably watching this video may be wondering, well, you said there were 2 different open worlds, surely if they put all this effort into these elaborate boss battles, they'd have something similar in the second open world area, right? And you'd be right, Orb Valis features a couple of giant robot spiders to fight. Long ago, the devs promised 3 spiders to fight, but apparently they forgot to ever implement the 3rd one, which does seem pretty on brand for them. These aren't marred by the same issues Eidolons have, thankfully, most notably the strict meta that makes queuing a gamble at best and the day-night cycle that casts a dark shadow on the whole experience. The first one also features a nifty narrative questline that sets up the fight, although I had the misfortune of playing it when it was released, which was one of the worst gaming experiences I've ever had. I distinctly remember every mission being prefaced with a long unskippable cutscene, then when you actually got to play the first mission, it was a fucking fishing mission. And then it turns out the mission was just super buggy and often impossible to actually complete, so I'd have to abort and watch the same unskippable cutscene all over again. Then the next one just started deleting everyone's UI and hitting us with black screens and shit. Just a complete shit show. They've since made the cutscenes unskippable and fixed the bug, so it's no longer an issue aside from the fucking fishing, but it served as a nice reminder to never play new content on release. Anyway, once you get through that, which, by the way, much unlike the Eidolons, requires max ranking in the Solaris United Syndicate first, you can start the fight against the first Spidolon, Profit Taker. The Profit Taker fight is a lot more straightforward than the Eidolon fights, though the game still does a pretty good job of omitting explaining anything in favor of spamming damaging particle effects at you. She's got a big shield that you have to repeatedly take down, similar to the Eidolons, but instead of only being damaged by void damage from operators, it instead can only be damaged by one particular random damage type at a time, indicated by a big holographic icon projected in front of her face. This damage type rotates regularly, with it switching automatically if 20% damage is done to the shield or 20 seconds has passed, and players can switch it manually by hitting it with void damage, though this has a 5-second cooldown. Once the shield is down, players will have to equip their new arc gun deployer and use that to shoot out her legs, followed by shooting her face, after which she'll put her shields back up and the whole process loops. After you deal enough damage, she'll also start shooting out pylons that make her invincible until destroyed, but that's as simple as hopping over to all of them and destroying them as soon as they're spawned. You just keep looping this process of taking down her shields, pelting her with arc gun fire, and destroying pylons until she dies. There's no horseshit capture mechanics to deal with either, you just focus on taking her down. The only real annoyance this fight has over the Eidolons is that she likes to spam knockdowns on the players, and she has a move that sends out magnetic waves that is less easily played around. Notably, upon defeat she drops 125,000 credits, and given the existence of a ton of different ways to double your credit intake that all stack on top of one another, you can actually boost this drop all the way up to 8 million if the stars align. During the Thermia Fracture event in Orb Valis, you get double resource drops, including credits. You can double that if there's a double credits weekend going on. You can double that with a credit booster. You can double that by using Chroma's effigy skill in the right spot when she dies. And you can double that potentially multiple times if you get lucky procs from your Smedikavat's charm skill. During one such double credit weekend, I was regularly getting either 2 or 4 million per run, and each run only takes a couple minutes. Also, speaking of chroma, that's the meta. Whereas Eidolon hunting heavily incentivizes a strong team comp of several different frames, relegating matchmaking to being a fool's gambit, Profit Taker's ideal team comp is chroma, 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 chroma. Everything's coming up chroma! All you really want in this fight is to crank your damage output up and to not die, and chroma's the guy for that. The only other thing you might want is that ability that doubles the credits you earn, and conveniently, that ability also happens to belong to chroma. The only other Spidolon is the Exploiter Orb. I really don't like this fight, and was happy to stop doing it for good once I had gotten all the rewards I wanted from her. You start off fighting her indoors, while she will descend from the ceiling with 4 vents you have to destroy on her to force her to transition to the outdoor phase 2. Normally, you start out shooting one of her 4 vents, which upon being destroyed causes her to protect the other 3 by encasing them in ice, which you can only thaw by throwing thermia canisters at. This results in a gameplay loop of going to retrieve a thermia canister from one of the several dispensers in the area, throwing it at an icy vent, and repeating until the vent is thawed and you can destroy it and move on to the next one, where you repeat the process yet again until all 4 vents are destroyed. This was one of the very few times where you actually should have played this content on launch, because there used to exist an exploit that allowed you to skip this entire phase by destroying all 4 vents in the exact same frame when she first appears, before she ever got a chance to ice any of them. I could perform this consistently by casting Nova's antimatter drop ability directly underneath it and shooting it with a shotgun, thereby fighting fire with fire by exploiting the Exploiter Orb. Of course, the devs patched this out as I knew they would, even though I really think they shouldn't have, both because it's thematic to exploit an exploiter, and because phase 1 is a boring waste of time. Thankfully, I made sure to get everything I wanted while this exploit was live, making the process significantly less painful than it would have been otherwise. In phase 2, you have to follow her outside, where you have to get her to overheat by throwing more thermia canisters at her and preventing the coolant rachnoids that constantly spawn from reaching her and cooling her down. The rachnoids drop the canisters you need, but they're empty and you have to fill them by going over to the thermia fractures open in the ground and interacting with them. These fractures only spawn when the Spidolon chooses to do a specific attack, so sometimes you just have to stand around waiting for her to do that attack. Classic tactical suicide boss. Well, actually, she passively starts to overheat with the passage of time and needs to use that move to cool herself down, so I guess it gets a pass for being a reasonable tactic. Anyway, you just keep throwing canisters at her and preventing coolant rachnoids from reaching her until she overheats fully, at which point someone can tear a piece off her, complete with a nifty little cutscene. This cutscene, while short, is also unskippable sadly, so after farming her for a while you might start to get a bit irritated by it, as I did. Repeat this overheating process 2 more times and she dies. Ta-da! The only thing of note she drops is blueprints for the Hildren Warframe, and she's got a 10% chance to roll 1 of 2 different ephemeras, but I only gave a shit about the blueprints. Unfortunately, fucking Nightwave is a challenge to kill one of these, of course. Yet another example of Nightwave trying to get me to do content I have no interest in. But otherwise, you just get the rewards you want and try to purge the experience from your memory. And the 3rd Spidolon still doesn't exist. Nice job, devs. So, there's a bunch of little stuff in this game that just like systemically really sucks ass. I figured I'd fire off a short list of those things and explain why they suck ass. First off, I already talked about Grineer radar jamming drones and nullifier enemies earlier, so I'll just mention that I count these things among the fun stoppers. Nullifiers aren't quite as bad since they're usually just something you have to play around, but radar jammers can fuck right off. I fucking hate those things. Third item on the docket is something I refer to as a void out. These fucking things are horrible. Just horrible. Whenever you make the game upset with you for whatever reason, it will trigger a void out, at which point your screen will fade to black, you'll lose all your buffs on the spot, you get effectively stunned for about 3 seconds, and it will teleport you to a different location, often far back from where you were. Sometimes this is extremely far back from where you were. Sometimes when it resets your position, it fails to do so cleanly, and as a result you'll just wind up voiding out yet again before you can even control your character, sometimes multiple times. And you might want to close your eyes for this one, because sometimes your shit just gets permafucked and you're trapped in an infinite loop of void outs, simultaneously assaulting your eyes and ruining your mission. I wish I could say this happened to me only once. Sometimes the game will have mercy on you and let you escape the void out loop, but don't count on it. Other times the game will place you right next to an enemy and seal your frame's demise while you're still incapable of taking any action. That's always fun. So what exactly triggers a void out? Well, the most obvious trigger I can find is making contact with a void out plane, which is a completely invisible entity that infests the edges of every map. Bottomless pits are the obvious application for this, but the devs also spattered ample void out planes in every direction you can think of. If you go too high, void out. If you go around a building that you're supposed to go over, void out. Navigate to anywhere that even remotely suggests it being outside the playable area, void out. One of the main issues with these void out planes is that they are insanely aggressively placed. There have been dozens of times that I tried to cross a gap and it was clear from the action on screen that I absolutely would have succeeded without falling down the gap, if not for the fact that I apparently dipped slightly too low, and so the devs saw fit to fuck me over with a void out. The planes appear to work somewhat bizarrely as well, as evidenced by how I can stand and walk on this beam here no problem, but the moment I crouch, it's void out time. The other way to void out is, well, I'm not sure. It kinda just happens. I found the rate goes up dramatically if you use your operator to cross a gap for some reason. Normally the operator would be a fantastic tool for crossing big gaps, but I've developed a fear of doing so since it seems like you're gambling on a void out every time. Other times the game really just seems to trigger one for no discernible reason. Seems fair to punish the player by stripping away all their buffs, fading their screen to black, teleporting them backwards and stunning them, just because they had the audacity to play the fucking game. Truly, this shit infuriates me. Like, why even take away my buffs? What is the reason for that? When has that ever been fun? Why fade my screen to black, teleport me backwards, and stun me with no defenses? It really feels like they straight up added a mechanic to their game meant purely to antagonize their players. It boggles my fucking mind that this mechanic has been allowed to exist in its current state for so long, with no indications it'll ever get changed. If you really wanted players to not go outside the playable area, that's why the good lord made invisible walls. Sure, it's not an elegant solution, but at least doesn't make me want to tear my fucking hair out. And falling down a pit? I played plenty of games where if that happens, you instantly get teleported back to where you came from and your character starts flashing to indicate temporary invincibility. Compare that to a slow-ass fade to black that not only doesn't give you any grace period, it actually fucking stuns you and strips your buffs. Not to mention this is the first game I played where it decides you've fallen down the pit well before you actually have, completely screwing you for no good reason. And what's more, the very few situations I encounter where I feel like a void out might actually be warranted, such as free falling through the map or getting the old hydraulic press treatment, there's no void out to be found. What a complete shit show. I urge the devs to completely nuke this game mechanic because it has absolutely no business existing in a game that's supposed to be fun. The other big fun stopper that gives void outs a run for their money is peer-to-peer connection issues, and its most common symptom, the host migration. Sadly, how Warframe deals with in-mission networking is not to have all players connect to a dedicated server that they're clients of, but instead they designate one player as the host and up to 3 other players as the clients. This has many implications, and to the best of my knowledge, almost all of them are extremely negative. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's still some sort of connection to a central server somewhere, otherwise it wouldn't be able to save our progress, but that's beside the point. First off, this introduces the possibility of connecting to a laggy host with a shit connection. There is an option available to restrict who you're connecting to by their ping, but A, this doesn't seem to work very well, and B, it mostly just adds an extra annoying prompt to warn me about poor ping when I'm just trying to make a trade. Ultimately, sometimes you get games that seem super buggy, and then you look down and see the ping is like 700, and you're like, well fuck, that'll do it I guess. Even aside from the connection issues themselves, this also opens the door for bugs that only occur as the client or host, just due to oversights and coding errors, like how for a long time host Ivaros could retain invisibility while bullet jumping but clients could not, and how currently a frame-perfect melee slide attack only counts as a crouch input if you're not the host, meaning host Ivaros can do invisible slide attacks while clients can't, and client Octavius can refresh their invisibility through slide attack spam but host Octavius can't. But those are minor problems compared to the host migration and disconnection issues. When a player acting as the host leaves the squad for whatever reason, it triggers a host migration, transferring the power of host to one of the players who had just been a client. The game requires a host to function, so this makes sense. Sadly, host migrations have a lot of problems as a solution to this issue. For one, it takes like 20 seconds, and can abruptly occur at any time. This means you're having a good time playing your game when suddenly everything stops and you effectively hit a random load screen for several seconds. Given this is a fairly common occurrence, that's really quite annoying. For two, similar to a void out, you lose all your buffs and all your active abilities are turned off. You get no energy refund whatsoever for these things, so I hope you didn't just spend all your energy on them, because if you did, when you come back you're gonna be shit out of luck. Worse is the fact that there's a decent chance that the host migration will fail outright and you'll be booted back to your ship with a mission failed declaration as if it were in any way your fault. I've even seen this happen when I was literally waiting on the extraction point. Obviously, this sucks mega ass, and if you can believe it, there's something even worse, and that's the host migration induced progression stopping bug. Host migrations are apparently a tricky thing to code appropriately, so if you get hit with a host migration, there's a good chance it's going to irreversibly bug something out that prevents you from completing your mission. In this case, it's essentially the same as if it unceremoniously booted you back to your ship, but with the extra added step of you having to encounter a bug so bad that you're forced to abort. Host migrations can have a number of other zany effects too. Like this one where I was just trying to leave an ESO, but 3 seconds before the game would let me out, I was seized by a host migration that for some reason forced me into the next stage, effectively completely wasting the next 3 minutes of my life. On the flip side, one time I left the squad to go back to town in a bounty, and it actually completed the next stage for me somehow, so cool. Another classic symptom of peer-to-peer networking is the need to forward ports and ideally have a NAT type of open rather than moderate or strict. Every once in a blue moon, the game starts refusing connections left and right and hoists a pop-up in my face requesting that I ensure the proper ports are being forwarded, which basically just tells me I need to restart my router. Unlike my Call of Duty days, I didn't ever have to manually forward any ports, mind, because whatever mechanism automatically adds port forwarding rules did so just fine for Warframe, but I imagine some might have to do it themselves, which is a huge pain in the ass. At the moment, I don't actually understand networking well enough to know why peer-to-peer connections always seem to have hassles involving port forwarding, whereas dedicated servers never seem to, but that's definitely how it is, and it sucks. Unlike voidouts, it at least makes sense why this is here. Fixing it would require switching to a dedicated server system, which would be quite expensive both for the servers and the cost of reprogramming the network code. So I'm more willing to give it a pass than I am for voidouts, which are purely a result of idiotic design. Although speaking of netcode, I suppose I have to hand it to the game for refusing to let lag affect player control. Even in the laggiest games, it's everything around you that's laggy, not you. I remember in the old Modern Warfare 2 days, I'd start rubber banding all over the place and completely losing control of my character in laggy environments, which was not cool. You sometimes still get lag when switching to and from operator mode, but I'm not entirely certain that's always due to network lag anyway. Next up is the entity affectionately referred to as the friendship door. These are locked doors blocking your path with 2 consoles on either side of them. If you're playing solo, you just interact with one of the consoles and the door pops open, easy peasy. If there's anyone else in your squad, including players who haven't even loaded in yet, the door will require 2 players to activate both consoles at roughly the same time. Now, I get the idea behind this. It's kind of a soft gather your party wall to keep players together more and prevent one speedster from doing all the content before the other players even get a chance to see it. But it seems to me there are very few scenarios where such a door is appropriate, and yet these doors are significantly more common than those few scenarios. The only friendship door placement I really agree with is the one that comes before entering the holding areas and rescue missions, especially in Sorties because in those the timer starts counting down the moment you open the store. Since having multiple players attempt the rescue at once both speeds it up and makes it more likely to succeed, this one makes sense to me. However, the devs apparently also think it's funny to just plop them down wherever along the critical path for plenty of different mission types. For someone like me who tends to eschew wasting time and as a result winds up well ahead of the pack, this often means getting stonewalled by a door that I have to wait like a solid minute by, mashing the interact button until one of my teammates finally catches up and opens the door. This, in addition to how it takes an extra 5 seconds to start a mission if you're not playing solo, how most missions are not actually sped up at all by having allies with you, and how the extraction mechanics severely slow down mission completion, makes for a heavy incentive to completely avoid multiplayer in favor of just soloing content. And that's a damn shame, because in my storied video game experience, adding players really does tend to magically make games more fun if those players don't also bog you down. Reminds me of how Monster Hunter World largely ruined multiplayer compared to the older games by combining the solo and multiplayer content and then heavily incentivizing doing everything solo instead of multiplayer. Really not a good look. Anyway, next on the list is elevators. Elevators are exactly what they sound like. They're platforms enclosed inside an elevator shaft that go up or down when interacted with, and they're often necessary to use in order to progress through the map. The first problem is a pretty dumb one, which is that not all elevators start with a platform on the same level that the players first access them. Meaning that sometimes when you encounter an elevator that you have to use, you first have to press the button next to the door and call the elevator, followed by waiting for it to arrive. And it can take a hot minute for it to arrive. Truly riveting gameplay. Second problem is that elevators are not fast, and the length of elevator shafts vary from pretty short to damn that's a long elevator. Meaning ideally you want your whole squad to be on the elevator when you use it to progress, since otherwise whoever's behind you will have to wait on the elevator to do a full loop, or even a full loop and a half if they show up right before someone presses the button. What's more, elevators have doors on both levels, and the only time a door is open is when the elevator's at a complete stop, opening just one door for the level it's on. Since elevators can be called the moment they stop moving, that means you can easily get stuck waiting at the top of an elevator shaft for the door to open, thanks to an ally calling the elevator so quickly that the door didn't really have time to open. Presumably, these are meant to act as an even softer alternative to the friendship door, as selfishly taking the elevator up yourself means you're dooming your allies to extra waiting around, which will probably ultimately slow things down. Then again, that doesn't much solve the problem of a speedster doing all the content before everyone else can reach it. In fact, it might exacerbate that problem by leaving an elevator obstacle in their wake. I've tried to send it back down before leaving, but I got punished pretty hard for that attempt, so that doesn't appear to be a viable solution. So essentially, every time you encounter an elevator in multiplayer, you need to do a spot value judgment. How close are my teammates and how long should I wait for them? While theoretically it's always best to wait for the entire team since you will ultimately need the entire team at extraction anyway, in practice it's very difficult to stomach waiting minutes for a slowpoke to get on board, and you've got strong odds one of your allies is just gonna punch it anyway. As a result, I just tend to let anyone who's nearby get on board and then go when the next guy's gonna take too long. You snooze, you lose, right? Anyway, these contraptions are not only annoying and pace destroying, they're also rife with potential for trolling. You can easily spam activations on the elevator to ensure people stay trapped in there thanks to a constantly moving elevator, meaning constantly closed doors. And Loki can use his switch teleport ability to swap places with someone who's standing on the elevator, then activate the elevator, leaving the victim behind. Thankfully, I haven't seen much of this occur. Most people seem to want to just move on with their lives, but the potential is there. Also, these platforms are kind of buggy anyway. It goes right through Razorwing, sometimes it goes through people too, and sometimes when you switch to operator, you'll fall right through the platform. Which is troubling since it seems like one of the best times to briefly switch to your operator to generate your energy bubble, but I'm always afraid I'm just gonna fall through the ground. The final note about elevators is that they seem to have a blood pact with fucking voidouts. Often you'll be slammed with an elevator voidout combo that really fucks your shit up bad. Sometimes you'll get a random void out and the game will think it's funny to move you right to the bottom of an elevator miles away that you've already gone through, forcing you to call it back and write it up and then re-navigate half the entire fucking level. Otherwise, the elevator itself will force a void out for no discernible reason, tripling the time it takes for you to actually go up it. So yeah, elevators suck ass and shouldn't exist. Unfortunately, they're pretty baked into the level design now. I don't know if the devs could just delete the elevator tiles and it would still make for a good randomly generated map, but if so, then I urge them to do exactly that. And finally on my list of fun stoppers is the magnet proc in general. Status effects in this game are kind of interesting in that you can both apply them to enemies and enemies can apply them to you. All of them are detrimental of course, but for the most part they kind of just seem like fair standard parts of gameplay. Radiation procs are a little questionable since they enable friendly fire, and it's easy to get a rad proc teammate who's keen on wiping his whole team, but radiation sources are rare enough that you can generally play around it without much trouble. Magnetic on the other hand is both extremely annoying and reasonably common. First of all, when you get a magnetic prog, your whole screen gets fucky and dark for 4 seconds, making it very difficult to see anything, and forcing you to strain your eyes to maintain some semblance of vision. If it were just that, I could probably deal with it, but on top of that it also spends those 4 seconds deleting 250 fucking energy from you. That's a lot of energy, and if you weren't topped out with Prime Flow equipped, that probably means you're sitting at a cool 0 energy after 1 magnetic prog. Guys, the League of Legends devs deleted Monoburn from the game like a fucking decade ago because they realized that everyone hates having the resource that they were managing get dicked over by some outside influence. Whenever my screen gets fucky for 4 seconds and I lose all my energy, I am suddenly and immediately having less fun. It would be really great if this were not a thing anymore. So how does one get inflicted with such a malady? Well, there are multiple sources. Probably the most common source I encounter these days is the magnet door featured on many Grineer tile sets. These are doors that have a constant magnetic field enveloping the entire doorway, which upon contact will slam you with a magnet proc. All of these, barring this one particular door you find at sabotage missions, have a little target right above the door that when destroyed will disable the magnetic field, so you're supposed to stop when you see such a door, destroy the target first, and then proceed. Problem with this being that it's all too easy to slam into one of these fields before you can even react to its existence, so they're often effectively just random magnet proc punishes sprinkled throughout a tile set. Plus, the target you're supposed to destroy is only on one side, so that makes it awkward if you need to go back through a magnet door you didn't disable. You can go through these by switching to operator mode and dashing through though, which gives you an alternative to destroying the target, so that's not a terrible conundrum. The Corpus tile set also features annoying doors, using lasers that knock you back instead of inflicting a magnetic proc, but these aren't nearly as annoying since the lasers only appear like a second after an accompanying security camera catches you. It's easier to get knockdown immunity than magnet immunity, and the knockdown is less annoying than a magnet proc. Plus, you can just roll through them. Anyway, the other main way to get magnet procs is through magnetic anomalies, which can occur as one of the gotchas and sortie missions or as a result of your actions in certain specific sabotage missions. Hive sabotages seem to have plenty of them right from the get-go, too. These are just big spherical particle effects that float around select spots on the map, and as you probably guessed, when you touch them, you get a magnet proc. The sortie ones are particularly annoying because they actually suck you in like a vacuum. Or magnet, I guess. Much like the magnet doors, it's easy to just run into these by accident, though they're usually a lot more visually distinct than the doors are. Of course, they're not more visually distinct when one of the game's myriad bugs renders them all invisible, which does happen sometimes. That's always fun. And sometimes when they're stuck in a hallway, they're still really hard to see, like this one. The open world areas also make heavy use of bodies of water that are all too happy to nail you with a magnet proc the moment you dip your toes in, and void you out in the deep parts. At least these are pretty easy to avoid, but they are all over the place out there. Aside from those things, the only other real notable use of magnet versus the player is for Eidolon hunts, where each Eidolon regularly goes through several phases where they send out some massive damaging magnetic pulses, but since it's very consistent and heavily telegraphed, you can play around it using a combination of Operator Void Mode and Arcane Nullifier as mentioned earlier. I mean, if you really hate the magnet effect, you could run that Arcane on any build and forget about it, but that takes up a whole Arcane slot and there's usually something better to do with it. Railjack is the game's newest big ambitious content drop. Unfortunately, it failed to live up to its ambitions by a shockingly large margin. It can basically be summed up as a lackluster spaceship minigame that has nothing to do with anything else, yet expects you to grind the hell out of it. Now, I didn't bother to watch the whole TennoCon announcement, only catching excerpts of it after the fact, but apparently the devs promised many things and failed to deliver on almost all of them. There's a really good vid by Quite Shallow, I'll link in the description, that showcases all the things the devs promised there that never actually managed to manifest in the game. Now, since I tend not to pay any attention to TennoCon, I just judge the game based off its own merits and not what was promised, and that's what I'll do here too. Aside from maybe this one quick jab. Let's roll the clip.
We don't want this year to be talking about expansion. We want to be talking about connection. So if you think about what we do with open worlds, they are a classic expansion. It's like an island. And so we ship the island out, and we ask you to leave the other parts of the game and kind of come to the island for a while and ignore it. And Empyrean is the opposite of leaving the island. Empyrean is all about connection.
It's 100% a content island. Empyrean is basically code for Railjack, if that wasn't clear. I mean, he's got the right idea. New content islands aren't particularly compelling because you just plow through all the content and you're done. So a new big content drop that actually increases connectivity between systems sounds like a great idea. Problem is, that's not what happened at all. There's a handful of generic Railjack missions you can do, and that's it. Once you're bored of playing Railjack, it's time to stop playing Railjack. And you can stand to bore pretty easily because it's its own unique thing with its own unique systems that you may not be interested in. I certainly was not very interested. But I suppose now would be a good time to elucidate how those systems work. Well, first off, the word Railjack refers to the big-ass ship that you and your team are tasked with operating in the Railjack missions. You only get one of these per mission, and it's always owned by whoever started and hosted the mission. It has one pilot seat, usually socially reserved for whoever owns the ship, in addition to 2 main guns that can each house a player. There's a materials forge in the back, an unlockable Archwing slingshot area, and one more seat where a player can charge up and fire a big-ass cannon that can destroy cruise ships. Railjacks are heavily customizable, with its gun, engine, shields, and reactor all able to be swapped out for something stronger should you acquire it. And it's got a big mod page similar in use to the standard mod system seen everywhere else, only with a significantly worse UI and less features. The capacity for these mods is determined by which reactor you have equipped. There's also 3 slots for both battle avionics and tactical avionics, or in other words, offensive and defensive abilities. You can upgrade both mods and the slots themselves with a Dirac resource, which thankfully is abundant enough that I've always had plenty for anything I wanted to do. In order to acquire a Railjack, first you need to be in a clan that owns a dry dock. This is simple enough, basically any decent sized clan will have one. Next, there's a whole Rising Tide questline you need to complete, and at the conclusion of it, you'll have a Railjack. Also simple enough, right? Well, mostly yeah, but that questline isn't like a few missions and then you're good. There's multiple stages, and in between each stage you get slammed with a 6-hour timer before you can move on to the next part. And that timer doesn't start when you complete the next mission in the questline, it starts when you pony up all the resources it demands of you. When I went through this content, these requirements were really quite steep, and the timer was 12 hours instead of 6. I had to fork over 6 million credits and an assload of resources, though because resources had long since lost all value to me, the only one I noticed was the credits. I did find the 12-hour timer to be very annoying though. They've since lowered the build requirements by literally an entire order of magnitude, or in other words, it only asks for 1/10 of the resources that it did when I coughed up the goods. Apparently, only loaded fools like myself were actually able to get a Railjack because everyone else was priced out. Whoops. When the devs rolled out this cost reduction, they gave me back the difference in the resources plus a couple of bonus goods for being an early adopter, so no skin off my back there. As far as outfitting your ship with stronger gear goes, well, it's kind of a shit show. Allow me to explain. To acquire stronger equipment, you'll need to play Railjack. The avionics mods and equips are all found as drops from Railjack enemies, and all the resources you need to build everything are also sourced from Railjack missions. It does make sense to have new unique resources that only come from there, since otherwise I could just go in and trivialize all the build costs with my existing massive stockpile of regular Warframe resources, but it also makes it even more of a content island than it already is. Tragically, new pieces of equipment both have random stats and are acquired in an unbuilt state, requiring you to dump a ton of resources on them to get them to build, on top of waiting on yet another timer for that build to complete. The randomness used to lead to the problem where you could commit to building an equip only to find a new one that's even better, which sucked ass. Thankfully, the devs did the same thing they did with Kuva Liches and implemented a valence transfer system, allowing you to combine built equipment into better equipment, so that doesn't really happen anymore. Also in the past, you could purchase one of those rush repair drones for 50 plat, which was super scummy. They made them unpurchasable 6 weeks after launch, but I'm not sure I can praise them for that move since my skepticism is telling me they might have already known it was improper to levy drones for purchase and just did it anyway for the initial launch period so that they could milk platinum out of early adopters. The only way to get them now is as a 1 in 200 chance from completing the highest tier of Railjack missions, so they basically don't exist anymore. Anyway, there are 3 different tiers of equipment corresponding to the 3 different tiers of Railjack missions you progress through. The higher tiers of equipment are objectively stronger than the lower tiers, so it becomes immediately clear that it's a complete waste of resources to build anything other than the top tier equipment if you don't need the lower tier equipment to get you through the interim. I think maybe they were going for a system sort of like how Monster Hunter has 3 different tiers of difficulty, each giving much better gear than the last tier, but the reason that works is because you actually need to keep your gear relatively up to date for the tier you're in, otherwise you're liable to get dumped on. With Railjack, only 1 out of up to 4 players actually needs to even own a ship, and you can progress through all the content just fine by piggybacking on other people's ships. So really there's no reason to build anything that's not top tier unless you're having extreme difficulty finding someone to join up on. In fact, if you don't need to use your ship to do the content, there's barely any reason to build anything at all, is there? Sure enough, I completed all the Railjack missions entirely via joining up on someone else's ship. Turns out it's a lot more cost effective to let other players build ships than it is to do it yourself. Also, there's 2 separate limits to how many pieces of equipment you can have in your inventory, split between built and unbuilt ones. By default, you can have 30 unbuilt ones and 8 built ones in your inventory, though of course you can also fork over some platinum to increase your inventory slots for built equipment. This is mostly annoying because you still get spammed with low tier drops anytime you go back to do low difficulty Railjack content, forcing you to periodically go through and scrap all that crap you picked up. I would really prefer if I could somehow set it to auto scrap any drops below tier 3, but I can't. The avionics mods don't really have any of these problems, thankfully. They're not random, they're tradable, they don't have different tiers, they don't have build costs, none of that crap. And what they do have is incredibly low drop rates for some of them, which is a shame, but all that really means is rare ones will cost a decent chunk of plat on the market if you really want to get your hands on them. Alright, now that you know how building a Railjack works, let's get into how the missions work. In every single Railjack mission in the entire game, you're tasked with taking down some multiple of 30 enemy fighters and some multiple of 2 cruise ships. The fighters are pretty trivial to destroy, but the cruise ships require some extra work, since if you take their health to 0, they'll just sit there disabled for a little while instead of blowing up. So you either have to board them and destroy them from the inside, or use the Railjack's forward artillery cannon to make them go boom. Should you choose to infiltrate the ship, to destroy it you have to deal enough damage to the ship's core, which in later missions also require you to hack a panel to disable its shielding. You can also opt to kill the pilot and control the ship yourself though, which I guess is kinda cool. But since it seems antithetical to the goal of the mission, I only ever did it once by accident when I was trying to perform a stealth kill on the pilot who I just put to sleep. Anyway, some missions will also feature additional objectives that require players to exit the ship to tackle on foot. There are exactly 2 of these, one requiring you to assassinate a target inside a base, the other requiring you to go in and hack some panels and destroy several objectives. Sometimes you have to do both. The latter also requires a degree of outside cooperation, as the objective you need to destroy will vacillate between being inside the base and outside the base. Ideally, this means one person stays inside completing objectives while one person stays outside destroying the objectives that pop up so the guy can continue to do his job without having to go back outside. This seems like an obvious attempt to encourage teamwork, and it does, but in practice, I found that most of the time I just have to do it all myself, which kinda just makes it tedious. Notably, the enemies you encounter inside both cruise ships and the indoor mission areas are for some reason way beefier than you would expect for enemies at that level. Let's look at the butcher type of enemy for example. The top 5 here are the ones you encounter outside of Railjack, and the bottom 3 here are the ones you encounter inside Railjack. As you can see, all 5 of the regular butchers have base stats of 50 cloned flesh and 5 ferrite armor. But switching over to the Railjack enemies and whoa, what the fuck? 750 cloned flesh and 200 armor? That is not a subtle increase. I guess it's part of an ongoing effort to give our weapons that can vomit massive amounts of damage something to hit that won't immediately keel over, and it's better than just increasing enemy levels to an absurd degree because then they'd also output a ton of damage. Still, I'd imagine anyone who lacks such a high damage option will find these guys to be absolute bullet sponges, which probably isn't very fun. Anyway, the way you fail these missions is, of course, to have your team's Railjack destroyed. Thankfully, that doesn't happen when its health reaches 0. Instead, that triggers a catastrophic failure and gives your team a 60-second timer to fix that issue. Should you fail to fix it in time, then you fail the mission. To prevent that from happening, all you have to do is go over to the spot on your ship where there's a hull breach and use your handy-dandy Omni tool on it. Assuming you have enough of the Revelite resource, that will fix the breach, restore 30% of your ship's health, and give it several seconds of invulnerability. The 60 seconds you get to fix it is more than enough time, so really the only way you can fail the mission outside of a big fuck-up is to run out of Revelite. That ties into the whole forge thing in the back of the ship. You can make more by refining the materials you pick up, though I never really interact with this system and just hope my allies have it covered. The ship can also have other hazards spawn as a result of taking enemy fire, such as fire hazards or electricity hazards, and those are largely fixed in the same way, though the little minigame you have to play to fix it may differ, and since those are less threatening, they only take a third as much Revelite to fix. The ship can also be boarded by enemy combatants if any of the 4 ram sleds that can be launched from cruise ships or the mission's point of interest make it to the Railjack without being destroyed, so that's another thing to watch out for. In practice, I found that as long as I'm in a group, I can largely ignore the state of the Railjack because it's trivially easy to fix hull breaches and there are likely to be several players on board ready to hop on it anyway. I am not likely to be one of those people, however, both because I have little interest in staffing a spaceship and because there thankfully exists a viable alternative to doing so, and that alternative is good ol' Archwing. Players are able to depart the Railjack at any time and transition into Archwing mode if they so choose, allowing them the freedom to pursue objectives at their own discretion. Since personally I've never had any interest in engaging with the spaceship horseshit, ever since Railjack launched I've always opted to just immediately disembark the ship so that I can use my handy dandy Archwing to do everything. Back then it was pretty clear from the design of the content that this was not what the devs had in mind. Enemies were quite lethal to Archwings, they nerfed Arc Gun bullets to have plenty of travel time instead of being hit scan on the same patch they launched Railjack, and only through exploiting the new Railjack exclusive status effects were you able to make a build that could actually output any appreciable damage. Nowadays, after receiving some hefty patches, the environment is a lot less hostile to Archwings, but even now there's only one viable Archwing to bring to that content, namely Amisha, because she possesses 2 defensive abilities that do a good job of keeping her alive and one that passively slows all enemies around her so you can actually hit things. The other Archwings basically just don't do anything relevant at all. Unfortunately for me though, it seems that well-built Railjacks are significantly better at killing enemies quickly, and since it's no longer insanely grindy to actually build a solid Railjack, you're probably better off just doing that these days. But I still never bothered to actually build a solid Railjack because I already churned through all the content before it got patched, and there's very little reason to go back beyond fucking Nightwave challenges. Combine that with old habits dying hard and some perverse sense of pride from having never operated a Railjack side gun in my life, and as a result, I still just use Archwing whenever I happen to engage with Railjack content again. The only other thing worth mentioning here is the intrinsic system.
Given the entirely unique and isolated status effects, equipment, gameplay, and rewards, Railjack was already enough of a shameless content island, but I guess the devs figured it needed its own entirely unique and isolated leveling system too, just to really drive the point home, so we got the intrinsic system on top of all that. It's pretty simple. Any affinity you gain while on Railjack missions is also converted into intrinsic points, which you can choose to spend on one of 4 different tracks to upgrade your capabilities while on Railjack missions. Technically, these upgrades apply across the entire game, but almost all of them only buff Railjack things. The only ones that don't are the passive Archwing stat buffs, but that also barely means anything outside of Railjack. As you can see, a 5th track is also planned to be implemented, but unsurprisingly the devs have been dragging their feet on that one. They gave each track 10 rewards, and for some reason they decided to make it so the amount of points you need to dump into a track to get the next reward doubles with each reward. This means that the first few rewards are trivially easy to acquire, and the last few rewards are incredibly grindy. Thankfully, the only reward that you really need is the ability to teleport back to the ship on demand, and that's one of the trivially easy to acquire rewards. Anyway, there's a bit more to this whole thing, like I could explain the Railjack exclusive tactical menu or the sentient anomaly objective that rotates between nodes in the Veil, or just elaborate further on the substituted status effects, but I think we can all agree this video is starting to go a little long, so I'll spare you the details. Suffice to say that none of those things really make much of a difference. Instead, I'll leave you with one final complaint. Whenever you finish a Railjack mission, it'll pop up a mission complete image and show you the rewards you got for doing so. However, you're still technically in mission, so if you pull up the pause menu, the only option you have to leave is the good old abort mission button. It seems that the only way to actually lock in all the resources and mods and equipment you picked up during the mission is to head over to the bridge and select a new node for the Railjack to travel to. This is incredibly awkward, mostly just because you're making a unilateral decision for your entire team on where to go next, which requires either asking them what they want to do, just kind of being a dick and deciding on your own, or waiting around for someone else to do it. You can either go back to the host's dry dock, which is the only place you're allowed to leave without aborting the mission, or you can just select a new mission to go on. It can also be a bit finicky to select a node in the first place since you need the whole party on board to pull up the menu, and it also doesn't work if anyone else is already in that menu. Now, I have been told that despite the abort mission button explicitly explaining how you'll forfeit any goods you earned, and the subsequent display that comes up saying mission failed and only showing you the mission completion rewards, that this is actually a display bug and you actually do keep everything. And I was once able to verify that this is indeed true by keeping close track of the equipment I had before and after doing so, but given all the feedback you get implies that you just deleted half your rewards thanks to impatience, and for all I know that's the intended behavior and at any time can be patched to work that way, I'm still incredibly hesitant to just abort whenever I want to leave after a mission. If the devs could just patch it so that the abort mission button converts into a return to orbiter button after the mission is complete, that would be much appreciated. The Steel Path is the newest introduced game mode, and it's honestly probably my favorite new content in a hot while, which is kind of sad given how incredibly low-key it is. In short, it's Star Chart Prime. You get the opportunity to play through the star chart again, unlocking all the different nodes and going through the junctions just as before, albeit with the junction checklist already completed, only now all the enemies are way stronger. They have an extra 100 levels on them, and on top of that they got 2.5 times the armor, health, and shield values that they should have at that level. Also in this mode, solo survivals dump a crazy amount of enemies on you at all times, which is dope. It makes that particular mission type a lot more enjoyable and practical. And that's the entire game mode summed up in full. To unlock this mode, you have to complete one arbitration, which itself requires that you complete every mission on the star chart to unlock, and then go talk to Teshin in one of the relays and ask him about the Steel Path. You get some more mastery points for first time completion of each Steel Path node, same as you did your first go around, but aside from that, the only extra rewards you get from this mode are the doubled resource and mod drop chance inherent to the mode, a generic emote and decoration for each planet fully cleared, and the occasional drop of a Riven Sliver or Steel Essence from Eximus enemies. And by occasional, I mean almost never. After unlocking all the planets and clearing like half the nodes and spending about an extra hour doing solo survivals to level up frames, I've seen like 3 Riven Slivers drop, and I've seen Steel Essence drop maybe 4 or 5 times. Steel Essence is this game mode's exclusive currency, but the shop where you spend them has basically nothing you'd ever want to purchase, aside from maybe the ephemeras they just added, much less at the awful exchange rate presented. I imagine we'll get better rewards or at least reduced prices or higher drop chances in the future, given the devs tend to release new content with an extremely conservative reward structure, because I guess they're afraid of over-tuning it and having the player base generate rewards faster than they expected. That or they just enjoy punishing early adopters, what do I know? Anyway, I like this mode much for the same reason I've been kind of fond of Kuva Liches, and that's just because my gears are ridiculously overtuned for regular Warframe content, and this kind of brings it back in line. For the most part, I've been able to just stick to my usual strategies and they work fine though. Limbo still cheeses mobile defense, Gara is still great at defending things and not dying, Banshee still cheeses interception, though she's liable to die sometimes, and Gao still wrecks house and just about everything else. Though I did have one game where he died twice to toxin damage, so that's a bit of an issue. Spin to win is still working great too. The only game mode I had to iterate on my strategy a lot was defense, because my usual strategy of Sarin spam wasn't cutting it with the increased beef that enemies have.
I eventually settled on a high-range Korra build, as her Strangledome is great at quickly collecting the enemies into easy kills for her whip ability. I thought I might have more to say about bosses and Archwing missions here, but for the most part I didn't find them to be particularly troublesome. I just swapped my build to fight Sargus Ruck, but that's about it. This is a very bare-bones mode, just meant to accommodate players who want easy access to scaled-up content, and it does a remarkably good job of it. The rewards are underwhelming, sure, but just recompleting the star chart is enough incentive for me, and the new solo survival spawn rate means I'll keep going back to it whenever I want to level up a frame. I don't really have any complaints here.
Last minute update alert! The devs just released another patch, and in it are some additions to the Steel Path. Now there are daily missions you can complete to earn Steel Essence, Teshin added Umbra Formers to his shop, and sometimes an Acolyte will spawn in and drop some extra Steel Essence on death. Acolytes used to be tied to a rare recurring event, so I like the idea of repurposing them here. Definitely adds a little spice to the whole affair. Also, they gave me a handful of Steel Essence for being an early adopter, so I guess I'll backpedal a bit on the punishing early adopters angle. I'm really glad they added the Umbra Forma to Teshin's shop, since before now the only way to get them was at the ass end of a Nightwave rewards chain, and only one per season. Given that was the only real incentive I had to engage with Nightwave, this change means I can now safely ignore that system for the foreseeable future, which is great news. However, you're only allowed to purchase one a week, and it costs a whopping 150 Steel Essence to do, which strikes me as quite a hefty cost. Perhaps the new missions and Acolytes will make this less daunting than it seems, but if not, that makes it disappointingly grindy to achieve. Either way though, assuming you value Umbra Forma like I do, this change largely fixes the whole lack of reward issue the mode had going for it. Would have been nice if they used this opportunity to add Exilus Forma, but you can only ask for so much, I guess. So, the Big Heart of Deimos patch brought us 3 major additions. 1, we got a brand new open world area and all the content surrounding that. 2, Necramechs were added to the game, and 3, the Helminth system came into existence. I already mostly covered the open world in the earlier open world section, but I never mentioned the latter two, so we're doing that now. First off, Necramechs are basically just pilotable mechs for your Warframe, which is a little odd seeing as Warframes themselves are kind of just pilotable mechs for your operator, but whatever. When I first heard these were going to be implemented into the game, my reaction was pretty much, wow, $10 says it's going to be useless compared to just using my Warframe normally, and from having played with them a bit to try and rank them up for mastery points, I can confirm that is indeed the case. As far as I can tell, they lack the speed, power, and defensive abilities that regular old Warframes possess, so I don't really see any reason to bother with them. Though it seems they do have some niche uses, like I've seen them be used to good effect in Eidolon hunts, and they can be used instead of your operator on the shrines found in the Cambrian Drift to farm resources, but still. Currently, they can only be used in open world areas, but the devs intend to allow players to deploy them in any mission, so by the time this video goes up, I wouldn't doubt that's already the case. Ultimately, I intended to just grind out their mastery points and shelve them, but sadly they have some bugs with actually saving earned affinity, and they're difficult to grind affinity for, so for the time being I'm just keeping them shelved. The Helminth system, on the other hand, is a lot more interesting. Once acquired, you can use it to overwrite any given ability on any given frame with a different ability from another frame. There are some hefty restrictions on this, of course. First and foremost, each frame only offers one ability from their kit to be transferred to other frames, as manually picked by the devs ahead of time, and you can only have one ability swap for any given loadout, or in other words, you have to still keep 3 out of 4 of your frame's abilities. Also, in an effort to preserve balance, you're not allowed to stick an extra damage buffing ability on a frame that already has a damage buffing ability. Further, the process to actually transfer these abilities is, in classic Warframe fashion, quite grindy and time-gatey. First, you have to unlock a frame's transferable ability by subsuming that frame, or in other words, offering it up as a sacrifice to Helminth. This process takes 23 hours and will not take prime versions of frames, only base versions. Second, you need to actually apply that frame's ability to another frame by strapping them to the chair and choosing which ability on which loadouts to replace it with. Both of these actions consume special Helminth resources, which are themselves gained by converting regular resources into them. Unfortunately, the special Helminth resources are expressed as a percentage, meaning they cap at 100%, so you can only stockpile so many, and the actual conversion rate into these new resources are themselves time-gated, since whenever you feed him a resource he becomes less interested in that resource and won't give you as much in return for it, but if you simply wait a day or two he will regain his appetite for that resource. Oh, and also the Helminth has its own little pool of unique abilities you can apply to frames if you want to. Unlike Necramechs, when I first heard the system was going to be introduced to the game, I was like, oh shit, that's dope! Now I can patch out all these useless abilities that almost every frame is at least one of, plus I'll actually have a use for this massive stockpile of resources I have. Then I heard the devs were also going to make an effort to buff up those useless abilities, which sounded even doper, since that would make for some interesting decision making on which ability to remove, while ensuring the pool of transferable abilities isn't filled with a bunch of useless crap. However, that's not really how it panned out. In reality, the devs made a couple of very small improvements to 3 very bad abilities, bringing them up from largely useless to still largely useless but better, and they seem to have made an effort to make the pool of transferable abilities quite poor, with the standout abilities getting heavily nerfed before the system even launched. So between a lackluster pool of abilities to choose from, a time-gated resource sink discouraging rapid experimentation, and a limited pool of frames I actually use with a limited scope of what I use them for, I haven't actually gotten much use out of this system.
I put Molt on Gauss to allow him to go much faster, Warcry on Anaros for faster attack speed, and that's about it. I tried a few other things like Larva and Necros with the hyped up Reach Surge Garuda combo, but I found those to be quite underwhelming. I mean, ultimately I'm glad the system exists, if only because I prefer Molt Gauss and Warcry and Anaros over the default versions, but it definitely fell short of the hype I had before they went into the details and the specifics of the system. And there are yet still more pain points to get over with the Helminth system. First and foremost, the one that really ground my gears is the fact that you need to cough up a base version of a frame to be subsumed to unlock its ability. Since prime versions are always objectively superior to base versions still take up a frame slot in your inventory, and there's never before been any real reason to hang on to a base frame when you have a prime frame, I had made a habit of selling off any base frames that I had replaced with a prime version so that I might free up an inventory slot and reduce clutter. Imagine my surprise when they launch a system that punishes me for that very behavior. For each frame I had replaced with a prime version, I was now required to either reacquire that frame all over again or just not get them subsumed at all. Not to mention, if you want to optimize your time efficiency, that requires waiting for prime versions of frames that don't have them yet to come out so that you can subsume the original version instead of having to farm a second copy, which is what I'm doing with Gara and Octavia. As far as infusing abilities goes, I have some issues with that too. While the original forum post implied that you'd be able to freely apply and remove infusions to loadouts at will, in practice even ignoring the resource costs, it's a lot less practical than that. First off, if you infuse an ability to your frame, you're prompted with an unnamed list of configs to apply it to, which immediately struck me as odd, seeing as why not just use the actual loadout names here instead of generic config slots. Well, it turns out the ability isn't saved to the actual loadout, it's saved to the config slot, so whatever loadout you drag into that slot will have that ability. Seems to me like it would make more sense to apply to the loadouts themselves, but whatever. Next, it turns out that whenever you infuse an ability to a frame, from then on the only option you have with that frame and ability is to remove all instances of that ability from that frame. So if, for example, you wanted to make one of your loadouts go back to normal but keep the other infusions, you'd have to remove all of them and then resubsume and reapply the ability to every loadout except the one you wanted to revert. Further, while the game allows you to apply the infusion to as many config slots as you'd like, it does not allow you to apply them to unpurchased config slots, so in effect you get punished for subsuming with anything under maximum loadout slots, as you may have to do the unsubsume and resubsume loop should you want that ability applied to any newly purchased config slots. Lastly, as far as the actual resource costs go, I heard a lot of complaining around the web about how expensive everything was and how people were getting bled dry of their resources. I suspect this was merely because people were bad at feeding Helminth resources he retained an appetite for, since my policy of only feeding him resources with a green arrow had me floored with how little I was actually spending. I was kinda hoping this would chew into my massive stockpile of resources so that they might actually be meaningful once more, but after all is said and done, I barely felt any sort of dent on my reserves. Admittedly, at launch the Bile category was really rough to work with, and the amount of Railjack resources they wanted from you was insane, but since those have been fixed in a patch, I haven't really got anything to complain about here. Alright, in the spirit of being comprehensive, I'm going to use this section to rattle off every other feature Warframe has that I can think of that I didn't mention already. I'm not going to talk in depth about any of these things, this is more just to acknowledge their existence so you get an idea of all the crap stuffed inside this game. If there's any things I still forgot to include here, then you can be pretty sure that they don't really matter. First off is voice chat, which you might think to be an important inclusion, but it turns out it sees almost zero use, at least on PC. Everyone just types everything instead, and since I've both forgotten the push to talk keybind and I don't want to talk, that's what I do too. Not that there's much to talk about anyway. Invasions are another layered game mode, but they're so boring I didn't bother to talk about them earlier. You just do 3 missions in a row, siding with one of 2 factions, and you get the reward specified for doing so. Practically, the only notable thing about this is you don't get the reward right away. It comes in your inbox hours later, which seems kinda BM to me, but whatever. The Index is a game mode where you fight the AI to score the requisite quota of points before they do, by killing them, picking up the little point crystals they drop, and depositing loads of them in the enemy's goal to cash in. You get big bonuses for holding many points at once, but that also inflicts a heavy debuff on you, so you need to have a good build for handling that. The whole reason to do any of this is because winning grants you a ton of credits, and it used to be the best way of generating them. Nowadays Profit Taker is better though, so I just do that instead. A couple of quick pro tips for anyone still wanting to do the Index. 1. Always deposit when you got 15 points stacked up, unless you don't need that many to close out the round. And 2. Revenant is pretty darn good at being a point carrier, even though I barely ever see anyone use him. There's a few nodes on Sedna that will thrust you into some kind of bizarre arena game mode where it's basically a deathmatch against AI executioners. Pretty much the only reason to actually do this is it serves as a solid endo farm, provided you bring the right frames to increase drops. I don't farm endo though, since you can effectively buy endo with plat via buying Itan sculptures from other players, and besides if I were to farm endo I'd rather do it via arbitrations anyway. The Codex is the closest thing this game has to an in-game wiki, though it's so incredibly bad at serving that function that really it's more akin to a collection tracker. You can use this to abandon any current quests you are on, redo any quests you've already completed, or just check up on things like how many Kuva Liches you've defeated, but that's all the use I've ever gotten out of it. The Simulacrum is basically the sandbox testing area. I actually use this a lot, but I mean it's just a sandbox testing area. You spawn in some enemies, toggle a couple settings, and test your build out. That's about it. I really wish they'd allow you to save configurations of enemies to easily respawn at any time, but they don't, so womp womp. I briefly mentioned decorating in the clan section, but it's also worth noting that players can also decorate their own personal ship, both via interior decorating and via customizing your landing craft. I've never done this, but I'm under the impression that people care about this functionality, so there it is. You can scan things by equipping your codex scanner or synthesis scanner and using it on scannable objects. Alternately, you can bring the Helios companion to do it for you. Each enemy type has a certain quota of scans you have to meet before they will be added to your codex, which allows them to be used as targets in the simulacrum. There's also a bunch of different things called fragments lying around all the maps in the game, which when scanned will add some kind of irrelevant fluff like artwork or lore or Soma chord background tracks to your collection, depending on the kind of fragment you find. There's also couriers, which are basically the same thing, only they have predetermined hidden locations. You can also acquire extractors, which can be assigned to a planet to extract a paltry sum of that planet's resources after you wait 4 or 8 hours, depending on whether you're using the Titan extractor or the distilling extractor. These are kinda useful early on, but even then they're quite tedious and unrewarding, and I quickly stopped using them altogether. The Conclave is the PvP syndicate. PvP is dead in this game, and I've never even tried to queue for it. A bit of a shame given the devs seem to have put in a lot of effort into rebalancing all the frames and adding a bunch of exclusive mods that only work in PvP, but if you want to play a PvP game, just pick a different game. This game has leaderboards that reset weekly, so that's a thing if you care about that, though there's no way to check other players' builds or anything. You can get a relatively free Ayatan sculpture just by talking to Maru in her bazaar and doing her weekly quest. It's as simple as grabbing the treasure and getting out. I guess it's also worth noting that these tile sets have little obstacle courses you can go through, and at the end of it is the treasure. These obstacle courses also regularly spawn on this tile set anyway without choosing this mission, but usually they don't have anything good at the end. You can do a 10-minute survival once a week with a special Clem AI companion, which upon completion rewards you with a non-reusable Clem clone blueprint. This blueprint is useless, so there's no point in ever doing this unless it's a Nightwave mission. The Ludoplex is an in-universe video game console that you can use to play minigames on. The only one I have unlocked is Frame Fighter, which matches you against another person to play a bargain bin version of Street Fighter. It is absolutely awful. Captura, or Captura, is basically a screenshot making tool where you can set up scenes and edit them or whatever. A lot of the times the game will reward you with background scenes you can use in it, but this is another feature I get absolutely zero use out of. It's there if you want it though. There's also a phone app that you can use to interact with your Foundry and deploy extractors among a few other things. That's handy if you need to be away from the computer and want to get the timers counting down on your Foundry build ASAP. Though of course it'd be better if you could just queue Foundry builds to do so automatically. And that's all I can think of. And now it's time for the main event, wherein I whine about everything I can think of that annoys me that I haven't already whined about earlier. Or maybe the bug showcase coming right up after this is the main event, I don't know, I guess it's up to you. There is a small amount of overlap with things I've already said before for a couple of these, but only a couple, and for each I felt like I had a good reason to flesh out the complaint a bit more here. So without further ado, let's get crackin'! The only way to conveniently switch any of your equipment from the navigation menu is to select an entirely different loadout, which will instantly swap to that other loadout. However, loadout slots are limited, requiring you to spend platinum to get more, and it's annoying to have to set up a separate loadout in advance for any slight change in equipment you might want. I have quite a number of loadouts that basically just change what frame I'm using. If you were to do this manually, you'd have to back out of the navigation menu, either fast travel to the arsenal or manually hop over there, change to the equipment you actually want, back out of the arsenal menu, either fast travel to navigation or manually hop over there, and then once the menu loads in, you'd finally be ready to select a mission again. I get the vibe that the devs made this deliberately obtuse just to incentivize players to buy more loadout slots, which is pretty grimy. Loadouts only save whatever's in your arsenal menu, which for some reason does not include any of your operator equipment. That's 2 Magus Arcanes, 1 Amp, and 1 Virtuos Arcane for that amp, and probably whatever cosmetics too. Sometimes there is a good reason to want to have different operator equips on different builds. For example, I'd like to use Magus Repair if I'm using an Aros, so this strikes me as an erroneous exclusion. When I first started playing, they left focus schools outside the arsenal too, so you had to manually change that every time, which sucked ass. It was tolerable at the time because you could pretty much go all Zeneric all day, but with the advent of an actually competitive choice, I much appreciate having this be part of the loadout. In any case, I really don't see why the arsenal shouldn't just include everything. If it did, this problem would be solved and we'd have everything nicely in one place. When I first started playing this game, I was actually floored by how shitty the loadout system is, given my chief experience with equipment sets comes from playing the Monster Hunter franchise. For some reason, how it works in this game is that you always have one of your loadout slots equipped, and anytime you make any sort of change to your equipment, it auto-saves those changes to your currently equipped loadout slot. This strikes me as asinine, as it makes it all too easy to inadvertently mess up your loadouts. Frequently I'll equip a loadout I haven't used in a little while, and only after loading into the mission do I realize I'm still using a shitty gun that I was trying to level a week ago that's now sitting there at max rank hogging some of the Affinity game for itself. How it should work is that you explicitly save a snapshot of your current equipment set to a loadout slot, the same way it works in Monster Hunter. That way you're always saving a build, not just having a bunch of different loadout slots that you either have to micromanage or suffer the consequences of not micromanaging. Extrapolating from my last point, if they were to switch their loadout system to the more sensible snapshot system, that would also allow them to implement partial loadouts, which would only specify a few equipment slots at a time, and upon selection would be layered over whatever you currently have equipped. So, for example, the combo of a Daikyu and Nakana is very good as it can grant lifesteal in your melee attacks. Wouldn't it be nice if I could save a loadout that only includes my Daikyu and Nakana, which upon selection would replace whatever I currently have equipped in my primary melee weapon slots, but leave everything else alone? Or perhaps one that selects Inaros, the Naramon Focus School, and a Mage's Repair, but leaves everything else the same? Well, it should work like that, but it doesn't, so tough shit, I guess. For some reason, anytime you queue up for a game and that queue fails, the next time you queue up, instead of actually queuing, you'll just get this voting on mission prompt even though you're the only person in the party and that doesn't make any sense. If you still want the ability to queue into an existing group of players, you have to cancel this fake queue and try again. This happens every single time like clockwork, and it's been happening ever since I first started the game. It's very frequent and I really don't understand why it's never been fixed. Matter of fact, I really don't know why nearly every game I've ever played treats a failed queue as if that's my problem. Just fucking re-queue me. Why would that have made me change my mind about what I was trying to do? It doesn't. I'm still trying to queue up for whatever I was trying to queue up for when it failed, so put me back in, coach. The party voting UI seems to have been designed by the devs' resident troll, who apparently thinks that it's funny to make it so buttons you're trying to click suddenly switch to entirely different buttons right before you click them, completely undermining whatever you were just trying to do. Most frequently, this takes the form of the force start button suddenly swapping to the abandon squad button because everyone readied up right before you were about to click it. And of course, there's no misinput protection here. This new button will accept input from frame 1 even though that's well ahead of human reaction time. So I go to start the mission and instead I wind up backing out of the party. Wow! Great design! Other times I'll go to ready up for the mission and the game will inexplicably automatically ready me up right before I click the button, so that the new button is actually the force start button, and now I'm the asshole who forced everyone to start queuing into the mission even though I was just trying to ready up. Fucking boggles the mind that this is actually an issue. All it takes is not allowing the new button configuration to accept input for like half a second so that I actually have time to react to the change. I really don't understand this one either. There's apparently no way to just cancel the queue, because when you press the X button on the menu, you just suddenly don't have a party anymore. It makes sense for the X button to abandon ship when the queue hasn't actually started yet, because otherwise what would it do? But when the countdown timer is going, it should just cancel the countdown timer so you can select a different mission. If someone accidentally selects the wrong one or someone in a rad share brings the wrong relic, well, guess it's time to scatter to the winds. That shit's dumb. Other times, now knowing that the X button is effectively the leave squad button, I've pressed it only to find that all it does is change my ready up status to an X instead of a question mark or a check mark. Fucking beats me, man. I don't even know what that means. Whole thing's a clusterfuck. You'd think any menu where you can use your mouse cursor would allow you to interact with these buttons, but they don't work unless you're specifically in the navigation or escape menu. Don't know why that is, and it's a shame. You can change privacy settings at any point while in a squad, except for when a mission is being voted on. The button just disappears in that case. I'd understand it for when the queue timer starts, because that's when it's trying to find players if the squad is public, but before that, it doesn't make any sense to hide this button. Anytime you want to group up with a party of people, the game treats it as functionally identical to if you just queued into a bunch of randoms. Most games have two layers of player groups, with one being the basic functional team unit, and one being the pre-made party unit. In Call of Duty, for example, your party members will show up as blue arrows on your map, and all the randoms on your team show up as green arrows. This enables you to keep your party together the entire time you're playing as you queue together and back out together. In Warframe, that doesn't exist. There's only the basic functional team unit. Should you not have a full party of 4 players, any randoms that you get on your team are now effectively part of your party. This is really stupid, especially since... Now, I know some people are against kicking in general, presumably because they've had bad experiences being on the receiving end of a kick-happy host, but this just seems like very basic functionality to me, and the lack of a kick function means any random who joins your party is liable to stick around against your will. Say, for example, you have 2 friends in your squad and one random player, and another one of your friends comes on. You can't just kick the random and invite your friend, oh no, instead you have to completely disband the squad and re-invite everybody, or ask nicely for the random to leave and hope that they do. Or maybe you're trying to do a rad share and one player is trying to fly under the radar without actually having the requisite relic, as sometimes happens. Guess it's time to disband. I really don't see any good argument for the lack of a kick function, honestly, because it's functionally identical to simply disbanding the party and re-inviting the desired individuals, and that's just way more tedious and annoying. A lot of this game revolves around following icons that guide you to a particular destination, but those icons have a lot of placement problems. Sometimes they bug out entirely and you're more or less left to your own devices. Other times they lead you astray, with some rooms consistently featuring markers that you have to learn to ignore in favor of the correct path, as it tries to get you to go up and down entirely unnecessary elevators before moving on, or for some reason head over to a staircase or walkway first. Or they just temporarily point you to the wrong spot for no discernible reason. There's one particular room where they actually do need an intermediary waypoint over to the staircase too, but they don't have it. The markers for Ayatan's star drops also seem particularly temperamental. I sometimes have to give up on navigating to them because the marker just keeps changing nonsensically. No bueno. The final step you need to perform in order to complete many different mission types is to just head over to the extraction point. Unfortunately, this can be made rather difficult as the marker that appears to guide you to that point seems to have a small chance of not appearing at all. Since there are no other indicators to lead you in existence, this means that anytime it doesn't spawn, your only recourse is to randomly explore every new path trying to manually search for the extraction point. This sucks ass and is in no way fun. You can set your own waypoint to things for your team, but yet again the hitbox on objects appears to be pretty tiny, making it finicky to actually mark anything but the largest of enemies. It also used to be unreasonably difficult to remove your waypoint since you had to press the button again while aiming perfectly at your existing waypoint, but thankfully they patched it so you can just hold the button down to remove it now. When you set a waypoint on an enemy, it puts the enemy marker on them and labels them enemy. I'm pretty sure we possess the technology to actually display the enemy's name here, and that will be a lot nicer. Increasing your loot radar stat only increases the horizontal range at which you can detect loot. You have to be on roughly the exact same elevation as loot for those icons to show up. According to the wiki, the vertical detection range is a measly 12 meters. This can really jam you if you're trying to look for loot icons for some specific reason, usually searching for caches or syndicate medallions. Enemies also have a limited vertical detection range, but it seems more generous. It indicates whether enemies are above or below you when they are near the edge of that range, and there isn't really any such thing as a hidden tucked away enemy you want to kill, so it's a lot more of a non-issue for enemy radar. All the loot you detect via loot detection mods show up as identical white boxes. As seen in Sanctuary Onslaught, apparently we possess the technology to color code loot icons, as the efficiency stimuli found in there show up as yellow icons. As far as I can tell, this is the only place in the game they use a different icon, which strikes me as a bit bizarre. Seems like they could differentiate between containers and loot laying on the ground, or they could at least color code syndicate medallions for me so I don't have to break every container on the map with a limbo first. Some of these are probably by design, like with the sabotage caches showing up as a normal loot icon, because that probably would make it too easy to find them. But imagine if energy orbs on the ground showed up as a blue icon or something.
That would be great.
There's a hotkey to use a cipher to skip hacking minigames, which on PC is the Y key. For some reason this key is not included in the key binding options, so I'm stuck pressing the Y key every time, which is not a natural key for me to hit, so I either have to look down at my keyboard to do it or I have to try it blind, which often results in me fat fingering the T key instead and opening the chat box. So then when I adjust to the Y key, all I've accomplished is typing Y in chat, and now I have to close it before I can input the cipher hotkey. This game is a feature where if you're in a menu and you middle click on a stack of items, it will select the entire stack of items. Usually this is quite handy, but when it comes to selling mods it can make it tedious since often what you actually want to do is select a full stack -1, since some mods require that you keep a minimum of 1 on you and others you just want to keep 1 anyway. Often this results in having to go in and manually edit the stack size after middle clicking to lower it by 1, which is pretty annoying. Similarly, when you're in the simulacrum you can middle click an enemy to select a full stack of them. You would expect doing so to fill the remaining available enemy slots, which is up to 20, but in reality it only selects 5 for some reason. And you can't just middle click 4 times. If you middle click the same enemy it'll just remove the 5 stack you just added. So if you want all 20 of one enemy you have to use the regular stack selection interface to do so, which is not ideal. You can go to a number of different functional areas right from your pause menu by just selecting the option and suddenly appearing there. This is very convenient. However, for some reason the simulacrum is tucked away inside a relay next to Cephalon Samaris, and there's no fast travel option for it. So anytime you want to go to the simulacrum, you have to go to the nav screen, find a relay, select it, load into it, open the menu, fast travel to Cephalon Samaris, hook a left, interact with the simulacrum panel, and then finally load into the simulacrum arena you choose. Given it's an area I want to go to fairly regularly, this process strikes me as quite tedious and annoying when we could just have it be a menu option accessible just about anywhere. Similarly, there's no fast travel option for Maru's Bazaar or Baro Katir when he shows up, and those are also sorely missed, although to a lesser degree. This might be true of other places too, but this is where I always notice it. If someone invites you to their squad, normally you can just pull up the pause menu and accept the invite, but that doesn't work when you're in the simulacrum, so you're forced to back out and sit through a load screen before you're allowed to accept. My guess is that the game doesn't allow you to accept an invite anytime you're in gameplay mode, but given the simulacrum is just a testing area, it seems like there should be an exception made for that one. The pause menu is tied to your character, so if your character is disrupted while you're trying to use the menus, the game will automatically close the menu on you. This can be rather annoying at times. Of course, this doesn't happen if the menu actually pauses the game when you bring it up, but that only happens if you set yourself to solo mode, which I never do because I value being able to conveniently send and receive invites more than I value the pause menu actually pausing. It should pause though. If I'm in invite only mode and I'm the only player in the game, the pause menu should pause. There's zero chance of anyone joining at any time unless I explicitly invite them, and honestly I don't think it'd be unreasonable to have pausing function even in public mode, so long as the game detects nobody's either in the game or joining the game. As I understand it, the only reason for the menu to not pause is because obviously you don't want to give players the power to pause other players at will. So as long as I'm in a game without any other players, why not let me pause? Most of the drops you're trying to shoot for in this game are not guaranteed and are merely low chance options to roll as an enemy drop or mission reward. Whatever chance you're working with, it stays set in stone, regardless of what you've done before, and often you have absolutely no other option of acquiring the thing you're trying to roll for. This results in an incredibly swinging experience that sometimes gives you rare rewards on your first try and other times withholds common drops from you until you've grinded the damn thing 100 times. Multiply this effect over the entire player base and you can just about guarantee that for any given drop in the game there's been quite a number of players who have had a hellish time getting it to drop. Case in point, I needed some Atmos systems to build some shit, and the fastest way to get them was to run Phase 2 of Profit Taker's introductory quest, because that could be completed quite quickly and had a 15% chance of dropping the thing I wanted. It took me exactly 95 fucking runs before I got one to drop. I can't quite remember how I was so certain that was the exact number, but I knew it for a fact. Then, since I didn't even have enough yet, I kept running the same mission and got another one to drop 2 runs later. God forbid I was trying to do one of those things where it takes like 20 minutes just for one chance at a roll. For example, if you want an Octavian Neuroptics, I hope you like doing a 20-minute survival for a 22.56% drop chance. Or if you want Nidus, I hope you like doing 4 rotations of Infested Salvage, which is a pretty slow one-off mission type, for a whopping 14.29% chance for each of his components to drop. This makes it inevitable that large swaths of players have gotten completely screwed on these things, because that's just how it's designed. This is a pretty common problem in games, admittedly, but the solution is pretty obvious. Either make the drop chances weighted, such that rewards you haven't gotten get more likely to drop each time you fail to acquire them, or add an alternate method of acquiring the drop. In Warframe, that alternate method is often to spend platinum, so that strikes me as yet another grimy incentive to get you to pay money. Given that this game never bothers to explain a damn thing to you, and most detailed info is completely inaccessible in-game, you're going to find yourself heading over to the wiki with startling regularity. In a perfect world, we'd have all that info easily accessible in-game, but in lieu of that, we should at least have an official first-party wiki. The current one is hosted on Wikia, and I've heard there's been scares in the past where it seems to have gone down or gotten filled with ads, though admittedly I never noticed anything of the sort happening. Regardless, this is not a good look. Just move it to in-house hosting, problem solved. ArenaNet has an official wiki hosted on their own site for both of their games, why not Digital Extremes? You can head over to Cephalon Samaris once a day to get a task requiring you to get a handful of scans on one particular enemy type, and then when you complete it, you have to go back to him to turn it in. First of all, when you turn it in, he hits you with a long line of dialogue that effectively locks you into a little unskippable cutscene, which is really annoying. Second of all, I shouldn't even ever have to visit this guy. I should just automatically have a daily mission ready each day that I don't already have one, and automatically get the rewards the moment I complete it. Everything else is pure tedium. Samaris also disallows gear items in ESO, and to do so he disables your ability to even open your gear wheel. However, you need to open your gear wheel to be able to tab over to the emote wheel, so in effect he's also banning any emotes you didn't explicitly bind to a key already, which is lame as hell. I briefly mentioned this a few times when I was going over the basic mission types, but there are a lot of cases in this game where ideally you'd be swarmed with enemies, but in actuality you can barely find any. This manifests most often in the exterminate missions where you kill everything and have to wait for more to spawn, bounty objectives that do the exact same thing, excavation missions where you don't get nearly enough enemies dropping power cells, Eidolon hunts where you need more Vonvolus, and solo survivals where the spawn rate of enemies is drastically reduced compared to multiplayer. Though the new Steel Path survivals actually fix that issue and constantly vomit a huge amount of baddies at you, which is fantastic. Big props to the devs on that one. But we need more enemies everywhere else too. I did briefly mention this before, but I skimmed it and it bears repeating. There are a bunch of different items on sale in the market that exhibit absolutely abhorrent value propositions. I feel really bad for any newbies getting screwed out of their plat just because they didn't know any better. Pro tip, every other item in the components tab is a scam. If it's just a drop rather than something you'd have to build in the Foundry, don't buy it. If you try to use your Archwing launcher in the open world while standing on the ground, 9 times out of 10 it will just hit you with an invalid launch point error. You have to get in the habit of jumping and activating it in mid-air for it to actually work, which is definitely annoying. I feel like it would not be that hard to check to see if there's a valid launch point in close proximity to you and simply move you to that spot when you try to launch from an invalid point. In most cases this would result in a slight upward shift and that's it. Most buffs you can put on your Warframe get purged the moment you transition into Archwing mode. Some of them don't, though I've still yet to puzzle out a pattern to which ones do.
Regardless, none of them should. It just punishes the player for playing the game, and that sucks. For some goddamn reason, there's also a 5-second cooldown on using our Archwing launcher. The only function this serves is as an annoyance. I suspect this is a holdover from when Archwing launchers were a consumable item, in which case maybe it was helpful to prevent players from accidentally using multiple, and they just forgot about the cooldown, but regardless, it has no place in the current state of the game. Speaking of Archwing launchers being consumable in the past, I started playing after they already made Archwing launchers infinite use, and yet I have 50 of them in my inventory. Similarly, used to not be able to replay bounties until they rotated, so they would mark completed ones as completed in the menu. Now you can replay them and there's no bonus for first time completion or anything, yet they still mark bounties you've already done this rotation as completed. This confused me as a new player because that implies that actually means something, but it doesn't. I'm sure there's a bunch of other stuff like this too, though admittedly those are the only ones that come to mind at the moment, so maybe the devs are actually doing a decent job of this. Your Railjack includes some avionics that allow you to reduce the incoming damage of a certain element. There are a number of different elements to choose from, all sporting the same percentage reduction. Problem is, even after scouring the wiki, I have no fucking clue what types of damage the enemies are dishing out. It's all a big question mark. Without this info, how am I supposed to pick among these mods? The only info I could find on the entire internet is this one Reddit comment that claims someone found a way to glitch outside their Railjack with adaptation on, which allowed them to see that cruise ships use heat as their majority damage type. I guess I'll take their word for it. You get a daily bonus for logging in, sometimes offering you set rewards, sometimes letting you pick among 3 options. These are pretty handy as a new player, not counting the temporary platinum discount rewards that are slap in the face, but soon enough you reach a point where almost everything on offer is complete trash to you. They do offset this a little by making the amount you get scale with how many days you've racked up, most notably making the boosters last another 3 hours for every 100 days you're logged in, but getting more of a resource you already have way too much of is effectively getting nothing at all. The only reason to actually care about the system when you've progressed enough is just to tick up that days logged in counter, because you get very useful exclusive rewards as your login bonus when you hit multiples of 100. But that leaves roughly 95 out of 100 login bonuses as being extremely underwhelming, with the rare exceptions being Forma blueprints or well-timed Affinity boosters. According to the wiki, your mastery rank gives you better odds of getting rarer goods, but I've been max rank for a while now and they still suck ass, so yeah. There are 2 ways to display the always on-screen map, either by using a standard rectangular little mini-map in the corner, or by using the expanded view that kind of fills your whole screen with a transparent overlay of the whole map. At first I was kind of torn between the two since the mini-map is significantly less useful than the full map, but the full map is a little obnoxious what with it's always covering the screen. But eventually I settled on nearly always wanting the full map at my disposal. Thankfully the game lets you choose in the option which you'd prefer as the default. Despite this, sometimes the game decides to automatically shrink my map back into mini-map form. This happens most often when you reach the extraction point or load into an open world map. I have no earthly idea what possessed the devs to do such a thing, but it happens with regularity. Every time it's just annoying and unwanted, and I'd really wish they'd fucking stop that. Sometimes the game will switch what chat tab you're on when you load into a different area, even when there's no goddamn reason to do so, and even when you're already typing to a different tab. The only thing this has ever done is made it so the thing I was trying to type to someone gets erroneously sent to whatever channel the devs decided to switch my chat to for no reason. Thanks devs, really appreciate that. Multiple times now I've been trying to invite someone to my squad to make a trade, and instead I slightly misclick and wind up closing all my tabs. My sole recourse in this situation is actually to check my own video recordings of the event so I can see what their name is to manually invite them. Without that, I have no way of contacting them unless I remember their name, which I never do, so I just have to hope after a few minutes they'll get impatient and contact me again. Feels absolutely awful. Alternately, you might be trying to close all your tabs and then instead accidentally invite someone you already made a trade with. This is less problematic, but is also kind of embarrassing. You know how when you drag your mouse over text, it highlights it so you can copy it or delete it if it's input? Well, that's not a thing in this game. I'm used to pressing Ctrl-A to highlight all the text in my input box so that I can delete it or replace it with something, but that doesn't work because highlighting doesn't exist in this game. I just have to hold backspace and wait until all the text is gone anytime I want to do that. This also completely blocks the use of copying any text because that requires a highlight. Don't think this is a spam prevention feature either, because Ctrl-V still pastes the text just fine. You just have to have something on your clipboard sourced from outside the game. You can link a lot of stuff in chat, but it always appears in the input box as generic plain text. This always gets me a little anxious that I'm going to make a fool of myself trying to link something and instead just sending the literal plain text that's in my input box. Would be nice if the link was in its full glory while still in the input box. Sometimes you'll go to click on something in your chat box only to find the UI completely unresponsive. This occurs consistently in certain scenarios where you're prompted with a UI element that expects you to click on something, most notably anytime you're given multiple options to chat about with an NPC. While that dialog box is on screen, your mouse can't interact with the chat box. While the game's focused during a load screen, your mouse cursor disappears, so if you want to switch tabs you have to mash the tab key until you get there, and if you want to access the right click menu to invite someone or something, you're gonna have to wait. Admittedly, there's probably good reasons for this, but that doesn't stop it from annoying me.
This just seems like a security issue, really. For some reason, when you have the game open to its login screen, it won't prevent the blinking cursor indicating a focused field you can type in from still being there even when the field is actually unfocused. This can result in you typing in your password to the wrong window since you thought you had Warframe focus due to the blinking cursor, but you actually don't. I've started to do this a couple times before I realized my error, and that really should be a concern I have to have. I wouldn't doubt some schmuck has accidentally sent a message in Discord or something that's just nothing but their password and had to hastily delete it before anyone questioned what it was. Or worse, didn't notice and now it's just floating around out there. As briefly mentioned earlier, any modular item you create is at first a nerfed version that you have to level to max before you can guild it, which downranks it back to 0 in exchange for unlocking its proper stats, allowing you to bestow a custom name upon it, and allowing it to actually garner you mastery points for leveling up. I really don't understand why this is even a thing, it's just more mandatory grind for no good reason. The game says to use an extractor on a planet you have to unlock all of its nodes. I distinctly remember this being quite inconsistent when I first started playing though, with some planets appearing to have every node unlocked yet not allowing me to use one, and other planets clearly not having every node unlocked but still allowing me to use one. I found you can guarantee an unlock just by completing all the nodes, but still, I have no idea what the actual unlock criteria is for these things. You have to manually navigate over to each individual planet and hover over the extractor icon to see what that planet's resources are and to deploy an extractor there. This is terrible UI, both just for trying to glean info about what resources each planet holds and for actually deploying extractors. When I was a newbie, I'd know what resources I wanted, but not remember which planets dished them out, so I'd have to check each planet one by one to find out, which sucked ass, and it's never improved even slightly since then. In fact, you may want to break out the phone app in this scenario because that actually displays your options in a readable list form. Yikes. When you're in a town, you can transfer to your operator, but you have to wait like 3 seconds before the game will let you transfer back. No idea why, and it's pretty annoying. The menu option to exit the game doesn't exist in the dojo. The profile tab is also missing, meaning you can't check leaderboards or your intrinsics or change your glyph either. You can still check your profile via the dropdown that occurs when you hover over your party slot at least. The only way you can see your daily trade cap outside of the actual trade interface is to go to a trading machine and check it there, meaning you gotta load into your dojo just to check it. This can be a rather important number, especially early on when your daily trade cap is low, so I would definitely appreciate it if the stat were somewhere more readily accessible. You go to rename a config, you type in the name, you press enter, and nothing happens. Pressing enter should function identically to pressing confirm, of course, but instead it does nothing. This game features the ability to traverse wires suspended in midair. This is a pretty handy feature and is mostly pretty neat. The problem I have with them is that the jump button for some reason works a lot differently when performed from such a wire. When you press jump on a wire, you'll either perform a tiny little hop in the direction you're trying to jump, or you'll basically yeet yourself forward a considerable distance. Which one you get depends on your jump angle. If you try to jump at an angle anywhere near parallel to the wire's angle, then you'll get the big hop, and otherwise you'll get the little one. In practice, it can be pretty hard to predict which one you'll get if you're trying to jump at any angle between parallel and perpendicular, which can make actually controlling your character how you intended needlessly difficult. Further, you're not allowed to directly transfer from one wire to another, requiring you to perform one of these jank wire jumps if you want to switch which wire you're standing on. Whenever you load into a mission at its start point, the game plays a little cutscene to give your entrance a cinematic flair. You're allowed to skip this, thankfully, but frequently the option simply doesn't do anything and you're stuck waiting it out. It's always when you join a mission in progress, so by the time you're out of the cinema, all your allies are going to be way ahead of you. Not cool. Besides, there really should just be a menu option to auto-skip these scenes. I literally always skip them if I can. The options menu has a lot of different sliders in it, and for some reason they decided that the arrows on the left and right used to manually adjust the value should increment by 5 instead of 1. This boggles my mind, since it seems pretty clear to me that standard usage of a slider is to use the slider itself to make big changes, and then to use the manual increments to fine-tune the value. Except you can't do that in this game because instead of fine-tuning, the arrows just make the value jump up and down. Real cool, devs. The main reason to do invasions is because there are some weapons that can only be acquired via getting its parts to drop from this particular mode. However, the battle pay UI that shows what rewards you'll get makes absolutely no indication towards whether you already have that part or that weapon, meaning you're often going to have to back out of the interface to check your own inventory first. Nowadays this isn't an issue for me, but early on I found it kind of hard to keep track of what mission meant what due to how similar all the names are. Like invasion, infestation, interception, disruption, defection, defense, mobile defense, shit's easy to mix up. And this was even worse back when incursions were a thing and deception was a game mode. It just sounds like word soup at that point. Plus exterminate versus excavate, that's pretty straightforward. The text on Blood Rush is different than the text on Gladiator mods, even though they do the same thing. This did actually confuse me. The per terminology made sense to me, but I wasn't sure what stacks with means. In the past, there was also a Nightwave challenge that used the same text as the Riven challenge did, asking you to do a mission without being detected, but the Riven one failed whenever anyone saw you, and the Nightwave one only failed when someone raised an alarm. They've since patched that text to match with reality though, and I can't think of any more examples offhand, so I guess the Blood Rush text just triggers me. Whenever you sell an item from your inventory, after the sale concludes, the menu completely resets to its default state, deleting any search or category selection you had going for you when you made the sale. That seems wildly unnecessary. Not even counting the massive waste of time that is waiting for your allies to get to extraction. Once the mission is complete, they hit you with a 10-second countdown before you actually start loading into your ship. I've completed 7,570 missions so far, so that's 75,700 seconds, which is 1,261 2/3 minutes, which is 21 fucking hours of my life snatched away exclusively thanks to having to wait out this useless timer. Why? Why? Just why? Similarly, queuing up for a mission with matchmaking disabled still takes 5 seconds before they'll actually start letting you load into the mission. Just a massive unnecessary time sink.
This game is happy to pepper your UI with a spam of every intact sentient core in existence, but when it comes to the much more important and rare Eidolon shards, you get absolutely nothing. This makes it unclear where they are or if you've already picked them up. You just have to pay close attention to where the lures are exploding before they explode. Speaking of Eidolon shards and sentient cores, despite being pick up on contact like most drops, they're all completely immune to passive vacuum effects. So you either gotta go around manually picking up each one, or you gotta use some kind of ability that sucks in loot. Probably the Itzal's Cosmic Crush move. Pretty annoying. If you want to use the Foundry when you're in town, tough shit. You gotta go back to your ship to regain access to it. That means if you want to claim or build anything and then continue what you were doing, you gotta sit through 2 load screens first. We apparently have the technology to allow you to use your arsenal while in towns, so let's add the Foundry to that, why don't we?
Any player who engages in data mining is met with a swift ban. Data mining is invaluable for getting reliable, actionable info to work with, so this strikes me as some serious BS. From what I hear, the devs are basically cornered into publishing their own official drop tables on their site, because otherwise players would just continuously martyr themselves, publishing data mined info so that other players could actually play the game without tons of guesswork. In doing so, they kept their anti-data miner policy in place, so to this day, if you want some hard data on anything that's not drop chances or explicitly stated in-game, you're probably shit out of luck, and if not, you will be soon once whoever is publishing that info gets banned. If you AFK on the extractor continue prompt that appears at the end of every round on an endless game type without an extraction point, apparently you get placed in the continue bucket, which makes no sense to put an AFKing player in. Active players who want to continue will press continue, inactive players should get booted at round end. This strikes me as glaringly obvious, so I don't know why it is the way it is. After playing this game for a long time, I've noticed a very consistent pattern. At the end of almost every single mission, the whole squad scatters to the winds, never to be seen again. This makes sense, given everybody probably wants to do something different next, and even if they don't, there's rarely any reason to wait around for randoms to ready up when you could just solo queue instead. Problem is, players always have to do this manually, and sometimes the game actually seems to try to keep the squad together with host migrations and the like. So at the end of every single solo queue mission, you have to manually go into the menus and leave the squad before doing anything else, and that's gotten to be real tedious. If they had some sort of auto disband function you could toggle on and off so that I could come back from any mission without being accompanied by all the randoms I just played with, that would be a lot better. Most stat buffs in this game come in the form of percentage bonuses, so they'll say something like plus 45 range or plus 165% damage. Usually you can just add up all the percent modifiers to one stat to get the final percent modifier, then apply that to the stat being modified to get the final effective stat. So if I had a plus 45% range mod and another plus 30% range mod on, I'd have a total of plus 75% range, which would indeed increase the range of all my abilities by 75% as expected. However, there are a bunch of little exceptions and gotchas in this system which make it a minor clusterfuck. First off, if the stat being modified is already a value expressed as a percent, such as critical hit chance, status chance, or multi-shot, it is unclear whether an added percentage will act as a multiplier or if it will just be added onto the stat directly. Case in point, this is the old Maiming Strike mod. It used to confer a 90% bonus to your chance to critically hit. Here's how they nerfed the mod. What? It went up from 90% to 150%. How is that a nerf? Well, it went from being an additive stat change to a multiplicative one. Where previously it would take a weapon with 10% crit chance and bring it up to 100%, now it'll take that crit chance and bring it up to only 25%. Granted, the phrasing of the text changed, but that really doesn't help me to know which is which. Similarly, while your strength stat nearly always acts as a multiplier on ability strength, Nova's 4 expresses its slow as a percent value, so I guess the devs figured it was cool to make an exception and treat it as an additive stat there, allowing players to actually speed up enemies instead of slowing them down if you have a low strength value. On the flip side, here's the current Berserker mod. Attack speed isn't expressed as a percent, so you would think this mod would just add its attack speed bonus to whatever your current attack speed bonus is. But nope, it acts as a multiplier to those bonuses as well. And back when I was a newbie, I looked at mods like Vitality and was like, wowee, almost 5.5 times as much health? Sign me the fuck up. But it turns out, mods that modify your health and shield values actually just pretend that your frame is at rank 0 to calculate those bonuses, meaning in reality you get way less than advertised. Not cool, game. I guess I could file this under the generic games buggy as shit category, but this one happens all the time, so I'm putting it here. Sometimes when you're messing with your mod page, you'll go to search for a mod you previously removed, and that mod is nowhere to be found. You still have it, of course, but it can't be found anywhere until you back out of the menu and re-enter it. Whenever you select a weapon or warframe from your arsenal, it always just equips it with its leftmost mod page. So if you want to equip something using a mod page that's not the leftmost, you either have to use a loadout that's already set up that way, or you need to enter the upgrade menu for that weapon and switch it over manually. This is a bit more nitpicky than most of my complaints, I suppose, given it's only a minor inconvenience, but it would be real nice if we could like right-click an equipment in the equip screen to list its mod pages and equip it with a desired one right off the bat, or something like that. Mods have two visual forms, compact and expanded. While compact, all you can see is the name, the polarity, the capacity cost, and the rank, which, to be fair, is most of the pertinent information. But it hides what the mod actually does, and when upgrading a mod, that's the one thing that uniquely changes. The capacity and rank all go up by 1 for each upgrade you throw at it, of course, but that's understood to be a universal result very quickly. What I actually want to know is how the mod's effects change with rank, and to view that info I have to hover over the mod. So you can't just directly view the changes different ranks have on a mod as you're adjusting the rank you want to go to, you have to keep checking by mousing over the mod or by memorizing the upgrade pattern and extrapolating. How about we just use the expanded mod form in this menu so I can just immediately see the difference between ranks. Requiem mods, much unlike regular mods, don't have a polarity, capacity, rank, or even an effect to describe. All they have is a name, an icon, and a number of remaining charges. I guess the devs decided it was important that the expanded view give more info than the compact view even when mods barely have any info, so as a result the only thing the compact view shows is the icon. It could very easily fit the name of the mod and the 3 dots that represent remaining charges on that compact view, but instead they force you to mouse over each mod to view that info. Very tedious. I know this is pretty standard practice for limited time boosts in games, but that doesn't make it any less grimy. If you're like me and you feel compelled to maximize the value of your boosts, then you essentially wind up feeling like a booster slave the whole time you've got one ticking down. If you're not grinding the hell out of the thing that your booster is boosting with as little downtime as possible, you might regret it later when you run out of whatever you're boosting and you don't have an active booster anymore. This is what resulted in me grinding the index as much as I could stomach for 3 days straight when I got my hands on my first credit booster. I made 65 million credits at the rate of 450,000 credits a run, meaning my booster slavery had me running a truly gross amount of that game mode. If they just allowed me to pause the timer when I logged off, this would largely eliminate this issue and just generally feel a lot better for everyone. You'd think they could rebalance the boost to give less time but freeze on log off, which I'm pretty sure just about everyone would be down with. It might even make people more willing to buy boosts, but I guess if this is the industry standard, then it probably historically doesn't. Still, there's something to be said for goodwill and PR, right? Buying a booster is the only way to get one without either waiting days or weeks for one to naturally drop in the game or just getting really lucky and getting it quickly from a sortie roll or something. For most things you want a booster for, you really don't need anywhere near 3 days to capitalize on it and farm enough of whatever it is you're boosting. But sadly, that's the minimum length the store offers. I'm pretty sure this is by design. I imagine the devs know full well that people would like a smaller boost they could buy, but that wouldn't allow them to seize quite as much platinum that way. I'd be more than happy to pay, say, 15 plat for an 8-hour booster, but spending 40 on a 3-day one feels pretty bad. My ratio of platinum spent to time gained would be comparatively shot with that deal, but since I don't need that long of a booster, it'd be a win-win for me. Less booster slavery and less platinum spent. I don't expect this to change anytime soon though, since it would probably negatively affect their bottom line. But a man can still dream. I understand purchase boosters activating immediately, because they're on demand and you can just wait until you want one to get one. But boosters that you get as a login reward from sorties and from containers all activate the moment you acquire them as well, and those are all random and unlikely. Sometimes you were waiting for one and its arrival is quite welcome, other times you're just like, fuck, I was actually about to go to sleep. Or you just become an impromptu booster slave against your will until it expires. Or you just don't really have any use for it right now, but probably would later. These problems would all be solved just by placing these boosts in our inventory for us to activate at any later time. But of course, that's another change that would probably result in less boosters being purchased, so expect to see that never change either. Ah, capitalism. For some reason, mounted turrets have very low mouse sensitivity, and you can't customize that anywhere in the options. They're kinda useless anyway, but I don't know why it doesn't just match whatever your normal camera sensitivity is. Or alternatively, have its own menu option for sensitivity. When you're in public mode and you mouse over a node, one of the things that pops up in the info display is the number of open squads. Presumably, that would mean if that number is higher than 0, you can join up on a squad, and if that number is 0, you're going to be the new host of an open squad. In practice, it's just a very rough indicator of activity on a node. Often you can queue into a match in a node that displays 0 open squads, and conversely I've had plenty of times the game says there's several open squads, but when I queue up it just has me host a new one. It doesn't appear to be a good way of refreshing this display either. There are also a bunch of missions listed as being Archwing missions, but they aren't. Every mission on the Kuva Fortress is marked as an Archwing mission, and every single one isn't. The same goes for the submersible that scares me off Neptune nodes, but often there's none to be found there. My guess is they add this tag if there's any chance whatsoever you'll be able to enter one of those 2 modes in that tile set, but that's really not a good way of handling this, since the game displays absolutely no distinction between the full-on 100% Archwing missions and the ones where you're unlikely to ever use an Archwing. There's a trinity of basic resources that each drop from one of the primary enemy factions, namely Detonite ampules that drop from Grineer, field-drawn samples which drop from Corpus, and mutagen samples which drop from the Infested. They're chiefly used as components in clan research. For some goddamn reason, while the Detonite ampules and the field-drawn ampules drop like candy, the mutagen samples drop at something like 1/50th the rate that the other two do. Here's a 30-minute survival I did with Necros on an appropriate tile set in an attempt to get some. I wound up with a grand total of 6 from doing that. And yet the game treats build costs for all 3 as being about the same across the board. And bizarrely, while the 2 normal drops only need at most 1,000 for their most expensive research builds, you need a whopping 5,000 mutagen samples to get the HEMA research done. This is just straight up absolutely absurd. The game features an inbox where you can receive messages and keep them around, but these messages only come from NPCs, or the devs, and there's no way to use the system to send another player a message or gift. As a result, there's both no way to leave messages to offline players, and there's no way to give someone an item without initiating a one-sided trade with them. Both of those features would be useful. This game has a surprising amount of audio cues that you're supposed to pay attention to, but the game doesn't differentiate these from any other kind of sound effect, so I can't hear shit unless I mute my music and turn the game up a bit. Demolist beeps, cache hums, Eidolon energy spikes, Grineer radar drones, Kuva siphon clouds, Lua rescue operative callouts, the list goes on. All of these sound effects convey important info, and I actually really need to be able to hear them clearly in order to play the game right. If they just had a slider that allowed me to separate these cues from everything else, I could happily crank that slider up and my problem would be solved. They did add a chat notification slider since I started playing though, so good on them for that. Generally, the animation work in this game is actually quite excellent, but there's a few cases where your character is clearly adopting a generic kind of animation that doesn't really match up with what you're doing. The 2 that stood out to me are the animation on the lens, which uses the regular animation set for a bow, but clearly doesn't really work for this weapon, and whenever you get downed without a secondary weapon, your character will still pantomime as if they had a gun in their hand to shoot, when it's just completely empty. Ayatan stars are valuable items that can either be directly converted into endo or socketed into Ayatan sculptures to be worth significantly more endo. Unfortunately, unlike the vast majority of drops in the game, not only are these stars unvacuumable, they're also not even collect on contact. You have to mosey over to them and hit the interact key to manually pick them up as if they were a power cell or conduit key or something. This causes a lot of problems for various reasons, often resulting in drop stars being entirely unobtainable or just very reluctant to be obtained. I've recorded a ridiculous amount of footage of these stars completely trolling me full stop, and it's really annoying every single time. The devs have recently implemented a test server, so fingers crossed that'll enact some positive change here, but as it stands, every new content update that gets pushed to live needs to be approached with caution, not excitement. For the first week or so of an update, all the new content is liable to be incredibly buggy, and for the first month or so, it's also liable to be incredibly unrewarding or grindy. Nearly every new content drop they've pushed has had to get updated months down the line with a big overhaul that fixes how shitty it was at launch. Good on them for fixing things, but it makes me not want to actually engage with new content. Not that the new content ever has an obvious access point. I usually have to wind up Googling or asking around just to figure out how to start it anyway. Also, sometimes they use these updates to nerf shit into the ground for no good reason. I hope you weren't having much fun with that thing or strategy you were using, because now it sucks ass. Good examples would be the Wukong nerfs and the recent Zorus nerf, which both just took something fun and useful and made it neither of those things. Special shoutouts to the Wukong nerfs for evading patch notes, seeing as they lied about his Cloudwalker nerf being a bug fix, his slide attack speed was drastically nerfed at some point without any mention, and Melee 3.0 basically deleted his 4th ability by virtue of having all the changes affect it very negatively without giving it any compensation like the rest of the weapons. I mean, I don't get it. This is a PvE game. If people are having fun using a thing and it's not harming the experience of other players, don't take that thing away from them. This even applies to things that look like balance outliers like Itzel Blink Spam or the Ketchmoon or Kuva Brahma. Anytime the devs see the usage rate of something being disproportionately high, their immediate reaction is just to yank it right back. Fun fact, people aren't using these things because they feel obligated to conform to a meta, they're using them because they're dope. When you remove something from your game that's dope, you're making your game less dope. Sure, you might push the usage stats back closer to equilibrium, but that's just because everyone's forced back onto whatever shit they had before. If you want strong balance among a category of equipment, then just buff the other equipment to be attractive alternatives. You really don't have to worry about overpowered gear ruining the fun of players it's used on, because it's only used on NPCs in the first place. When my Atarax got nerfed to uselessness and it seemed clear the devs wanted to kill spin to win as a dominant strategy, my reaction was not to shrug my shoulders and start playing the game the way the devs wanted me to, it was to immediately seek out a replacement so I could continue doing the exact same thing, because that's what I enjoy doing. If I didn't manage to find a suitable replacement, there's a solid chance I would have stopped playing entirely. When they nerfed It's Blink, I wasn't like, oh cool, now I can use any Archwing I want for open world. I was like, fuck, now I have to waste way more time traveling. In fact, that change actually wound up constraining me since I used to use whatever frame I felt like, but now that Archwing's lost so much speed, I always use Titania now just so I can travel reasonably fast again. It just seems so obvious to me that if you're trying to design a game, every change that's made should be with the intent of making the game more fun. If your change is bumming the shit out of your players, don't fucking do it, period. In the top right corner of your screen, you get a list of all the buffs you have active, each sporting an icon, a timer if applicable, and an effect value if applicable. Problem is, there are many different buffs that share the same icon, making it a mystery what they are, and all of them are just this one solid light blue color and nothing else. This makes the buff bar incredibly difficult to read unless you have very few buffs and know what they all are already. Notably egregious examples include Octavia, who fills your buff bar with a ridiculous amount of info spam, and Syndicates because their charm skill can give a number of different buffs, but they all share the exact same icon, so you just have to guess based on how long the timer is. You can't open the pause menu and mouse over them to check either, that just straight up doesn't work. There's one specific kind of resource in this game that doesn't just sit in your inventory accumulating over time, and that's argon crystals. These bad boys have a half-life that causes them to decay over time. Essentially, you have to use these within a couple days of acquiring them, otherwise you'll be sitting in a cool pile of 0 argon crystals. They're the only standard basic resource that I still have need of whenever any build asks of one, because I'm always bereft of them. There's nothing particularly special about these materials otherwise, they're just a rare resource like any other rare resource. So all their decaying function does is force me to go farm on whenever one is asked of me, and that annoys me. Similarly, it annoys me whenever I happen across a huge pile of argon crystals, only to know that they're all just going to be gone in a couple days with nothing for me to spend them on. I guess this is more of a personal preference thing than a legit issue, but still. Who thought it was cool to have a self-deleting resource? Survival, defection, and excavation missions allow you to leave early without the rest of your team by going to extraction. This didn't used to be the case, you used to need the whole team, so thank goodness they fixed that. But it still takes up to 60 seconds of standing on the extraction point for this to occur. Not only is this a gigantic unnecessary waste of time, but it pulls enemy spawns away from the other players that you need to defend yourself from. For example, one of the things you're supposed to do in survival is to stick together so the enemy spawns don't get split every which way, but solo extraction completely undermines that strategy until the 60 seconds elapse. There are a handful of extraction points in this game that are in open space or cold areas or something, and as a result they continually deal chip damage to you while you're waiting around the extraction point. To be honest, this has never come close to actually killing me, but it still strikes me as pretty BM to effectively punish players for doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Sometimes I forget what build I'm using for one of my equips and would like to check that, but you have no way of doing that while in gameplay mode. You have to wait till you return to go to your arsenal and check on it that way. I've got a cute pupper as a pet in my orbiter, but every time I switch over to my Syndicates, that ugly bastard starts roaming around the ship instead of my pupper friend, even after switching back to a non-beast companion. I have to manually switch him back into place via the companion tab, dodging the potential misclick of mature for combat, and it's impossible to have him as a pet while I'm using any beast as a companion. If you try to set him as a pet while you have a beast companion, it will set your companion slot to none. This guy's effectively the one cosmetic I put on my ship, so why they gotta jam me like this? With the multiple updates to how pets work, at this point the actual pet maintenance interface goes pretty unused, thank goodness, so it honestly wouldn't even be a loss of functionality to keep my good boy in place. A lot of times it's important to know what the enemy faction is so that you can play around it. Most mission displays are good at showing what faction you're facing, but Syndicate missions and Sorties omit this info. It seems especially odd that Syndicate missions fail to display this info, since the formatting for those is identical to Void Relics and Kuva Liches, which do indicate the faction right next to the game type. Syndicate missions opt to instead just add the text mission right after the game mode, instead of putting a dash and listing the enemy faction like the other displays. Seems like an oversight. Sorties are more understandable since it's got its own unique UI for displaying those missions, though that info is still sorely missed. Since they indicate the node you're going to, you can look it up manually, but that's obviously a pain. When you rank up with the Syndicate, it will show you a list of all the new offerings that you can purchase from them with your standing, and allow you to take one for free. However, these items don't all cost the same amount of standing, and the screen doesn't list what each item would actually cost you. Ideally, you'd want to pick the highest value option every time, but you have to go look on the wiki if you want to find that out. The ability info screen used to be this nice little info display that explained the abilities, showed you all their stats, and would show you what you could expect the stats to change to the next time you ranked up an ability. That is no longer a thing. There's now a whole new ability UI which only shows you what the stats are for your current rank and requires you to hover over each ability to view its stats. The new UI also explains what the passive ability is, which is a much needed addition, and there's this tips thing I guess, but overall it's a big downgrade in my book. Similar to the ability info screen, the devs revamped the end of mission UI as well, and I also view it as an overall downgrade. The old UI used to display the team stats right in the bottom right quadrant of the screen and highlight the team's top stat for each in orange. The new UI hides all of this info behind a stats button you need to click, and when you do, it no longer highlights anything. And with the screen space they saved by doing that, all they did with it was make it look more fancy by having one of those modern team glamour shots that's in every team game with cosmetics now. I really like the old highlighted endgame stat display, but since it's been made tedious and unsatisfying to view, I usually don't bother looking anymore. I suspect this may have been very intentional in an attempt to dissuade competitive EPEAN measuring, but I never once saw anyone being a dick to anyone else due to low stats or something, so it just feels like a nerf to me. As a new player, I would figure out how to do one or two things at a time and go do those things. Nearly every new thing you have to do is going to require some amount of looking shit up, as I'm sure you know by now. So if I wanted Rhino, I'd look up how to get Rhino, see that his parts drop from running Jackal, and I go farm Jackal until I had all the Rhino parts. Easy peasy, right? Well, what you'll find out the hard way doing this is that a lot of things you want to shoot for are locked behind significant time gates, meaning if you wanted to be time efficient, you really should have started them a while ago. But you had no way of knowing that, so now you're in for a long wait. For example, if you want to acquire Limbo, he's got a whole quest line to go through, and you can only do the next quest in the sequence by completing the build on the last component you earned, which takes a whopping 12 hours per component. Even recently I had this happen with Railjack when I didn't know I was going to be hit with a 12-hour time gate between each stage, although now it's only 6 hours, so I had to wait days before I could actually get one. Had I known this ahead of time, I would have started it earlier. Speaking of Limbo, the way you know you're in the Rift plane, aside from being functionally invincible and being unable to interact with any world objects, is that your whole screen adopts a sort of haze or tint that differentiates it from the regular plane. Unfortunately, I found this difference to be extremely subtle in a select few areas, sometimes causing me a bit of confusion in regards to which plane I'm on. Also, when you're playing Sanctuary Onslaught, apparently whatever shader governs the fade out as you let the timer expire clashes with a Rift plane shader, so you get an abrupt lighting change in the last 5 seconds before fade out every time. Just a wee bit annoying. I briefly mentioned this when talking about bounties, but a lot of game modes share the same issue. Rewards you'll only ever want to acquire a single time per account stay in the reward pool after you've already acquired them, so anytime you repeat the activity, you run the risk of rolling a completely useless item. There's also a lot of borderline worthless mods clogging up the drop tables when you could be getting void relics instead. I've never had this happen to me, but apparently there's an automated system in place that temporarily bans people from trading if the system flags them as gaining a suspiciously large amount of resources in a short time. There are dozens upon dozens of testimonials from players who have gotten trade banned purely because they employed a particularly strong farming strategy, usually involving very long endurance runs. Like, I get that you'd want to have a system in place to prevent the destruction of the economy due to some bug that players can exploit to gain resources at a rate of orders of magnitude higher than intended, but it seems like the system is aggressively overtuned such that plenty of players who are just playing the game perfectly legitimately are getting slammed with the trade ban hammer. I feel like the devs should have a handle on what's possible through normal gameplay and have the system leave everything around that rate alone, but that's not how it is. On a similar note, I've never had this happen to me either, but apparently any platinum that enters the economy is liable to disappear after the purchase that generated that platinum is reversed with a chargeback or something. This platinum is forcibly ripped from the economy in its entirety, regardless of who currently owns that platinum. As a result, it is more than possible that the player who purchased the tainted platinum has already traded away to other players before getting that platinum revoked, leaving perfectly legitimate players with a sudden unexpected platinum deficit. Worse still, this forcible removal can actually send players into a negative platinum balance, which actually gets your account banned until you can get your balance back to at least 0. Since you're locked out of your account, the only two ways to rectify this issue is either to plead to player support and hope they help you out, or to spend cash money to purchase your way back into the black. From what I hear, player support tends to be rather unhelpful in this regard, and will often simply direct the player to spend money to fix the issue. This is, of course, absolute horseshit. God forbid you sell a valuable Riven for a couple thousand platinum and turns out the guy paid for it in chargeback plat. Now you have to open your wallet and spend literally hundreds of dollars to get back to 0 plat and keep playing the game. Ridiculous. Even though I've put a ton of hours into this game, if I ever found out that I was barred from playing until I ponied up a sizable lump sum, well that's the last time I'd ever play for sure. I mean, I guess that's no skin off the devs' back because I don't intend to ever spend another penny on this game anyway, but still. And that's all I got. Told you there weren't any bitches. It's finally time for the bug showcase. Remember when I said way at the start that this game is buggy as shit? Well, it is, and now's the time to prove it.
Often when I would encounter a bug in this game, I'd record a clip of it because that just seemed like the thing to do. After getting into that habit and playing for quite a while, I was left with quite the catalog of recorded bugs, and now I've curated them for your perusal and enjoyment. Now, it's worth noting that these clips were collected over quite a large amount of time, so I'm willing to bet that a large portion of these bugs have already been fixed. Regardless, there's always new bugs being introduced with new patches, and you're dead certain to encounter quite a few yourself, probably at a similar rate that I have. So consider this fair warning if you haven't played yet and are still interested, because this just might be a deal breaker for you. It didn't get me to quit the game, but it's definitely hampered my overall experience to a significant degree. Anyway, I'm just going to dump the relevant clips with a little text overlaid to help explain what's going on. They aren't in any particular order, though I did make some small effort to group similar bugs together. The bugs range from slight display issues to game breaking progression stoppers, so if you skip around you'll probably see some juicy ones. Alright, now that you know what the deal is, without further ado, let's get into it.
And so we finally reached the end. After 6 hours of non-incessant rambling, what have we learned here today? Well, I've mostly learned that this was a massive waste of time and I really should have got someone else to do the voiceover, because my god is it hard to listen to me. But that aside, I guess the big takeaway from this vid would be that Warframe is a massively flawed game that kind of seems to be heading nowhere and doesn't really have anything to do once you've consumed all of its content. But it is still a really fun game with quite a lot of content to exhaust. And it's always getting more content. And it's also free, so you can just try it out and see if you dig it or not. Which, in retrospect, would probably be a better way to spend 6 hours than this flaming pile of horseshit. Overall, I can't really grade the game too harshly since it contains more content than most games you'd have to pay $60 just to be able to access, and most of that content is actually pretty fun to play. While there isn't much of an endgame to speak of, I can't knock it too much for that because once you've gotten there, you've already extracted way more value out of the game than you'd be able to with most games. Besides, I've never even played a PvE game in my life that has an endgame interesting enough to consistently hold my attention, so it would be extra unfair to dock it points for that. I only really bring it up because I hear the complaint a lot, and indeed, I don't really have anything left to do in the game anymore, which is a bummer. But ultimately, I've had a pretty good time with the game. I'll probably continue to consume any new content updates it dishes out, albeit waiting a few weeks for the devs to iron out the bugs and for market prices to stabilize. You can draw your own conclusions, I'm sure. I believe in your ability to think critically. And that's it! Review's over. Thanks for watching. I mean, it's probably more likely that you just skipped here, but shoutouts to any mad lads out there who actually sat through this whole shit show. That's probably nobody, but still. As for me, I'm probably not going to continue to make any more videos. I was just trying to get a thing done, you know? I tend to be kind of a chronic procrastinator, so I kind of just wanted to defy that and manifest an idea into reality via working hard at it. And so I did. But yeah, unless this video magically garners a ton of positive attention, I think I'll just move on to other endeavors after this. It's possible I might make some much shorter vids on other topics. I have had some other ideas, so I guess leave a comment if you'd actually be on board with that. Otherwise, I probably won't. As for credits, like I said earlier, I did literally everything myself and didn't even show anyone this before releasing it publicly, but I did take some images and video clips from other sources, so in the description you can find a link to a paste bin containing links to all the source material. Alright, that's it. Until next time, stay frosty, pony boy.